Chapter 1. The Kyuubi no Kitsune, thought to have been one of the greatest demons in the history of the world. In truth, nothing more than a mindless servant of its superior. A superior that had decimated much of the universe in its illustrious rule. The Kyuubi fate was sealed to a human child named Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. This is his story. The third Hokage of Konoha looked at the sleeping form of the child in a crib in his office and sighed. No more than an hour ago he discovered a ninja under his command had tried to kill the child. Luckily he was stopped, but now the third was troubled by what to do with the child. A voice from the window behind him said, "Tragic, isn't it?" Causing the third to turn and see a man in a strange gold armor standing there with his arms crossed leaning against the wall. The third asked, "Who are you and what are you doing here?" Ready for an attack in case this was an assassin. The man said, "Power down." And the gold armor disappeared, and now there stood a man in his 50s with a long brown hair with gray mixed in, tied in a ponytail and sad brown eyes, dressed in a pair of jeans and a gold t-shirt, and he said, "Sorry about that. I had a long trip to get here and sadly I had not made it in time to stop the Kyuubi." The third asked, "Who are you and what do you mean?" The man said, "Sorry, my name is Tommy and I am one of the Power Ranger, or I should say the last of them. The rest of my team was killed by the creature who is the master of Kyuubi, Omega. I was at the command center when I was alerted to the Kyuubi being awakened Aegean, and I came as soon as I could, but I was too late to stop it and now it is sealed inside this boy. He looks like his father." The third said, "I don't understand." Tommy said, "Look, this is a long story and will sound a little far-fetched, but I can prove it. Around 20,000 years ago Omega made his first appearance. He went and systematically destroyed world after world after world. Finally, after nearly 500 years, a group of the universe's top scientists got together and designed a way to stop him. They created the first Power Rangers by combining the universe's best technology and strongest and best fighters in the universe and taught them to use the powers, and they were able to save the planet Omega was on by defeating him and then sealing him in stone prison where he should have remained for all eternity. The Rangers became famous, but a new evil arose bent on taking over the galaxy. The Rangers went to combat him and history repeats itself over and over again as some being decides to take over the universe. They would pass down their powers to new warriors and the legacy continued. Around 3,000 years ago one such being found Omega prison but could not find a way to release him because the key to imprison him and release him was the original Zords. However, because of the passage of time no one knew where to find those Zords or how to use them. That was until one of the Green Rangers discovered them by accident. Unfortunately the man may have been strong, but he was also an idiot. He decided to use them in battle without ever trying to use them or learning to control them, so he did not know that they were nearly out of power and he was killed, but the Zords were not. The Zords when they were hit had their power cells destroyed, so Omega would never be free. The creature who killed the Green Ranger took his power coin but also the Zords and discovered the problem. He was also the creature who discovered Omega's prison. He tried to release Omega, but since he used an incompatible power source he only partially released him and in the process was killed. Omega body is still sealed in the prison, however his mind and spirit were not, and he was able to make alliances with the most corrupt creatures in the galaxy. The tailed beast you call them. The Rangers lost track of them for a while and they wound up hiding the original Zords, but because of what they learned from them they became extremely powerful. Now they travel from world to world seeking out large populations of humans and attacking them, trying to find the correct power source for the Zords so they can release Omega. The third stood there and said, "That's an interesting story, but I don't believe you without some kind of proof." Tommy said, "I knew that was coming, so I will show you my proof. Here," as he hands the third a small device. The third looks at it and the next thing he knows is he's passed out. Tommy walks over and picks up Naruto and walks back to the Hokage, and soon all three leave in a gold flash of light. The third awakens and finds himself in a strange room with machine and other things he had never seen before. He hears a baby crying and he follows the sound and soon find Naruto and Tommy in a room, and Tommy is feeding Naruto and said, "Welcome to the command center." The third asked, "Why did you bring me here and what's going to happen now?" As he was ready to attack. Tommy held Naruto out and the third looked a moment and took Naruto, and Tommy got up and said, "Follow me and I will show you the proof." The third followed and Tommy led the third into a huge room that was easily bigger than the town of Konoha, and Tommy pulled a lever and the third took a step back in fear because there was the Kyuubi sitting behind a huge cage on one side of the room. The third looked around the room and saw several other creatures, but they looked different than the Kyuubi. They were made out of metal where the Kyuubi was organic, and the third asked, "What's going on here and why is Kyuubi freed and how is Naruto still alive?" Tommy said, "Remember how I told you that the tailed beast go and try and find the power source to free Omega? Well, your planet is not the first to learn to seal them into humans, and as such they have found a way to get free. They trick some power-hungry human into searching out the tailed beast for power and then sealing them into Omega prison, but in truth all they are doing is freeing them from the seal and Omega sends them off planet while the humans are under what you call a genjutsu. Well, what I did was remove the Kyuubi from Naruto using a method we have learned to save the human, but I left part of the Kyuubi in him. Namely Kyuubi power and healing ability, so he can absorb it. This way I know that Kyuubi won't escape, and maybe I can find out who they have given Omega to so I can get it and try and find a way to destroy him. The third asked, what are these other creatures? They're the size of some summon bosses but made of metal. Tommy said sadly, those are the Zords me and my team used before they died 15 years ago on another planet when we walked into a trap set by Omega's henchmen. The third asked, so where is this command center and what are you planning to do now? Tommy said, this command center is actually about an hour's travel from your village. I had brought it here with me when I was alerted to the Kyuubi being here. It's hidden under a very powerful shield that makes it impossible to find without a ranger's help. The third asked, if what you say is true, then why did the Kyuubi attack several times throughout history along with the other beast? Tommy said, simple, scouting. They would attack a village and see how they were advancing, and if they were advancing in the right direction then they would go to another planet and then come back, making people believe they were asleep somewhere. If it is not progressing like they want, then they would destroy all life on the planet. The third nodded and said, you still have not told me what you plan. Tommy sighed and said, I am not a young man any longer. I have maybe 10 to 20 years most likely left to live. I need to find someone to pass on the secrets of the Power Rangers. That way the legacy continues. I want to teach the boy and make him the next Power Ranger. The third said, but why him? Tommy said, simple, the boy's going to have a hard life. Nothing you say or do will change that. Sooner or later people are going to come looking for the Kyuubi under Omega control and will take him and kill him. If I take him under my wing, I can make him one of the strongest fighters in the galaxy, able to defeat any who work for evil, and hopefully he can continue what I have left. The third asked, how do you know the boy's father? Tommy said, I was monitoring the battle on my way here and heard what his dad said to him, and I even recorded it so I can show him when he gets older. The third sighs and said, I don't have a choice, do I? Tommy said, not really. With a hint of a smile on his face. The third said, fine, but I want him to also be a ninja like his father. One for our village. Tommy said, that's fine. I know some things about chakra I can teach him, and if you want I can come 4 times a year to your office to pick up stuff you want him to learn and teach it to him, but I will not be bringing him with me until he's ready to face the challenges. I don't want him tainted by hate. This place has defenses that make it where nothing can get in here without a power coin, and I have all of them. The third asked, what about the Green Ranger one? You said it was captured. Tommy said, I have that also. When I first became a ranger I was put under mind control by an evil witch and she had gotten the coin. She wanted me to destroy the rangers, but I was freed from it and soon became the leader of the rangers. The third sighed and said, so how do I get back and what do I tell the people of the village? Tommy said, the truth. The boy left the village with a special sensei to make sure the seal never fails and also to make sure that he can become strong enough to serve the village as a ninja someday. The third said, fine. I hate to say it but I believe you. How do I leave? Tommy took Naruto and pushed a button on the wall and the third Hokage phased out and soon found himself in his office. Tommy said, well Naruto, this is going to be an interesting time. And left the room with Naruto. 6 years later. Naruto was sitting in the command room when Tommy comes in with a guest. Naruto looks at Tommy and asked, who is he, sensei? Tommy said, this is a friend I wanted you to meet. He will be training with you every now and then. Naruto, I would like to introduce you to Rock Lee. Time skip 14 years after the Kyuubi attack. Team Guy were about 20 miles away from Konoha on its first C-rank mission. To stop a group of bandits from terrorizing a trade road. They had found the group but it turned out to be larger than they were told. Guy said, defensive formation. Watch each other's backs, as he charged a group of 10 coming at him from the front. Lee got into a fighting stance and charged a group coming in from the left and Neji was blocking the group coming in from the right. Tenten was throwing weapons at the merc, only wounding them when a bandit jumped out of a tree coming down toward her with his sword out ready to kill her. Neji yelled, Tenten above, as he blocked another enemy and sent a Juken strike to the Mon's heart. Tenten looked up and was frozen in her spot when a white blur shot past and said, elemental attack, tiger kick. As it hit the man, sending him into a tree with enough force to shatter the tree, making everyone turn to look at the new arrival. They saw a figure in white armor with a black visor standing there, and Lee smirked for a second but hid it, and the figure pulled out a Stang blaster and said, Wind elemental blaster. Fire. And he shot out several balls of wind energy and it hit several men, causing them to scream out in pain as cuts appeared on their bodies, and the figure said, "Sorry for interrupting your mission, but I could not stand to see an ally killed." And suddenly he blurred out of view, and suddenly the remaining bandits all screamed out as they fell to the ground with cuts all over their bodies, and the figure was gone. Tenten asked, "Who was that?" Guy said, "I don't know, but he finished the mission for us. Let's tie these men up and take them back to Konoha and report this to the Hokage." Lee looked where the figure was and thought, "What were you doing here, Naruto-kun? You never leave the command center and it's not time for your return yet, or is it?" And said, his youthfulness was burning brightly, "Don't you agree, Guy-sensei?" And thought, "God, I hate having to hide my true skills, but it's won't do us any good for people to learn I was trained as a ranger." Guy said, "Yes he was. Not that we're done, let's race to Konoha." And Tenten and Neji groaned. A blonde-hair boy around 5 feet 10 with his hair grown out and down half his back and spiky on the top, wearing a black pair of pants and a white shirt and a white partial face mask like Kakashi, walked up to the secretary of the Hokage and said, "I have an appointment with the Hokage." The secretary looked at him and said, "No you don't, kid. Now go away before I get your parents." The boy said, "Suit yourself," and walked past her desk and toward the doors when she said, "Hey, you can't go back there." And the boy never stopped walking. 2 Anbu appeared in front of him and one said, "Kid, you can't go in there. The Hokage is too busy to mess with little kids like you." The boy looked at the 2 guards and said as he put his finger up to his chin, "Really, then how about you open the door for me?" And jumped into the air doing a vertical roundhouse kick as both his feet hit the Anbu under the chin, knocking them up and into the door, causing them to break of its hinges. The boy moved and walked into the office, ignoring the fact that both guards were knocked out and the secretary was gaping, and the third looked up from his paperwork seeing 2 of his Anbu knocked out and said, "What is it that you felt you needed to see me about that you would attack 2 of my men?" The boy said, "I was told to come here and tell you that Tommy has passed away, Hokage-sama." The third was wide-eyed and asked, "Naruto, is that you?" Naruto said, "Yeah, it's me, Naruto Namikaze. I was going to be coming back soon anyways, but he passed away, so I thought I might as well come back ahead of time. The secretary and the guards were not going to let me in, so I just bypassed them, so to say. You really need to work on teaching them not to underestimate anyone." The third nods and said, "So what do you plan to do now?" Naruto sighed and said, "Well, I guess I came back to be a ninja of this village, but if the 3 in the corner under the genjutsu is any impression of what a junin is like based on the amount of chakra they have, then I am going to be slightly sick by the lack of skills." As he looks at the corner of the room and the third nods and a genjutsu falls and there are Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai all standing there. Kurenai asked, "How could you tell we were there?" Naruto smirked and said, "Simple. I could hear a perverted giggle as well as when the lady told him to shush. I also smelled cigarette smoke over there, and I notice your pipe on your desk has not been lit in several hours, I would say. What good is it to try and hide when you give away your position with noise and smell?" Pointing toward them. Kakashi asked, "Are you really a Namikaze?" Naruto snorts and said, "Yeet Sharingan Kakashi, I am your sensei's son. I also see we have the genjutsu mistress Kurenai and the former fire temple guard Asuma, son of the Sandaime Hokage." The third asked, "How do you know everyone here, Naruto?" Naruto sighs and said, "Whenever Sensei left to come see you, he would stop at each of the hidden villages and pick up a bingo book from each of the villages and had me memorize them all. He said knowledge is just as good as strength, and knowing both your allies and enemies would make you better." The third nods and said, "How has your other training been going?" Naruto said, "I am nearly as good as Sensei was. So what do you have need of me to do to be a ninja here?" The third said, "Do a henge replacement and a bunshin and then I will make you a ninja." Naruto thought a moment and smirked before going through hand signs no one recognized, and Naruto said, "Done." The third said, "But you have not done anything." Naruto said, "Really? Look behind the 3 in the corner and tell me what's wrong." Everyone turned and blew back from nosebleeds. There standing behind them was Naruto's sexy no jutsu. The third, after everyone got to their feet, asked, "What happened?" Naruto said, "Simple, I created a Kajbunshin behind them, replaced myself with it and then used my sexy no jutsu to show my henge. I used a distraction of doing hand signs so you would not catch what I was doing." And then he went up in smoke and the nude one returned to being the original Naruto. Kakashi asked, "How did you do it without smoke or hand seals?" Naruto smirked and said, "The smoke is my secret, but any jutsu, because of how I train with Kajbunshins, I can get my mind and body trained to use them without hand signs. However, I am limited to jutsu that require 5 or less to work. So am I a ninja now, or do I need to show the next version of my jutsu?" With a smirk. The third said, "No, that's quite alright, Naruto. So are you going to use your last name or how do you want to do it? Naruto thought a moment and said, actually, I would rather people not know it yet. That's why I have the face mask so no one can tell who I am. I don't want to draw too much attention to myself yet, but I would like for you to draw up a scroll that I can show as proof when the time comes. For now I am just Naruto, no last name. The third said, very well. I will trust your judgment on this, and do you plan to reveal the other thing yet or what? Naruto said, not yet. I don't want to show that until I get a lead on Omega or forced to show it. The third sighed and said, so you're going to go after that, huh? Naruto sighed and said, Sensei told me that he already recorded one has left, so that means they are starting to track them down. I believe you know what I am talking about. The third said, yes I know, and in fact I believe I might have a lead for you, but it will take some time to gather information. Naruto said, well I got plenty of that and I won't go off in blind rage if you're worried about that. Sensei has taught me how to be cool and calm in battle. The third said, well, where would you like to stay? Naruto said, I will find a place after I get some money. Maybe I can find someone to roommate with. The third wrote something on a piece of paper and handed it to Naruto along with a hiate and said, take that to the academy and wait until your sensei arrives. You are on Team 7 with Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto grabbed it and smirked at the faces of the senseis as he left in a swirl of wind chakra. Asuma said, first time I seen a wind shushin. Kakashi said, he's interesting. Who is his other teacher and what other skills does he have? The third sighed and said, his other teacher was the last master of an ancient fighting style that was almost never recorded but very good. Naruto won't show them unless he deems it necessary, so don't try and force it, Kakashi. Also I will say this once and only once. His teacher removed the Kyuubi from Naruto but left all of the Kyuubi chakra and healing abilities, so if he uses them don't worry about the fox. Everyone was wide-eyed and Kakashi asked, how is that possible? Sensei's seal is too advanced to mess with. The third said, I don't know the actual process, but from what I was told about the Kyuubi and the other tailed beast and the fact I saw the Kyuubi several hours after its sealing in a huge prison while Naruto was in my arms as a baby, so I know it's true. Naruto sensei trained Naruto to pass on what he knows since his years were catching up with him, since he knew Naruto would most likely have been killed before he was as old as he is now. After all, I had to stop an assassination on him myself that very day. Kakashi sighed and said, well, things are going to be interesting. The third said, more than you know, Kakashi. Those two guards who are still out were knocked out without chakra or we would have felt it. Naruto headed toward the academy and soon arrived at the destination the third had wrote and saw two girls fighting to get inside and then fight over a seat, not even realizing there were two seats. He listened to the teacher inside as well as watching all the kids inside. He was hanging onto the building with chakra, and when the teacher got to Team 7 he used Wind Shushin to appear and said, Naruto, Team 7 third member. Handing the paper to Iruka, ignoring the shocked looks everyone was giving him. Moments before, Iruka said, okay, Team 7 is Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura, and your last member is. Suddenly a gust of wind blew and a figure appeared and said, Naruto, Team 7 third member. And he handed the paper to Iruka, smirking behind his mask as he ignored all the shocked looks. Iruka looked at it and said, I see, so you are the replacement. I have never seen you before at the academy. How did you become a ninja? Naruto said, I was an apprentice away from the village until my sensei recently passed away, so Hokage-sama decided to put me with a team for now. Iruka nods and said, well, welcome to Konoha, now take a seat. Naruto nods and Mizuki said, why don't you take off your face mask and show everyone what you look like? Naruto said, sorry sir, but my clan's rules don't allow me to show my face to anyone other than my lovers. Sasuke asked, what clan are you a member of? The only blonde hair clan I know of are the Yamankos. In his arrogant voice. Naruto said, my clan was destroyed during the Kyuubi attack, which I was luckily away from the village at the time. Because of my clan's reputation I am not allowed to reveal my last name until certain things are achieved, and that includes my clan name, so sorry. Iruka said, very well, the Hitaki clan also has a rule similar to that, so I shall let you keep it on then. Now please take a seat. Naruto smirked and thought, where do you think I got the idea from? If you're a teacher at the academy you should know when a student is blowing smoke up your ass. Iruka sighed and said, Team 8 is Hinata, Kiba, and Shino. Kiba asked, hey man, what was that thing you did when you arrived? As Naruto took a seat across from him. Iruka said, Team 9 is in active duty, so Team 10 is Ino, Choji and Shikamaru. Please wait for your teachers. Naruto watched both teachers leave and said, a simple shushin, nothing really. So your name's Kiba, huh? Kiba nods and a dog barks on his head and Naruto said, "Nice to meet you Akamaru." Kiba was wide-eyed and asked, "How did you understand him? Nobody outside of my clan can understand dogs." Naruto smirked and said, "My sensei taught me how to understand all animals, and thought, truth is the earring I have in my ear translate all known languages in the Galaxy as well as animals so in case I run into an alien I can understand him or her or it." Kiba was floored and asked, "Who was your sensei?" Naruto sighed and said, "His name was Tommy and out of respect that all I will say about him." Sadly. Just then the door opened and Asuma and Kurenai walked in and said, "Teammate and Ten, come with us." And everyone started getting up and leaving, all shooting curious glances at Naruto as they left. After they were gone, Sakura said, "I am Sakura and that's Sasuke-kun, the rookie of the year." Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out a book and said, "Nice to meet you. Tell me, do you know anything besides the simple, henge, replacement, and bunshin as jutsu?" Sakura said, "I can dispel genjutsu also, why? With pride like is some big deal." Naruto ignored her and said, "What about you, know anything else?" Sasuke just HMPHED and Naruto said, "I see, you're Itachi brother correct?" Making Sasuke turn so fast his head spun and he asked, "How do you know him?" Naruto turned the book he was reading around and showed Sasuke a picture of his brother and said, "I remember reading the name Uchiha somewhere and so I was looking it up and saw his profile here. I guess with you and him and Kakashi that's all the Sharingans in the world." Sasuke asked, "Who is Kakashi?" Hoping maybe another Uchiha was out there. Naruto flipped through some pages and turned the book back around and showed them and said, "Sharingan Kakashi, known to have copied over 1000 jutsu. Student of the Yondaime Hokage of Konoha and a major pervert." Sakura was reading it and said, "It don't say anything about him being a pervert." Naruto said, "Look at the picture of him. See the book he's reading in it. It's Ika Ika Paradise, an adult fantasy book all about sex. That's how I know he's a pervert." Sasuke was reading it and said, "How does he have the Sharingan?" Naruto said, "Don't know but you could ask him. Isn't that right Kakashi-sensei?" Making both of the other two turn and look at the door where Kakashi was. Kakashi said, "My first impression of you is, two of you suck. Meet me on the roof." And left in a swirl of leaves. Sasuke and Sakura both turned when they felt a gust of wind and Naruto was gone in one side while the other was jealous and both went to the roof. Moments after Kakashi arrived, Naruto arrived and said, "Pinky's a fangirl who rather watch Sasuke than train and Sasuke an Avenger. This team is going to go to hell fast unless something drastic happens. Mind if I tie them together and hang them off Dad's nose for a few hours?" Smirking. Kakashi looked up from his book and said, "You're different." Naruto said, "You have no idea. Anyways, I think you should know I would like to talk to you sometime about Dad. All I have is a recording of him during the sealing and that's all I know about him." Kakashi looked at Naruto and said, "Perhaps. Since you're being honest I will also. The council is forcing this team to pass and making me work with the Uchiha more, so sorry if you feel left out." Naruto snorts and said, "Damn politician. Always fuck up a good thing. The only thing I really need is a few more wind jutsu since I have a double affinity for it." Kakashi dropped his book and said, "That's rare. I don't know many wind jutsu but I can ask Asuma to compare notes. He's the only wind user in the village and I only got a few." Naruto nods and said, "Thanks. Here's the team." Looking behind him as both Sasuke and Sakura come out of the door to the roof. Kakashi said, "Okay, now that everyone's here let's introduce ourselves." As everyone sat down, Sakura asked, "Why don't you go first?" Kakashi said, "I am Kakashi, I like and dislike a lot of things and I have hobbies." Sasuke asked, "How do you have the Sharingan?" Kakashi smirked and said, "Thanks for volunteering. You first." Ignoring the question. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and said, "I am Sasuke Uchiha, I don't have any dreams but I do have an ambition, to restore my clan and to kill a certain man." Kakashi said, "Okay, your turn Pinky. Everyone knows hers so skip it." Kakashi said, "Okay Wind Boy." Naruto leaned back and said, "Name's Naruto and that all you need to know." Kakashi said, "Well, tomorrow all of you are to meet at training ground 7 at 5 AM for a test and don't eat or you will throw up." And left in a swirl of leaves. Naruto smirked and said, "In case you can't figure it all, we are a team and that means teamwork. CYA. And jumped off the roof and glided down to the ground, ignoring the shocked looks both his teammates gave him as they ran to the edge to see what was going on. Naruto had been walking through town for about an hour now when he saw a help wanted sign in a window and he looked up and saw the building was the Wolfclaw weapon shop. He walked in and a bell rang and an older man with brown hair and brown eyes looked up from behind the counter and said, Hi, welcome to the Wolf Claw, how can I help you today? Naruto said, well, I saw your sign in the window needing help and I just recently returned to the village and I was looking for a way to get some extra money. Dustin nods and asks, do you have any experience with weapons of blacksmithing? Naruto said, my sensei had me learn the art of blacksmithing as a skill to fall back on should I ever be forced to quit being a ninja. I also am very skilled into the use of swords and I can make pretty much any mass-produce item and also some customs. Dustin looked at Naruto and reached under his counter and pulled out a sword and tossed it to Naruto and said, alright, tell me what you think of that sword. Both good and bad. Naruto looked at it since it was without its sheath and put his finger at the base of the blade next to the hilt and saw it was balanced and he looked at the blade before flicking it into the air and grabbed the hilt with his right hand as it started to fall and swung it in a figure 8 around his arms as he brought his left hand in so he did not cut it and did this a few times and flicked it into the air again and caught it with both flat palms. He said, the blade is perfectly balanced and is made from great material, however it has 3 major flaws. Dustin narrowed his eyes and asked, and what are they? Naruto said, first, the blade is not grounded. An enemy who uses lightning attacks can target the sword and paralyze or kill a person based on how strong of a jutsu it was. Second, the blade cannot use elemental affinities. I tried to send wind through it but it would not accept it. The blade is not strong enough to handle the extra force from it. The last thing is if a person tries and use elemental affinities on the sword it weakens the blade. As he pulled the blade apart and it fell into 5 pieces. Dustin was floored and said, I am impressed. That blade was my first attempt at blacksmithing when I first started and you found all 3 flaws. You said you just returned, what rank are you and where are you from? Naruto said, I was born around the time of the Kyuubi attack but was taken away from the village since my family was killed leaving me the only survivor. My sensei trained me until just recently when he passed away and I returned to the village. I was just assigned as a genin today. Dustin said, I see, well let me tell you about the job I need help with. The Chunin exams are going to be here the next time around and every time they are we always sell out of basic kunai and shurikens no matter how many I make. I also make some for the guests who come for the finals with the exam date on them. I want to go ahead and start stockpiling them so maybe I can make a bigger profit. Since you're a ninja of this village I need you to work a total of 20 hours a week to make my mass-produced kunai and shurikens including sharpening. I can pay you 10 for every 50 you make. What do you say? I want to have around 100,000 by the time the exams hit along with any that I sell before then. Naruto thought and said, I can do the work no problem but I was wondering if instead of payment if we could work out some kind of trade. Dustin rubbed his chin and said, what have you got in mind? Naruto said, like I told you I recently returned and I have yet to find a place to stay. I was wondering if I might be able to stay here, even if it's in the floor until I find a place to stay and in return I will work 1 month free. If not I would like a sleeping bag and a tent so I can sleep in the woods as my payment for the 1 month free. Either way you come out ahead saving around 500 in labor cost and I don't have to worry about finding a place for the night. Dustin thought a moment and said, tell you what, how about this? I have an extra room here since my wife and I only had a daughter before she passed away. I can let you use it as long as you like in return you work here for free and I will allow you 1 standard set of kunai and shurikens every 2 weeks and provide breakfast every morning. In return you work the 20 hours a week for free. Naruto thought and said, does the standard set come with the ability to add nature chakra to them because I have trained so much all my attacks have it now? Dustin said, they don't but I can give you a set like those instead but it will have to be every 3 weeks. Naruto said, then we got a deal. Name's Naruto. As he held out his hand. Dustin shook it and said, welcome Naruto Namikaze. Naruto was wide-eyed and asked, how? Dustin said, simple, there have only been 2 families in Konoha that have blonde hair and blue eyes around the time of Kyuubi attack. The Yamanakas and the Namikaze. I also was one of Minato's friends so I knew about you going to be born. Also the fact is wind affinities are rare in Konoha. The only other wind user in the entire village beside your dad is Asuma Saratobi. Naruto sighed and said, I guess it can't be helped. I am not trying to draw attention to myself intentionally and using my last name would do exactly that. Besides the Hokage only 4 others know who I am besides you. So how about you let me get started working on those weapons? Dustin smiled and said, sure, the forge is this way. I know you said you're skilled and all but I want you to make a standard pack of 20 shurikens and 20 kunais and let me judge the quality. Naruto smiled and said, no problem. As they walked into the forge. Dustin said, well, I will be up front, when you finish bring them to me and I will check them. As he turned and left. Naruto smirked and looked around the big forge and created 10 kajbunshions and got to work. One started pumping air into the fire while another loaded coal. One checked the metal, finding some that would work to be melted down for standard weapons, another two set up the sharpening tables, and the rest started to work on setting the molds and melting the metal. 30 minutes later Naruto came out of the forge and Dustin raised an eyebrow, and Naruto unrolled two cloth scrolls and had the kuniyas and shurikens on them. Both of Dustin's eyebrows rose and he grabbed one of each and looked at it and threw both at a target dummy on the wall. They both went through the dummy, making him gape, and he asked, "How did you get done so quick and how are they so sharp?" Naruto held up his hand and wind gathered around it and said, "I used my elemental affinity to make the fires hotter while my Kujbunshians helped speed the process up, and then I also used my wind to help sharpen them to the point that they could slice through steel. I figured for a test you should see my best. Normally I won't make them as sharp since people could hurt themselves with them if they think they are normal." Dustin nods and said, "I think I am going to like having you around. Since you're done and I don't want to waste my material yet to get started making them all, why don't you grab a broom and clean up the store?" Naruto walks over and grabs the broom and starts sweeping while Dustin retrieves the weapons and shakes his head at the craftsmanship and sets them up on a display counter and makes a sign saying, "New Legend Killer Weapons, 50 for matching set." Naruto smiles and thought, "Thanks sensei, you teaching me how to repair the Zord sure comes in handy." As he continues to sweep. Chapter 2. A few hours later Naruto was sweeping the dirt off the front sidewalk when he heard, "Yes, the mysterious Monsyuth burns brightly," and shook his head recognizing the voice. As he looked up he saw Team Guy walking toward the Hokage Tower, and he continued to sweep when Tenten said, "Hey you, what are you doing sweeping in front of my family store?" Naruto looked up and Lee's eyes got wide and said, "I work here, miss. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Hello Lee, it's good to see you again," in a kind voice. Lee walked over and hugged Naruto and shouted, "Naruto-kun, it's been a while since I seen you. Your youthfulness is burning brightly." Naruto winced and said, "Lee, that's one," making everyone look at him questionably. Lee shouts, "But Naruto-kun, I have not seen your flames of youth burning in nearly 2 years." Naruto said warningly, "That's too Lee, no more youth speeches and quit being so loud." Lee shouted, "But Naruto-kun, youth is," and was cut off as he was blown into the air and started to fly in a mini funnel cloud that would not touch down, and he started to scream, Okay, I am sorry Naruto-kun, please stop." Naruto said, "Not until you agree to shut up about youth and quiet down," making everyone wide-eyed. Sasuke, who had been looking for Naruto, walks up after seeing Naruto pick Lee into the air still holding the broom in his hand, never making hand signs, and Sasuke said, "Fight me." Naruto ignored him and Lee said, "Okay deal Naruto-kun, I swear on my honor to stop screaming about youth, now stop before I throw up." Sasuke is pissed. Naruto ignores him and he grabs Naruto by the arm and turned him around and said, "Fight me, now." Naruto breaks his concentration on Lee, who is about 20 feet in the air, and he falls on top of Sasuke and he is looking really pale. He opens his mouth and pukes all over Sasuke, and Naruto said, "I would Sasuke, but at the moment you stink," making those who are not sick from seeing that happen snicker at Sasuke misfortune. Sasuke gets up and storms off as his honor has taken a hit. Naruto turns and said, "Now Lee, as I was saying, it's good to see you Aegean." Lee gets up and his color returns and said in a calm voice, "It's good to see you Aegean." "How sensei?" Naruto eyes looked down and said, "He passed away Lee." Lee looked down Aegean and Tenten asked, "So Lee, are you going to introduce us to your friend?" Lee said, "Sorry about that, Neji, Gazen see, Tenten, this is Naruto na." Naruto cuts him off and said, "Just Naruto, Lee. Just Naruto. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am afraid I must get back to work so I can catch up with you Aegean later Lee." Lee nods and said, "It good to have you back and thanks for earlier." Naruto smirked and said, "No problem. You know me." Lee leaves with his team and Dustin walks out and said, "So you and Lee know each other huh?" Naruto said, "Yeah, he trained with me and Sensei for a while because Sensei thought it would do me good to interact with other people since I hardly went to any towns or anything. My Sensei ran into him when he came to make a progress report on me." Dustin nods and said, "Well, finish cleaning up and call it a day. We close in 10 minutes anyways." Naruto nods and gets back to work. As Team Guy were walking through town, Guy asked, "So Lee, who is this man you call Sensei and who is your friend?" As everyone looks at Lee. Lee said, "That was Naruto-kun. Our sensei was a man who trained Naruto-kun since birth and allowed me to learn a little about his way of fighting. In return I befriended Naruto-kun. I don't use what he taught me because it's like the lotus, it's not meant to be used unless certain things happen." Guy said, "How come you never told me about him before?" Lee said, "Out of honor for him sensei." When I first met him I had let my temper get the best of me and beat 3 kids my age enough to send them to the hospital. He taught me how to use my anger wisely and not get the better of me. If it was not for him I would not be the person I am today. Solemnly. Everyone was stunned, having never heard or seen Lee like how he described, and Tenten asked, so what's Naruto's story? You started to say more to his name but he stopped you. Why, and what did you thank him for earlier for? Lee said, Naruto-kun is a very private person. If he wishes for you to know something he will tell you. As for that, let's just say that is a running story for us. I won't betray my first real friend trust. Even to my teammates. As they walked into the Hokage tower. Neji said, I don't know who he is but you have both quitted down and stopped acting like guy, so I am impressed. Lee said, Tenten, if you don't mind can I come by and talk to Naruto-kun when we get done here? I would like to catch up with him. Looking at her. Tenten said, sure. As they walked into the Hokage's office. The third looked up and said, Team 9, how was your mission? Guy said, it started off bad but a mysterious person wearing white armor appeared and saved Tenten from a surprise attack and then took out the bandits quickly with some weird long-range weapon. The third nods and said, I see, it was probably him then. Tenten asked, who Hokage-sama? He left before we got a chance to say thanks. The third said, I am sorry, it's a secret and only myself know but I will pass your thanks on to him when I see him Aegean. Lee remains quiet and the third asked, are you feeling okay Lee, you seem quite. Lee starts to say something when Guy said, Lee youthful friend Naruto just returned to the village and he learned a former sensei of his passed away. The third was wide-eyed and said, you trained with Naruto and him. Lee said, yes but only for a short period of time sir. I know what you're asking about but I did not go as far as Naruto-kun has but I could if I chose to since Naruto-kun is now the master of it no doubt. The third nods and said, well if you do let me know so I can put it in your file. Lee said, I will Hokage-sama but I doubt I will. The reason I did not finish it was I made a mistake that nearly cost Naruto-kun and Sensei their lives. I did not feel at the time I was worthy of completing what they were teaching me and now I don't know. The third said, very well, I will trust your judgment. Is there anything else I should know? Tenten asked, I have a question about Naruto. Is there anything I should know about him since he is working at my family store? The third said, I am sorry but all information on Naruto is an S-class village secret and only he is allowed to reveal anything but I will tell you he is no threat or anything if you're worried about that. Tenten nods and said, thank you anyways. The third said, well, good job on your mission and I will have your pay for you tomorrow. Enjoy your evening. Team Guy left the office and Lee walked beside Tenten quietly and Tenten asked, what was that about back there Lee? Something is not adding up with what I know about you and it's bothering me. What did you mean you almost cost them their lives? Lee sighed and said, Tenten, all I will say is that at one time the training was in a prison I guess you could describe it and I was tricked into letting a prisoner go. The prisoner would have killed both of them had they been half a step slower. I blame myself for being gullible at the time and believing the criminal. It was stupid and they both forgave me for it but I did not feel right about it. A voice said, but as you said Lee, you were gullible because you were only 12 years old then. You're 15 now Lee and have more experience and should not keep blaming yourself. Making both look and see Naruto standing on a tree branch above them. Lee said, I see the wind is still your ally. So what's up? Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out a 3-inch wide bracelet and tossed it to Lee and said, Sensei wanted me to give that to you and said we are both all that is left of the legacy. We must set an example for those who follow and make sure to continue what was started. Lee looked at it and said, but I am not worthy. Naruto said, what's the first lesson Sensei taught you Lee? Lee looked down and said, believe in yourself and your allies. Even if you make a mistake you must move on and strive to ensure peace for those you protect. Naruto said, and you have Lee. That guy tricked you because you trust people. Now that you learned the lesson Lee, trust yourself. Lee smiled and said, fine. You win. As he slipped it on his right arm and it clicked. Tenten asked, what is that thing? Naruto looked at her and said, it's a family heirloom of senseis. It shows that we are trained in the arts of the old ways. Tenten sighed and said, you're confusing, you know that. Naruto said, how about a demonstration then to help you understand? Tenten said, fine. Naruto jumped down and put his hand on both of their shoulders and the wind picked up and they were gone. Tenten blinked and found herself in her team's training ground and asked, so what do we do and how did you know which training field was ours? Naruto smirked and said, I have my ways. Attack me with everything you got. You won't be able to touch me. Lee said, good luck, and jumped up into a tree. Tenten said, fine. and pulled out 2 scrolls and went through some hand signs before shouting, "Twin Rising Dragon." And the 2 scroll opened and she jumped in the air and started to throw weapons at Naruto, who merely looked at her and crossed his arms. Tenten's aim was as true as ever, however what happened next was something she never expected. Her weapons started to spin around him and gain speed, and then she blinked and the weapons coming down at him were suddenly being targeted by the weapons that had slingshot around Naruto. She kept it going until she noticed only 2 more kuniyas were circling Naruto, but they were moving incredibly fast. She blinked and the next moment both her scrolls had been blasted back with a kuniya impaling both. Naruto suddenly vanished and appeared next to her as she free-falled toward the ground, unable to move, and Naruto sent 4 jabs to her body. 1 to both shoulders and 1 to both hips. When she hit the ground she was unable to move and Naruto said, "That is what I can do. The old ways is the most true form of hand-to-hand fighting in the galaxy. It can't be copied because you don't use chakra. Instead you use your body's own physical strength to target your enemy and either disable their ability to move or kill them with a touch. There are 16 places on the human body that one single glancing blow in this style can kill you." Tenten asked, "How did you block my weapons like that? It's impossible to do that." Naruto snorts and said, "No, it's what happens when you master a nature affinity to the point I have. To me, wind is part of me and I can use it as a defense or an attack. You have never faced someone who uses wind jutsu or you would know normal weapons don't work on them." Tenten was silent and Lee jumped down and said, "I see you're as good as ever, Naruto-kun. So what are you going to do now?" Naruto sighs and picks Tenten up bridal style as she squeaks and said, "Well, I guess since she won't be able to walk or move her arms for at least 2 hours I will take her back to her house and then get ready to go to bed since I have a busy day tomorrow." Lee asked, "Where will you be staying at, Naruto?" Naruto said, "I am actually living at the weapon shop. CYA." As he left in a swirl of wind. Lee looked down at his wrist at the object and said, "I won't make the same mistake again." As he walked back toward the village only to stop and close his eyes and phased out of view a few moments and appeared back in the same spot holding all of Tenten's weapons and scrolls she left. Just then a Kajbunshin of Naruto appeared and Lee said, "You're welcome." The clone said, "Thanks Lee and welcome back," as he took them and left in a wind shushin. Naruto and Tenten appeared in front of the store and Tenten said, "Go to the back door. The front will be locked now." Naruto nods and walks to the back still carrying her and Dustin is sitting there whittling and he blinked and said, "Now this is an unexpected surprise. To what do I owe the honor of you returning my daughter like this?" Tenten blushed as her dad shot her a smirk and Naruto said, "I gave her a demonstration of what happens to a weapon user against a wind user. She should be able to walk in a few hours but for now she can't." Dustin said, "Well go ahead and take her on in and take her to her room. She will tell you where." Naruto nods and walked in and Dustin thought, "This could get interesting Minato." As he looked up at the sky. Just then a clone appeared holding weapons and it said, "These are hers." As it went up in smoke. Naruto followed Tenten's directions and she said as he set her in a chair in her room, "Thanks, now get out." Naruto bowed and said, "Of course master," in a mocking tone and left the room before Tenten could retort. He found a note on the door across from Tenten's and it read, "This is your room Naruto, bathrooms down the hall at the end." Naruto smirked and walked into his room and saw a simple bed and dresser and thought, "Well this place will do for now." As he went to bed. Tenten laid on her bed for a little while after she could get out of the chair and working out the kinks in her muscles. It was around 9 p.m. now and she suddenly heard the sound of a soft loving music coming from above her home. She got up and walked out into the hallway and down to where the stairs lead to the roof and climbed them quietly as the sound got louder the closer she got. She listened to the music as she finally made it to the door and carefully opened the door to the roof. When she got on the roof she saw Naruto sitting on the ledge of the roof playing a 2-feet-long silver flute. He had his back to her and she stood there and listened to the sound. It was a sad but lovely tune and she started to turn to go back inside when Naruto stopped and said, "If you want you can come sit by me and listen. I don't mind," as he put the flute back to his mouth and started to play never turning around. Tenten was stunned. He knew she was there and decided to listen some more so she walked over and was surprised when a warm breeze blew over her removing the cold she was slightly feeling from the night air. She sat down beside him as he started to play another tune but stopped and said, "If you really want to appreciate the music and get a surprise, close your eyes and listen. I promise you will like it." Tenten looked at him as he closed his eyes and started to play Aegean and she closed her eyes listening and then suddenly she saw a light fill her eyes as they were closed and then she could see around her but it was not the sight of Konoha. Instead it was the sight from a flying bird looking over a beautiful valley with a snow-top mountain on both sides. She gasped as the music carried her through the air as she could see everything with perfect clarity. She was amazed and did not realize it, but she had moved closer to Naruto and had now laid her head on his shoulder as he continued to play. She slowly found herself falling asleep, dreaming of flying through the air like a bird, totally free and worry-free. Some time later Naruto stopped playing and smiled to Tenten as she lightly slept in a restful sleep and said, "You know I won't hurt her." As he turned to look at Dustin leaning against the wall that housed the door to go back inside. Dustin said, "I know, I just came to listen to the music myself. It's been years since Konoha has been blessed with a dream melody. Can you bring her in or do you need some help?" Naruto put the flute in his shirt and said, "I got her." As he waved his arm and a gentle breeze picked her up where he could carry her bridal style. Dustin said, "You really do have a wind affinity, Hanami." Naruto shook his head, stopping him, and said, "Just Naruto. I don't want people sucking up to me because of my father." Dustin nods and said, "I understand, though I do have to question one thing. What are your intentions toward my daughter?" Naruto walked over and felt Tenten lean into the crick in his neck and said, "For now just friends. Besides, my sensei Lee was the only other person on this planet I ever met before I returned. I don't have many friends and I never met a human female before, so I really don't know what to expect." Dustin asked, "Why do you keep making references like you've been on another planet or something?" Naruto sighed and said, "Nothing, just ramblings of a tired soul is all. I guess all those years of training put me at a loss for social skills. Shall we go in? It's going to rain tonight." Dustin looked at the sky and said, "There's not a cloud in the sky, what makes you sure it's going to rain?" Naruto smiled and said, "The wind told me." As he walked by Dustin down the stairs to Tenten's room and carefully put her in bed before covering her up and leaving. Tenten opened her eyes and thought, so he's never really knew anyone beside Lee and his sensei, huh? I am sure glad Guy Sensei made us learn to awake from any motion around us. I wonder what Dad was going to say when he said Nami. She then turned over and fell back into a blissful sleep. Naruto walked into his room and laid back down, hoping to fall asleep with another nightmare. Flash to dream. Naruto was in his white ranger outfit standing beside Tommy, who said, "Naruto, this is a trap, go before they capture you as well. My time is already over, but you must continue the legacy." Naruto looked around and saw 100 talons and said, "But Sensei, you will die. I can still help." Tommy grabbed Naruto's wrist as he said, "Power down," and quickly slipped his morpher into Naruto's hand and said, "Alpha, teleport now." And Naruto instantly teleported with a white beam, as the last thing he saw was his sensei receive a sword in the back from the leader of the Talons, Raven. Like the Talons, he was a bird-like man who, instead of all black like crows and ravens, was instead pure red. He was the creature who secured Omega to the next world the Biju found to have the proper power source. End of dream. Naruto bolted up in bed and looked around, calming himself down, and said, "I will not let his memory die. I will stop Omega once and for all." As he got up, since it was already 5 a.m. Naruto got ready for the day and heads downstairs to where the forge, shop and living kitchen area was, and smelled breakfast being cooked, so he walked into TH kitchen and saw Tenten wearing a pair of black biker short and a loose Chinese shirt dancing to some song she was singing herself, and Naruto smirked since he knew the song and pulled out his flute and began to play, startling Tenten, who jumped and turned around and said, "Don't scare me like that." Naruto ignored her playing the next part of the song and she smiled and continued to sing as she went back to cooking. When she finished cooking, Naruto put his flute away and walked over and helped her set the stuff on the table and looked around and asked, "Do you have any tea?" Tenten said, "Yes, though the coffee pot is already full of coffee. Dad doesn't like tea in the mornings." Naruto said, "That's alright, I can just drink water then." Tenten asked, "Why don't you just drink some coffee? It's fresh and hot." Naruto scratched the back of his head and mumbled something, and Tenten asked, "What?" Naruto said, "It puts me to sleep. Caffeine actually puts me to sleep, so I usually drink something with very little of it in it or none at all." As he looked down, Tenten said, "I see, that's unusual but not unheard of. How about a glass of milk?" Naruto smiled and said, "Sure, that will work." Tenten walked over to the fridge and got it out and poured Naruto a glass, and Naruto said, "So, how did you sleep last night?" Tenten said, "Pretty good actually. What exactly was that dream I had?" She suddenly stiffened when she felt a cool breeze blow across her back and a warm breeze caress her cheek, and Naruto said, "That is the wind. You dreamed as if you were the spirit of the wind and flowing freely and wherever you wished to blow." As he smiled a true smile to her, Tenten felt the wind leave and asked, "How do you do that?" Naruto asked, "Do what?" Tenten said, "Control the wind like that, and in our fight yesterday and last night. Now that I think about it, you made that warm wind blow over me to make it not so cool. How can you do that?" Naruto looked into her eyes for a moment and said, I am one with the wind. It's a part of me and we support each other to the point that it's basically automatically for me. It's part of my training I went through. Tenten was quiet and said, so you could teach me to control the wind. Naruto looked at her and said, walk for me a moment. Tenten blinked and asked, what? Naruto sighed and said, trust me, just walk to the door and back and I will tell you if I can teach you to control the wind. Tenten blinked and got up, walking over to the door and back Aegean and sat down and asked, so did you like what you see? Naruto smiled and said, you're a water type, not a wind type, so I can't teach you wind. Tenten asked, what makes you say that? Naruto held out his hand and wisp of wind surrounded it and he said, see this? Wind is basically chaos and power. Completely random and unpredictable. Now you are a water type. Your moves are smooth and elegant, gentle and controlled or raging and reserved. I can tell by the way you move and control yourself that you are a water type. Tenten looked down and said, that's not fair, I wish I could control it like you do. Naruto scratched his chin and looked at her and asked, when's your next team meeting? Tenten said, tomorrow. Gai-sensei gave us the day off since we just got back from one. Naruto was about to say something but stopped and sighed as he got up and walked toward the furnace, creating a clone to start cleaning the table as he left the room. Tenten blinked and thought, what just happened? Naruto quickly created a bunch of Kagebunshin and had them start on making the kunai and shurikens that he was hired to make. Dustin came downstairs and saw his daughter had a look of questioning on her face and he asked, what's wrong, dear? Tenten looked at her dad and said, well, I am not sure. I was talking one moment with Naruto and then the next he quickly got up and left the room heading for the forge. He was telling me one moment about how I was a water type and he was a wind type, and though the way he was talking he might have been willing to teach me to control water like he does wind, but then all of a sudden he got this look and quickly left. I don't understand. Dustin smiled and said, I do. Tenten asked, what is it then? Dustin said, sorry dear, you will have to find out on your own. Sounds like he's in the forge room. As he walked over and poured himself a cup of coffee. Tenten sighed and took her a bite to eat and blinked as she looked at where Naruto's plate was and thought, I never saw him eat. I wonder what he looks like under that mask. As she noticed the plate that the clones had cleaned off the table had no food on it. The clone saw her look and said, when you were walking for him is when he was eating. As it went up in smoke, shocking Tenten. Tenten was pale and said, did he read my mind? Dustin burst out laughing and said, no, the look on your face was enough to figure out by simple observation what you were thinking. Naruto smiled in the forge as the clone's memories came back to him, but they stopped when he remembered what his sensei said. Flashback. A 6-year-old Naruto was panting as Tommy stood before him in a fighting stance waiting for Naruto to recover and said, Naruto, I want you to remember that you are the last ranger. I don't want you to be the last though, so promise me that you will find yourself a team and lead them to save the galaxy as I have. Naruto said, but sensei, why should I find a team when you said it's the most painful thing ever to see your team die? Tommy got out of his fighting stance and said, it is, but you must remember that a single chopstick can be broken easily, but many of them can hold together to support each other and endure lots more. Naruto said, I understand. So I need to go out and find skilled people and train them and pick the ones who are the best at the training. Tommy sighed and said, no Naruto. The lessons I teach you are not to be shown to anyone. Remember, the Power Rangers are a symbol of hope to the universe. If they see you as a man, then that symbol is diminished. You have to keep your identity hidden from everyone except those you trust with your life. Those you trust with your life are the ones you should make as your team. Naruto stood up and said, I understand sensei, only show my true skills to my team and only choose a team I can trust with my life. Tommy sighed and said, something like that. You will have to figure it out on your own someday since you are my legacy. End flashback. Naruto thought, no, I can't teach her because I can't trust her with my life. I just met her and I don't know what it is, but I don't feel right around her. She gets in under my guard too easily. I can't trust her with my life because I can't protect myself from her if she becomes an enemy. I must distance myself from her. As he continued to work. After he made around 200 he stopped and looked at the wall and said, well, I got time to take a shower before I have to meet my team. Seeing it was already 10 a.m. Naruto left and quickly got a change of cloths that looked exactly the same as the ones he had on, except these had a white cloak, and went to the bathroom and took a shower and got ready. When he came downstairs he saw Tenten sitting behind the counter and she said, so, do you have anything else besides those white cloths like that? Naruto stopped and said, I guess you can call it a tradition. White always reminds me of the wind, and since you know, I am the wind, I only like to wear white. I got to go. Got to meet my team. Tenten said, wait, can I walk with you? Naruto grimaced a moment and then his knuckles hurt from phantom pain. Flashback. Slap. Naruto screamed and asked, what the hell was that for sensei? As he rubbed his swollen hand from the ruler that just got smacked across it. Tommy said, simple, you are to be a well-respected and mannered individual. You can't just go around being a loudmouth idiot. Naruto said, but what's the big deal, you just asked me what I would do if someone asked me to walk with them and I said I would not. What's the big deal? Slap. Tommy said, the big deal is you have to be polite to people. Remember or I will slap your hand Aegean. End flashback. Naruto rubbed his hand and said, sure. Tenten smiled and said, great, just let me tell Dad. As she walked to the back. A few moments later she walked back and Dustin was following her and said, you kids have fun. As he sat down behind the counter. Naruto smiled and said, sure thing. As he held the door open for Tenten as she walked out and he followed her. Dustin watched them start to walk away and thought, your kid is a good kid Minato but his social skills are very lacking, perhaps my daughter can help your son over that. They do make a cute couple. Naruto walked beside Tenten shivered a little and she said, man, I can't believe that it's so cold here lately. It's looking like winter is going to come early this year or something, as she rubbed her arms avoiding a puddle of water on the road from the early morning shower. Naruto looked at her and took his cloak off and put it on her shoulders and said, it's not much but it should help warm you up some. Tenten smiled and said, thanks. As she pulled it closer to it and felt the material and blinked and looked at it and Naruto said, it's made from a special, weather-resistant material from a place far away. It can be hit with a strong fire jutsu and not even be touched. Tenten said, how did you, never mind. I never seen anything like this before. It feels like silk but also something else. Naruto said, yeah, it's quite unique and hard to come by. I was lucky to be able to get it. Tenten nods and asked, so who are your teammates? Naruto said, the Uchiha and some pink-haired fangirl named Sakura. Tenten whistled and said, sucks to be you. Naruto nods and said, we also have Kakashi as our sensei and the test I am going to take today is about teamwork and I can already tell the other two will fail it. Tenten blinked and said, you already know what the test is supposed to be about. That's unbelievable. Most don't figure it out until the backup test. Naruto smiled and said, well I was trained rather well. Isn't that right Lee? As he stopped and looked on the roof above them and saw Lee standing there but instead of his usual green outfit he was wearing a pair of black pants and a yellow shirt and his hair had also been cut to look normal though short and he jumped down to land beside Naruto and Tenten. Tenten gaped and said, you're not wearing spandex. Lee ignoring her gaping said, no, I am not. So where are you both heading to? Naruto said, I got to take the damn bell test of Kakashi with my team. Tenten here asked if she could walk with me. What about you? I see you're back to the tradition. As he looked at the cloths. Lee smiled and said, yeah, I figure if I am going to go back to what sensei showed us then I might as well dress like it also. I was wondering, where was he laid down at? Naruto smiled a sad smile and said, I put his body beside his wife's. I figured it would be the way he would want it. Alpha wants you to come see him when you get a chance. Lee nods and said, alright, I guess since we're off today I might as well. CYA my old friend. As he jumped to the roof but stopped and said, keep him out of trouble Tenten. As he jumped away. Tenten looked where he was gone and said, I believe you are a miracle worker. Not only have you gotten Lee to talk normal, quit wearing spandex, get a haircut that's normal but he also carried on a conversation without mentioning the word youth one time. Naruto started to walk Aegean and said, no, that's just the real Lee. He's just never had a reason to show the real him. As he picked up his pace to get a little ahead of her. Tenten was about to stop when he speeded up and had to jog a little to catch him. As she finally caught up with him they were approaching the Memorial Stone training ground and Tenten sighed and said, I guess I should leave. Naruto said, you don't have to. I mean Kakashi is in the tree above the two idiots and you could cheer for me and wish me luck. Tenten laughs and said, you're sure conceited. You think I like you or something. Naruto said, well, you have been spending a lot of time following me and you are wearing my coat. Tenten blushed and punched him in the arm and Naruto laughs and said, just kidding but I don't mind you staying. This won't take long and since I am free after this I can take you out for lunch. Tenten smiled and said, sure. As she followed him onto the field. Sakura stood up and screamed, you're late. Naruto said, well, the hero always shows up at the last moment and since I am the hero and you're just some damsel in distress I say I am right on time. Don't you agree Kakashi-sensei? Making both Sakura and Sasuke look around. Sasuke said, he's not here Dobi. Naruto snorts, whipping his arm out, and a blade of wind shoots out and cuts the tree limb Kakashi was sitting on, and he falls down, landing beside Sasuke still reading his book. Kakashi said, "You know, you could have waited till I finished the page." "So who's your girlfriend?" Naruto said, "She's Tenten and I work for her dad and her. She just following me to make sure I don't get lost in town so she can stay while we do this little test. After all, several chopsticks are stronger than one. Don't you agree, sensei?" Making Kakashi eye go big for a moment and said, "I see. Okay, she can stay but she can't get in the way. By the way, is your shadow with you?" Naruto said, "No, he's been following me since we left her shop this morning. I wasn't for sure if he was a local or not." Kakashi nods and disappears in a swirl of leaves, and Naruto leaves in a swirl of wind at the exact moment, and the sound of metal piercing flesh was heard, and everyone turns and sees Kakashi holding a kunai to a mont's neck, and Naruto has one in each of the mont's hands, stopping him from reaching the sword on his side. Everyone was wide-eyed and stunned, and Kakashi asked, "Who are you and what are you doing in Konoha?" The man was around 5 feet 5 and had brown hair and brown eyes, making him look like a normal person, and he said, "I was trying to find someone." Kakashi asked, "Who are you trying to find?" Still holding the kunai to the guy's neck. The man said, "I am trying to find the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi no Kitsune." Making Kakashi flinch, and Naruto narrowed his eyes as he walked around to look at the mont's face and then looked at the mont's hand where he stabbed and noticed it was not bleeding, and asked, "Why do you want to know where that person is?" The man said, "My master is looking for him with an offer." Naruto looked at the man hard and said, "I know who you look for, but I will only answer if you tell me who your master is." The man said, "Why would I tell a ranger?" Naruto said, "Wrong answer." As he flung his wrist like he did before when Kakashi was in the tree, but the blade of wind shot through the mont's chest and he burst into a pile of feathers. However, the man had lunged forward and cut Naruto across the chest, making him bleed with a couple of foot-long cuts, and Naruto said, "Shit, a talon," as he started to look around, ignoring the wound. Kakashi said, "Friends of yours?" As he also looked around, also trying to figure out where or what that person was, and then looked at Naruto's chest where his was still bleeding. Naruto said, "Yeah, and the worst kind. I need to speak with the Hokage after this test. Shit just got more complicated, and don't look for the body. I killed him and that's why feathers are everywhere." As he stopped looking around and sighed as he saw the blood covering his shirt. Kakashi asked, "Can it wait till then? I mean, you're injured and the Hokage needs to know about this." As he watched Naruto start taking his shirt off and blinked as Naruto wiped the shirt across where the blood was shown to be coming out, but they had already healed and uncut skin was shown. Naruto said, "Yeah, I know, but as you can see I heal fast and odds are he was alone, so it's nothing to worry about for the moment though." As he reached the bracelet on his arm and tapped a seal on it and said, "Alpha, Talons in Konoha, do a sweep for me and let me know if you detect anything." As he tapped it Aegean and said, "Alright, let's get this show started." As he walked back over to the rest of the genins. Tenten was looking at Naruto as he was cut and was worried for him, but after he pulled his shirt off and wiped it and showed uncut skin, she blinked and then saw on his back what looked like 3 red claw marks going all the way from his shoulder to his lower hip on the opposite side. When he turned around, she saw the same wounds matching the one on his back. As he started walking back over, and since she was sitting beside the memorial stone, he laid his shirt on the ground by it and said, "Don't worry. I am alright." As he walked back over to Kakashi. Sakura brain finally caught up and she screamed and said, "You killed him, what the hell is going on and why are you acting like it's no big deal, sensei? He's a murderer." Everyone's sweat dropped and Naruto said, "Your mother dropped you on your head a lot when you were a child. Didn't she?" Sakura screeches and leaps for Naruto only to be blown into a tree by a strong gust of wind. Sasuke demanded, "What the hell is going on here? What did that man mean by a Jinchuriki of Kyuubi? Everyone knows Kyuubi died when he attacked the village." Sakura said, "That's right, the Yondaime, Minato Namikaze killed it on October 10th 14 years ago, so how can you know someone who is a Jinchurite or whatever the hell he called it?" Tenten blinked and thought, Namikaze. Could that be what Dad and Lee both started to say? Naruto ignored her and said, "So, what's this test?" Sasuke said, "Don't ignore me. I want answers, where did you get your power from?" Naruto said, "Take some Midol. Your mood swings are getting to me." Kakashi sighed and looked at the feathers blow away, wondering who that was, and walked back over as he also noticed the marks but realized instantly what they were, having seen wounds like that himself after the Kyuubi attack, and said, "Now if you would, Ms. Tenten, please remain sitting over there so I can give the test." Tenten said, "Sure, I want to see what a cool hip rival is all about." Kakashi paled and looked at Tenten Aegean and said, "You just had to pick one of Guy's students to work for, didn't you?" Naruto smirked and Kakashi pulled out 2 bells and said, "Alright. The test is simple, there are 2 bells. You must retrieve the bells from me to succeed. The one who does not get a bell fails and will be tied up not to eat and be sent back to the academy. Does everyone understand? Naruto said, that reminds me, you're a great cook Tenten. Making her blush and everyone else sweat drops. Sakura said, Kakashi told us not to eat baka. Naruto smirked and said, sure, tell me, have you heard of looking underneath the underneath or what? I mean how long will 3 hungry genins who got up early for a habitually late Junin sensei actually be? Kakashi said, you're purposely going to ruin my fun, aren't you? Naruto said, whatever do you mean sensei? Innocently. Kakashi sighed and said, alright, you have until noon to get the bell from me. Come at me with the intent to kill or you have no chance to succeed. Naruto blinked and asked, if I kill you do I still pass? Kakashi gave him a deadpanned look and said, I admit your skills might be high from dealing with whoever that was a moment ago but I doubt you can do anything to me. Anyways, ready, set, go. Sakura and Sasuke jumped into the woods and Naruto stood there as he started to stretch and move giving Tenten a good look as his body and she thought, no one is supposed to have a body that well developed. It's like a god or something, what the hell, where did that come from? What was that word the guy used? Ranger, that's it, what is a ranger? As she shook her head. Kakashi said, compared to the others you're a little weird. Naruto said, compared to the others I got blood on my hands. You ready? Kakashi not expecting an answer like that though he saw what Naruto claimed to be a kill could not tell if it was a lie or not nods and gets in his own stance waiting to see what Naruto could do. Naruto phased out of view and appeared in front of Kakashi going for a throat shot only for Kakashi to dodge and then jump over the leg sweep and lean back from the standing one-arm leg kick and receive a cut on his chest from wind chakra on the bottom of Naruto's feet as he faked the kick. Kakashi jumps back and looks at the wound and said, okay, maybe I underestimated you. As he pulls up his Hi-8 uncovering his Sharingan. In the bushes Sasuke gets wide-eyed and thinks, Sharingan, but how? Sakura thinks, what's that thing? Naruto stands up and said, alright, let's see how you deal with this. As he reaches into his weapon pouch and pulls out his flute making everyone blink. Tenten thinks, what is he going to do now? A flute is not a weapon. As Naruto starts to play he suddenly disappears from view and Kakashi said, I see, Genjutsu. As he looks around trying to find Naruto as he still hears the music but it's coming from everywhere. He then puts his hands in a ram seal and try to dispel it and it fails. He then bit his lip and it also fails. The music goes from a soft melody to an action-paced tempo and suddenly birds made out of wind start flying toward Kakashi making him do hand signs and said, Phoenix Fireball Jutsu. As he breaths out several fireballs hitting the birds setting them on fire but instead of destroying them or stopping them like he planned the 10 birds formed together to make one bird about 5 feet tall that was still on fire reminding Kakashi of the legendary phoenix itself. Acting quickly he does hand signs and sinks into the ground as the bird hits the spot Kakashi was in before it explodes making a 15-foot wide crater. Naruto stops playing music and appears beside Sakura and asked, have you figured out my clues yet? Sakura jumps and screams as she had not noticed him arriving and screamed, don't scare me you idiot. What are you talking about? Naruto sighed and said, teamwork you dits. As he slapped her on the back and jumped away from her heading towards Sasuke who had already fought Kakashi and got buried. Naruto landed in front of Sasuke and did some hand signs and a small tornado pulled Sasuke out of the hole and Naruto said, it's teamwork Sasuke. We have to work as a team. Sasuke said, I don't need you. As he storms past Naruto and Naruto slaps him on the back also and then the alarm goes off. Naruto leaves in a swirl of wind and appears beside Tenten and said, they're screwed. As he sat down beside her. Kakashi said, yes, they are, from above the Naruto and Tenten as he was reading his book. Tenten asked, so when are you going to give Kakashi back the bells Naruto? Making Kakashi wide-eye looking down and thinks, when did he get them? As if answering the unasked question Naruto said, when I cut your chest my foot moved just enough to cut the ropes holding the bells and I gave them to both Sir Dipshit and Ditzy. Kakashi said, well you pass. Here comes the other 2 idiots. As he puts his book away and jumps down. Sakura was fawning over Sasuke and said, I bet that idiot Naruto got in your way Sasuke. That's why you did not get a bell. And Kakashi said, well only one of you should be a ninja and that is Naruto. Both of you should just quit being a ninja altogether. Naruto said, hey Kakashi, if they fail can I transfer to an existing team or something? Kakashi smiled behind his mask seeing Naruto game and said, yeah, I can put you on the same team as your girlfriend. Tenten said, hey, I am not his girlfriend. Kakashi said, not yet. As he turned back to his students and blocks a kunai strike from Sasuke while also ignoring Tenten gawking, and he disappears behind Sasuke and said, Konoha's secret taijutsu, 1000 years of death. As he shoves his fingers up Sasuke's ass. Sasuke screams, "Ah, right there's the spot." As he flies into the air as Kakashi jumps backwards trying to figure a way to cut off his fingers and regrow them from being contaminated with his students' sexual preference. Naruto and Tenten both burst out laughing, and Sakura ran over to where Sasuke was and stopped as she saw Sasuke had his pants around his knees and he was trying to pull his boxers back out of his ass. She blushes and asked, "Do you need a hand?" Tenten said, "No, I think Shitstain there can handle it, Pinky." As she tries to hold her laughter, and Sakura said, "Shut up, bitch. You're just jealous you can't have him." Now there are a few things in this world that are given. Women like Tenten are classified on one page. It reads as follows. In the event you call said person a fangirl, insult her skills as a ninja, treat her as if she was a fangirl, call her a jealous from a fangirl point of view, try and hurt those she cares about, or do anything that could be even remotely related to the above mentions of fangirl tendency, not being a professional in said profession, or anything within direct relations to said items, your fate is sealed. You're screwed. Tenten got up and said, "Why don't you say that to my face, you pink-haired slut?" Kakashi puts his book away and pulls out a scroll and unseals a bucket of popcorn. Naruto pulls out a scroll and unseals a camcorder, and Kakashi blinks and said, "I want a copy of that." Naruto nods and said, "Aren't you going to save your student?" Kakashi said, "She's not my student yet, so no." Naruto shrugs and said, "All right. Not my problem." While this was going on, Tenten stood in front of Sakura, who turned and said, "You heard me, Princess Leia, that hairstyle went out with the Daisy Dukes you have on. Tell me, have you had so many men run through them that you had to install a waiting line?" Naruto blinked and looked smiling as he sets back upright, wondering how the hell he missed that about the Daisy Dukes, but the next line pissed him off. Tenten said, "That's it. You die," as she charged Sakura, who had her hands on the side of her hips. Tenten got almost to Sakura when Sakura went to pooch her in the face. Tenten ducked under it, doing a leg sweep that Sakura jumped over, but Tenten did a vertical handspring, putting both feet under Sakura's chin and sending her into the air. Naruto blinked and looked closer instead of jokingly like he had before. Tenten stood on both her hands, launching herself into the air, and did a somersault in the air and dropped a helldrop on Sakura's stomach as she fell back to the ground coughing up blood, and Kakashi said, "That's enough." Tenten stood up and said, "Now that's what a kanouchi is." As she turned to Naruto, who was clapping, and said, "I am impressed. I thought you were a weapon user and would have been weak in taijutsu." Tenten said, "With a sensei-like guy you don't have the luxury of being weak in taijutsu." Kakashi said, "Well, Sasuke, I want you to take Sakura to the hospital. Naruto, you need to come with me to see the Hokage. Meet here tomorrow at 9 AM to start missions." Sasuke picked Sakura up and took her away. Tenten said, "Well, I guess lunch is postponed." Naruto said, "Yes, but how about you meet me on the Hokage mountain at say 2 this afternoon and I can make it up to you, but don't eat a big lunch. I want to talk to you about something." Tenten said, "Sure, sounds fun," as she turned and started to walk away. Naruto waited until she was out of sight and Sasuke and Sakura were gone, and he turned to Kakashi and said, "Well, I guess we can go, Kakashi." As he left in a swirl of wind and Kakashi and leaves. They both appeared in the Hokage office, and there were several people there as well, and the Hokage said, "Well, Naruto, it's good to see you again, but I am afraid this meeting is for Junins only." Kakashi said, "Sorry Hokage-sama, but we had an intruder in the village and Naruto has information on the intruder, so I believe you should see him." The Hokage said, "I see, could you all please leave for a moment while I get to the bottom of this? I will call you back in a few moments." Naruto saw Guy and said, Pardon me Hokage-sama, but could Guy stay as well?" Guy stopped and the Hokage said, "Very well. The rest of you besides Kakashi and Guy may wait in the lobby." After a few moments the door was closed and Naruto fell to his knees, shocking everyone, and he said, "I am alright, I need a moment to flush the poison out of my system." As he was covered with chakra that seemed to glow blue and white and then faded, and he slowly stood up and took a seat. Kakashi said, "Naruto, why didn't you tell me that he had poison?" Naruto said, "With everyone who was there I couldn't tell too much without raising even more suspicion. That's why I wanted Tenten to stay also, because if she would have left he could have taken her." The Hokage asked, "Is there any more danger to your life, Naruto?" Naruto said, "No. My healing abilities stops most of it, but I still had some that did not escape when he attacked." Guy asked, "Who attacked you, Naruto?" Naruto sighed and said, I guess if I am to tell you and have you understand, you and Kakashi both need to know something about exactly who I am and where I have been. As Kakashi and the Hokage knows, my name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I am the son of the Yondaime Hokage and I am also the former Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Guy was wide-eyed and the Hokage said, it's true, all of it, and let him continue without question until the end. Guy nods and Naruto said, shortly after the sealing I was taken away from the village by my sensei. Even though he would never let me say it, he was the closest thing to a father I have ever had. Yes, I know who my birth father was and all, and I have even seen a recording of him in his last few minutes, but still that is not much to build a loving memory and life off of. Anyways, back to the situation. For the past 14 years I have been trained to be what is called a Power Ranger. Kakashi's eyes got wide remembering the man called Naruto that, and Naruto said, I won't tell you much, but the Rangers were created to save the universe from evil creatures who wanted to enslave or destroy all life or both. There's more to it than that, but the Rangers were like a super police force for the galaxy, and when I say galaxy I mean it. As hard as it is to believe, I have been on over 45 different planets in my life already. Making everyone wide-eyed. The Hokage said, I thought you were just staying in his base. Naruto said, originally it was planned to, but like I said, the Rangers were like a police force for the galaxy, and when we received calls for help we had to go and aid people. Now you all should know that not every planet has humans as the main species. Some have fish people, lizards, and then there are some that are like birds. That man we killed, Kakashi, is called a Talon. Basically he's a mercenary who works for a creature known as Raven. Talons usually scout by themselves, but when they want to kill they usually attack in groups. Their claws are poisoned and they have the ability to turn into anyone they kill, and it will be impossible to tell who they are unless you do two things. The first is to cut them. They don't bleed, and the other thing is to upset them. If you do, then they have feathers start showing up through the illusion they hide in. To kill them you have to puncture their chest with either a weapon or force trauma. Any questions? Guy asked, what is this Talon creature doing here? Naruto said, they were looking for the Kyuubi. Since I was taken away so long ago and the Kyuubi was removed, they have no idea where to look for it. Kakashi asked, what exactly do they want with the Kyuubi? Naruto sighed and looked at the Hokage, who nods and said, the truth is simple. Their boss is actually the leader of the tailed demons. He is a powerful creature called Omega. The demons are sent from planet to planet stealing energy and storing it up to give to Omega to try and help him finish escaping from his prison. His mind is free and he can communicate with those under him, but his body is still trapped. They want the Kyuubi so they can go to the next planet with the other tailed beast, are done collecting energy here before they destroy this planet. Making everyone wide-eyed. The Hokage asked, when you say destroy the planet, what exactly do you mean? Naruto sats down and said, when Omega leaves a planet he releases a poison into the air that kills everything on the planet. That's why there are only 2 Rangers left. They fell into a trap where Omega sacrificed around 2,000 of his minions to keep the Rangers busy while he left the planet. Within an hour all life on the planet was dead. Kakashi asked, why does he do that? I mean, if he is actually as dangerous as you say, then why doesn't he just enslave everyone? Naruto said, Omega originally did, from what I was told. It was on one of the planets that he held as slaves that the first Rangers came from and originally imprisoned him. He is afraid that people will arise to free themselves from him again, so he refuses to even accept slaves. The third asked, Naruto, if Omega knows there are Rangers on this planet, won't he just flee and release the virus on us like he did before? Naruto smiled and said, it's not that simple. Omega, for all his power, has one major problem. The cell that holds his body is slowly destroying it. Every time his energy drops more than 60% he starts losing more of his body, and without a body his mind will soon die also, so he has to have the Biju collect the energy he needs to keep alive, so he can't leave without them, since it takes a lot out of him to leave a planet and go to the next planet, so he won't leave them here to die. He needs them and will wait until he gets them. Guy asked, what is this energy that the Biju are collecting? Naruto said, that is the funny thing, when they first come to a planet they are only actually as strong as a chunin. What everyone fucks up doing to them is using chakra against them. When Kyuubi attacked Konoha, what did everyone do? The third said, used their most powerful moves to try and weaken it and stall it. Why? Naruto said, Kakashi, mind if I use you for a demonstration for a moment? And before Kakashi had a chance to say anything, Naruto grabbed Kakashi's arm and blue chakra started swirling around his arm, and Kakashi tried to get free, but after a few seconds Naruto let go and asked, what do you feel like, Kakashi? Kakashi looked at Naruto hard while rubbing his arm and said, it felt like you sucked out a good portion of my chakra. What the hell was that about? Naruto said, that is what the Biju do. Every attack that you used against Kyuubi was actually making it stronger. A side effect of me having him extracted was I got his ability to take chakra away and also heal real fast. I can turn it off and on anytime I want, but I thought an actual demonstration would best show everyone what I mean. Think of this though, how many times would I have been attacked if I stayed in this village with Kyuubi and me? How many people would have used chakra to try and kill me? I would have become nothing but a gaint battery. The Hokage was silent, absorbing all the info, and said, "So, in essence we don't have to worry about dying from the virus because you got Kyuubi held prisoner." Naruto said, "No, remember me saying the talons work for Raven. Raven is Omega most trusted and loyal follower. He is powerful. If Omega would be a cage, Raven would be a Sannin. He also is the one who recruits humans to work for him. We know of 2 who work for him currently but have no idea where they are. If they can't find Kyuubi, they will eventually release a Biju or 2 to go out and get the energy. The only thing we have done so far is delay the destruction of the planet." Kakashi asked, "Where are you at compared to him, Naruto?" Naruto was silent a moment and said, "If I could go all out I would say Sannin. The problem is Raven is smart, very smart. He always makes sure that every battle he is in is always in his favor, he never leaves anything to chance." As he looked down, the Hokage asked, "Who are the 2 you know of that work for him, Naruto?" Naruto looked at the Hokage and said 2 names that sent a shiver down everyone's spine: Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru. Silence ran over the room for several minutes and the Hokage said, "You said there are 2 rangers left. I assume the other is Lee." Naruto nods and Guy said, "So that is why he said he would not use what he knows." Naruto nods and the Hokage asked, "Naruto, what are those 3 wounds on your chest and back?" A voice from the window said, "It's where he was attacked by Kyuubi when I was tricked into releasing him." Drawing everyone's attention to the window, seeing Lee standing there, Naruto said, "I was wondering when you would come in." Lee walked over and punched Naruto in the face and said, "Why?" Guy and Kakashi grabbed Lee, stopping him, and Naruto rubbed the blood from his nose and said, "Because I did not want you to run off and avenge him." Lee screamed, "Me avenge him? You see him as your fucking father and you dare accuse me of wanting to avenge him?" The Hokage asked, "What are you talking about, Lee?" Lee turned to the Hokage and said, "Sensei, Naruto here had me believe Sensei died of old age when in truth he died in an ambush." Making everyone look at Naruto. Naruto got up and said, "You're right, Lee, I assume you saw the video of the battle." As he looked at Lee, Lee said, "I saw it all right. It was on Telos, you and Sensei were surrounded by around 250 talons and Raven himself. I saw how Sensei powered down and gave you his morpher before he ordered Alpha to transport you back to the command center as he fought and was killed so you could carry on the legacy." As he looked down, Naruto was silent and said, "He could have come back with me but he chose to stay and now you and I are the last of the Rangers." Lee said, "You planned this, didn't you? You planned for me to continue the legacy so you could go after Raven." Naruto said, "No. I planned to keep you a secret until the last moment so you could come in and finish Raven off when I do face him, since he only knows about me, and if I fail to hold him off then you can continue where I left off." Lee asked, "And what about teamwork, huh?" Naruto sighs and said, "There is no team, Lee. There is only you and me, and currently I am a liability because they know about me." The Hokage looked at Lee and asked, "How long did you train, Lee?" Lee asked, "What do you mean, Hokage-sama?" The Hokage said, "Well, I mean how long did it take you to train to be a ranger?" Naruto blinked and thought before he got wide as he realized where the Hokage was going with this. Before he had a chance to say something, Lee said, "The actual ranger training took a week." Naruto closed his mouth and Kakashi asked, "A week? How can anything of such great importance be learned in a week?" Naruto sighed and said, "What I tell you does not leave this room." Lee has already said too much, but I suppose you need to know exactly what he means. The truth is you have to pass a test. If you pass the test, all the information on how to do the actual skills required is forcefully planted in your brain. Sort of like a gained memory seal of sorts. The rest of the time in training is getting your body up to a level where you can actually use what you know. It's like the Kujbunshin Jutsu. Imagine having 1,000 of them all learning how to do something over 1 week time and then dispel together. The Hokage said, "That would cause a person's brain to shut down." Naruto said, "Not with the procedure we use. However, there is an extent to how much the brain can handle, which is why all rangers are always less than 20 years old when they are first selected. Any older and you would die." Everyone processed the information and Guy said, "Well, that is most unyouthful." Naruto rolled his eyes and the Hokage said, "Naruto, I am giving you an S-rank mission. You along with Lee are to form a team to prepare to fight these forces. As you have stated, this is too dangerous of a mission for one person alone, which is why you wanted Lee to be a secret. I want you to use your teammates to aid you. Naruto said, with all due respect Hokage-sama, but you're fucking nuts. I will not allow Sasuke or Sakura into any of the secrets I or Lee hold as rangers. Sakura already proved she does not give a shit about anyone but Sasuke today, which is why she's in the hospital right now, and as for Sasuke himself, anyone with eyes can see he will take whatever power is offered to him and forget about the good of the team or the mission if it interferes with his own plan. Also, you got to understand something else. I may be a ninja of this village, but if it comes down to the villager stopping Omega, you can guess what I will do. As he looked directly into the eyes of the third Hokage. The third narrowed his eyes and said, would you really leave this village to stop Omega? Naruto said, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. After all, isn't that the same bullshit line my father must have said the night he stopped the Kyuubi? The third stared at Naruto for several tense moments while the other three people in the room were waiting to see what was to happen and prepared to move. Question was, who would do what? Finally the third sighed a tired sigh and said, you have your father's determination, Naruto. I can see you may not have known him like myself or Kakashi did, but whatever Tommy taught you was the same as Minato would have. I am proud of you, even if I have to officially go against the idea. I respect your determination. Kakashi, do you still accept having Naruto on your team? As he looked at Kakashi. Kakashi looked at Naruto and asked, if you had to choose between your teammates and the mission, what would you choose? Naruto looked at Kakashi and said, my teammates. Kakashi smiled behind his mask and said, I accept him, Hokage-sama. You know I believe those who follow the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. The third nods and looked at Lee and asked, what of you, Lee? If it came down to Konoha or Naruto, who would you choose? Lee said, with all due respect to Konoha and you sir, but I would have to go with Naruto. I have also been off-world and I have seen what Omega has done to planets when he left before. Not even plants survive, sir, so if the choice ever had to be made, my decision would be to fight as a ranger beside Naruto. The third sighed and said, what of you, Guy? Do you still accept Lee as your student? Guy looked at Lee and said, Lee is my favorite student. I will not deny that, and I may feel hurt he would not choose Konoha, but I would also support his decision. Naruto and Lee both claim to see and know things none of us have ever seen. I would however like a sign of faith on both their parts showing exactly what a ranger is. Lee looked at Naruto and Naruto sighed and said, alright, but you will never tell anyone without mine or Lee's permission. These skills we have are not some simple jutsu to share or play around with. Either one of us could stand toe-to-toe against Kyuubi and win. That is the true strength of the power we have. That should also explain to you exactly how powerful Omega is. Lee, it's morphing time. Naruto slammed his hand against the bracelet on his arm and pulled it away as a sword of wind came out, and Naruto pulled both arms to opposite sides of his body. He said, Wind Ranger power now. At that moment white armor shot out of the bracelet and flew onto each section of his body. Like Naruto, Lee slammed his hand into the bracelet on his arm, and when he pulled it away a pair of nunchucks made out of lightning pulling them to the side, and when both his arms were apart he said, Lightning Ranger power now. And yellow armor flew onto Lee's body. As both finished morphing, everyone was stunned as they looked where the two boys were before. Naruto had a tornado with a falcon coming out of it on his chest, and Lee had two lightning bolts with a mouse running on his chest, and the lightning bolts were actually the tails of the mouse. Guy said, so you were the one who saved Tenten, Naruto. Naruto reached up slowly and undid a few clips on the side of his helmet, and everyone could hear his air hissed out of it, and he showed his face and said, yes Guy-sensei, I was thinking of just informing Lee about sensei and then try to track down Orochimaru or Itachi, but when I saw Tenten was about to be hurt I decided to intervene, so I had to come back to Konoha to deliver my message. However, if you see me or Lee use these powers to hide who we are from our enemies, please refer to us as we called ourselves when we morphed. I am the Wind Ranger and Lee is the Lightning Ranger. Lee power down. As the armor disappeared from both him and Lee. The third asked, why those names, Naruto? Naruto said, as I told Kakashi, I have double wind affinity as my element. Normally I would have only had just one wind, but because of me becoming a ranger it automatically enhanced my first one. It's why the only jutsu I can do are wind. Lee is the same. Even though he can't use regular chakra, he can use lightning chakra. He also has a double affinity toward it as well. He never showed it to anyone because to access it he has to basically be in his ranger mode. It has its own drawback for him, but he makes up for it with his taijutsu from what I have seen. A ranger has to be aligned to whatever is his or her primary driving force. Some rangers have had animal alignments, others were to certain planets, while others were to certain colors. Here on this world we are driven by the elements, which is why me and Lee are both elemental rangers. Kakashi asked, what's with those bracelets? Naruto sighed and sat down and said, I suppose you won't leave well enough alone. They are basically gained storage devices. Inside of each one is the technology behind our power, weapons, armor, communicators that allow us to talk to each other and alpha back in the command base. It also has other functions but I don't really feel like talking about them. The third looked at the device and asked, what if they fell in the wrong hands? Naruto. Lee said, not possible, at least not likely I should say. When we put them on they can only be taken off two ways. One is we give them to someone directly. They can't fall off and can only be taken by someone else if we are dead. It's part of their security. Guy asked, who's Alpha? Naruto smirked and said, now that is something hard to explain. Alpha is like our dispatcher. He was created by the original scientist in order to not only protect the Rangers and our legacy but also scans for any signs of enemies. However, his scan can only work on a localized area unless there is a massive energy source like the Bijus. Once he locates signs of enemies or receives a message for help he tells us where it and we go there and take care of the threat. He's also the one who is watching Kyuubi and make sure he can't find a way to escape. Everyone sat silently for several moments and the third said, alright, I believe that's enough for now but Naruto, I would like for you honestly to create a team. Your choice of who is it to join. If the threat is as dangerous as you claim then we need to stop it. You're all dismissed. Naruto nods and leaves in a beam of white energy and Lee leaves as a bolt of lightning. After they were gone the third said, I want you both to keep an eye on them both. They seem to have everything in order and all but if this threat is as big as they claim then they will need help. Also keep their secrets. Kakashi said, sir, what about Tenten? Guy asked, what about my youthful student? Looking at Kakashi. Kakashi said, Naruto has seemed to have taken a liking to her. In fact he has a date with her later today. The third said, leave them be. Perhaps he will recruit her as a ranger. She is a skilled ninja from what I have seen and could perhaps sway him to be more forward toward the village but I do not want either of you to push this. Let things work out for now. Both nod and the third sighed before saying, alright, bring the other Junins back in. Chapter 3. Later that afternoon Tenten came walking up to the Hokage monument and noticed Naruto standing there with his back toward her and she noticed he had a bag beside him and some kind of bag on his back. He also had some kind of board he was holding in his hand that was also white but had a falcon flying on the back of it. Tenten said, hello Naruto. Did everything go okay with the Hokage? Naruto said, yeah Tenten, everything's fine. Did you eat a small meal or a big one? Tenten said, small one like you asked. Why? Naruto smiled as he turned to look at her and pointed his finger toward the bag on the ground and said, I got an outfit in that bag for you. Just slip it on over your regular cloths and come back here where you're done. I want to show you something amazing. Tenten asked, why do I need those cloths to see what you want to show me? Naruto said, it's a secret. Now hurry please. I want you to be able to see it before it's too late. Tenten nods and grabs the bag walking into the woods a little bit and opened the bag and seemed confused by the cloths but put them on. She then walked back holding a helmet and Naruto had one in his hand and he was now standing on the board and said, here, come stand in front of me and put your feet in the footholds on the board. Face away from me so I can finish hooking up the safety wires. Tenten blinked and asked, safety wires, what is all this? Naruto said, it's a surprise. It's actually my favorite hobby. My sensei taught it to me and I wanted to show it to you so will you please trust me? Tenten looked at him a moment and sighed before turning to face away from Naruto and Naruto said, put the helmet on and I will explain everything as I finish hooking the wires. As he began putting clips on him and her linking them together. Tenten put on the helmet and at first it was totally dark but then the helmet became clear to see out of. She heard Naruto's voice from the helmet said, alright. This helmet is slowly using your chakra to power it. It has a radio built into it where you can talk to me and I can talk to you and our voices will be the same volume even if we are screaming. Now, if you look at the top of the screen you see little lines and the letter N on it. That is pointing due north. Now if you turn your head you will notice that the N will move. This is to help keep your direction clear. Tenten asked, I can tell direction with the training I have went through but why do we need helmets? Naruto said, let me finish explaining and you will understand. Now if you look to the right side you will notice a number 0 on the side and they go up from there. Now I want you to say, set waypoint. Tenten said, okay, set waypoint. Naruto smirked and said, good, now say goodbye. As he pulled a cord on his chest and suddenly a huge parachute shot out as the wind caught it and dragged both teens backwards off the mountain. Tenten screamed as she started to flap her arms trying to find something to hold onto with her eyes closed. Naruto's laughter was all she heard and after several moments Naruto stopped laughing and said, open your eyes. Tenten slowly opened her eyes and looked around and saw nothing but air. She then looked down and shrieked and Naruto said, relax, we are just flying. Tenten asked, what? In a scared voice. Naruto said, remember where the 0 was earlier, what does it say now? Tenten looked and said, 1500. Naruto said, correct, we are currently 1500 FT above the ground. Now look up. Tenten slowly looked up and saw a white parachute and asked, what is that? Naruto said, it's how we are flying. This is actually a version of another hobby I learned called skydiving. Now you see my arms holding these 2 cables. I want you to grab them and I will help teach you how to do this. Tenten said, I want to go down to the ground. Naruto said, can't, not until sunset. With a smirk. Tenten sighed and Naruto said, relax. Tenten pouted and after about 5 minutes Naruto said, alright, time for the real fun. As he sent a burst of chakra to his back and then suddenly the parachute was gone and they began to freefall. Tenten started to scream as Naruto used the airboard to do flip spins and cartwheels and said, isn't this great? Just think, pure freedom from the ground below, just like that dream you had. Tenten stopped screaming at this and was about to say something then she thought, hey wait, he's right, it does feel just like that dream. That feels nice. As Naruto put his arms around her resting his head on her shoulder after leveling them out with no spinning. After about 10 seconds Naruto sent another burst of chakra back into his back and the parachute opened up and they stopped free falling. Tenten shrieked at the sudden jolt and Naruto frowned and said, show some backbone girl or are you a scaredy cat like Sakura? Now remember folks, I said woman like Tenten fall under a certain rule. Tenten's eyes darkened and she said, show me how to do this. Naruto smiled and over the next 30 minutes he used his wind control to keep them in the air and flying basically over the village of Konoha. After that Naruto said, well you got it down, you can control the board, free falling, speed control, direction control, and the parachute all with no problem or help from me. Now it's time for your final lesson. Tenten asked, what is that? Naruto smirked and said, solo. As he sent chakra to the board and a second board appeared beside them with a Kujbunshin on it and then a quick replacement Naruto was on the board free-falling leaving Tenten with a Kujbunshin who went up in smoke as she was all to herself controlling the parachute now attached to her back. Just then Naruto appeared beside her without a parachute and said, send chakra to your back to cancel the chute and do it Aegean to unseal it. He then slapped her ass and said, tag, you're it. As he free fell away from her. Tenten's eyes became pissed and she sealed the parachute and free fell after him. Together they had a battle of Naruto outmaneuvering her as Tenten tried to get close to him. Naruto smirked and said, Tenten, check your height. Tenten looked and saw she had less than 1,000 feet left and went wide-eyed and she quickly sent a chakra burst to her back pulling out the parachute when suddenly it came out and slowed her speed when it was gone from her back and Naruto now was behind her again and had the chute on his back but he sealed it and took control of Their dive shocking her and he put his arms around her again and rested his chin on her neck and they slowly fell toward the ground. Tenten watched as they landed gently on her family shop roof and sliding to a stop Naruto unclipped himself from her and he jumped back avoiding the punch she threw. Tenten quickly chased after him still having the helmet and gear on and Naruto smiled before he went up in smoke leaving her fuming on the roof. When Tenten got calmed down she went back inside her family house shop and saw a dozen white roses sitting beside her bed and a plate with some food still warm sitting there. She blushed and walked over and saw a card that said simply sorry. Tenten sighed as she went to the bathroom to get washed up and came out and began to eat. When she was done she went to the kitchen to return the dishes and heard someone in the forge room. As she approached she heard voices. One was Naruto and the other was her dad. Dustin said, so tell me, what was this person or thing that attacked you earlier today Tenten told me about? Naruto said, trouble. It seems I am going to have to find a new place to stay soon because I don't want to put you and Tenten at risk. Dustin who was leaning against the wall said, we can take care of ourselves. Naruto's eyes darkened a moment and said, perhaps but I don't want to take the chance. I will keep my promise and do the job you paid me for but instead of staying here I will find someplace else. Dustin sighed and said, you're going to break her heart. Tenten blinked and Naruto asked, what? Dustin said, I seen the way you both have been acting since you arrived. She's happier than she has been since her mother died and you seem to be finally changing being around people again. So tell me, what do you plan to do? Naruto was quite a moment and said, I don't know. I don't understand what it is I am feeling around her. I mean I was trained to keep secrets but I keep finding myself letting her through my defenses. I think being away from her can help me figure out how to keep her out. Dustin slapped Naruto upside the head and said, I swear, you're just like your father Minato. You may be a skilled fighter but when it comes to women you don't understand that it's not about keeping them out. It's about keeping them in. Put them in your heart and hold them there, never let them leave and you will be fine. Then you won't have to worry about defense because they will become your defense. As he walked out the room ignoring Tenten as he walked by. Naruto thought it over and whispered, I want to, but if I do she will be put in danger because of me. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Tenten thought as she walked away, but the needs of the few are sometimes greater than the needs of the many. Chapter 4. The next day when Tenten awoke she went to Naruto's room and knocked. After waiting several moments and no answer she opened the door and found the room completely clean but did not see any sign of Naruto. She quickly went downstairs and Dustin was sipping coffee and said, he's gone. He's already done his work for the day but left before sunrise. As he put his coffee down and looked at the newspaper. Tenten asked, where did he go? Dustin asked, why? Never looking up. Tenten said, I want to talk to him. Dustin shrugged and said, I don't know. He's untamed like the wind. Ironic really if you think about it. I wonder if anyone ever will tame him. By the way, don't you have a team meeting today? Tenten sighs and grabbed her breakfast her father cooked and ate it before getting ready and leaving. When she was gone Dustin thought, Naruto, you have a lot to learn about woman. You basically just signed your own bounty from Tenten and she will never let it go. She going to hunt you down. Ah well, wonder what their kids might look like. As he smirked to himself. When Tenten made it to her team training ground she saw Lee meditating and sweat dropped before thinking, wait, he might know. She walked over and said, hey Lee, you wouldn't know where Naruto is would you? Lee said, yes but I'm not telling, sorry. Still with his eyes closed. Tenten crossed her arms and said, why not? Lee said, he asked me not to. Tenten said, but you're my teammate. Lee said, and he's my friend. I am sorry. Ask his team. With a smirk as he looked at her. Tenten's eyes went wide in understanding and said, thanks Lee. As she took off running away. Guy appeared moments later and asked, where's your youthful teammates Lee? Lee said, Neji said he had to escort Hanabi to the academy so he would be a few moments late and Tenten is dealing with hormones. Guy's sweat dropped and said, Lee, you should not talk about your teammates' bodily functions like that. Lee said, I know Guy-sensei but I was speaking the truth. Well I guess I can warm up before others get here. As he stood up and jumped from tree kicking limbs off of the side of two trees all the way up both trees. Guy said, very good Lee, now pick up the limbs you broke and put them in the sand pit so I can get rid of them. Always keep the place clean and youthful. Lee said, I know sensei. As he disappeared and reappeared a moment later as all the limbs had moved. Guy looked and asked, how are you so fast Lee? Lee taped his armband and said, I need to get used to using it again so I am using that to help me so that way when I finally take my weights off I will be faster. Just then Neji walked up and said, speed won't matter if you are fated to lose. Lee ignored Neji and Neji asked, where's Tenten? Guy said, Tenten is having her youthfulness today so she will meet up with us later. Let's go to the Hokage Tower to get our missions. Tenten after leaving Lee quickly went to Team 7 training ground and saw Team 7 sitting on a bridge and she ran up and said as she stopped in front of Naruto, why? Naruto said, it's personal Tenten. Just then Kakashi appeared and Naruto said, you're early. Kakashi said, well, someone blew up my apartment this morning so I had no choice but to show up early. You wouldn't know who would do it. Naruto said, no, besides it wasn't exactly that bad. I mean it was only green spandex. Kakashi said, do you have any idea how much mental trauma I went through waking up with all my walls being covered with that? Where the hell did you get that much anyways? Naruto smiled and said, Lee. Kakashi slaps his head and said, right. So are you joining our team Tenten? Tenten said, no, I just came to find out something from Naruto. So are you going to tell me? Naruto smirked and said, mission time right Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi nods and Naruto got up and slapped Tenten on the ass and said, see you at the tower. As he disappeared in a swirl of wind. Tenten screamed pulling out weapons and began running for the tower. Kakashi sighed and said, might as well join them. Last one there has to run extra laps. As he disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Sasuke quickly took off leaving Sakura who tried to keep up. In the Hokage Tower the third saw the door to his office open and said, hello Guy, where is Tenten? Naruto appeared just then in a swirl of wind shocking everyone and said, Lee, Plan 45. As he jumped on the ceiling holding onto it with chakra on his feet. Lee went wide-eyed and said, damn you Naruto. As he quickly grabbed Guy and Neji and jumped over the Hokage desk behind the third. The third asked, what's going on here? Just then the door burst in off its hinges and Tenten was seen fuming holding several kunais. She looked around and saw her teammates baying the Hokage, and at that moment Naruto let go of his hands he was holding onto the ceiling also with and stopped with his face right in front of Tenten, making her scream as she fell backwards on her butt. Naruto said, "Why is it every time you get in my face your ass starts hurting?" Tenten growled and threw a kunai at Naruto, who caught it and said, "Thanks, I was running low," as he put it in his weapons pouch. Just then Kakashi arrived. The third sighed and said, "Alright, that's enough, where is the rest of your team, Kakashi?" Sasuke ran in at that moment, breathing a little hard, and Sakura a few moments later gasping for breath, holding her chest. Naruto fluffed and landed on his feet and helped Tenten up, who took a swing at him and connected with his face only for him to go up in a puff of smoke, and Sakura flew backwards as Naruto appeared where Sakura was a moment before. Kakashi asked, "Do you have to be so hard on my female student Tenten?" Sakura got up holding her nose, and Naruto walked over and said, "Move your hands or I will break them," as he stood in front of her. Sakura quickly moved them, afraid, and Naruto grabbed her nose and twisted it, and everyone heard bones snap in Naruto's hand. Glowed a second and Naruto said, "There, all better," as he turned to walk away. Sakura went to punch him in the back of the head only to hit Sasuke. Naruto said from where Sasuke was that necessary, Sakura? I mean, we all know you want him on his back, but to actually try to kill him, to do it, for a shame, as he shook his head. The third sighed and said, "That's enough, everyone." Naruto said, "Hey old man, got any high C rank or low B rank missions?" The third said, "Yes, but you just graduated from the academy, Naruto, your team is not ready for that high of missions." Naruto said, "Hear me out a moment, sir. I was just thinking it would be a good learning experience for my teammates to see what a real team is like by having a joint mission with Team Guy here." Kakashi sweat drops and said, "You just don't want any D rank missions, do you?" Naruto said, "Do you, Inu?" Kakashi thought a moment and said, "I agree with him, sir, it would be a good learning experience for my team." The third asked, "Do you object, Guy?" Guy said, "No, sir. A chance to show my youthful rival exactly how high my flames of youth burn would be greatly appreciated." The third said, "Very well. I have a B rank mission. We received word that A rank missing Nin Aoi Rokusho has been spotted near the border of Rain and has been raiding a few of the smaller villages in the area with a group of bandits. You are to go and eliminate the bandits, and if the opportunity presents itself, him also, and recover the legendary Raijin which he stole. It has a 1-month time limit. You can leave as soon as you're ready." Dismissed. Naruto said, "Aoi Rakusho, do you have an updated bingo book, Hokage-sama? The last one I had is about a year old." The third reached into his desk and pulled one out and threw it to Naruto, who caught it and flipped till he found the page with Aoi on it and said, Seems he was a chunin when he left but now has moved on to being a junin skill level. If he were to go into Rain country, are we allowed to chase?" The third said, "Only if he is already wounded." Naruto nods and said, "Which gate and when?" looking at Guy and Kakashi. Guy looked at Kakashi and Kakashi said, "South gate, 1 hour." Naruto nods and disappears in a swirl of wind. Sasuke growls and punches a hole in the wall, and the third said, "That's coming out of your pay, Sasuke." Sasuke said, "Whatever," as he left to get ready. Once everyone was gone, the third said, "So what is the real reason you wanted a high-rank mission, Naruto?" Naruto appeared in a puff of smoke from the flag behind the third and said, "I see you were the only one who actually detected my real switch. Anyways, I decided to listen to your request about making a team, and I also had some really good advice from someone last night. I don't know if who I have in mind will work or not, so I want a chance to see her in actual combat." The third said, "Tenten, right?" Naruto nods and said, "Yeah, I talked it over with Lee this morning and he agrees that she might be a good ranger. He says she's good. I already been testing her anger and that's something that will have to be worked on, but so far I am leaning toward letting her join. However, if she does, I would like to request something from you, sir." The third asked, "And that would be?" Naruto said, "If she does, I would like to have Team Guy and my team joined together under Kakashi and Guy. Kakashi told me already the council was pushing our team to pass because of Sasuke, so if you need something to get it approved, just say it's a good chance to help Sasuke improve his taijutsu. Blow the smoke up their asses, so to speak." The third snorted after that and said, "We will see. I will think it over. Is there any other arguments you have to be useful to approve this?" Naruto said, "Well, if things came down and Lee, myself and Tenten, if she passes, had to leave the village to take care of some of Omega threats, then at least you would not have to worry about the extra paperwork and headache trying to reconfigure the teams." The third said, "All right, good point. Well, your teams should be waiting for you, and depending on how your test goes, if I will allow it." Naruto nods and left in a swirl of wind. When Naruto got to the gate he saw the others already there and Kakashi said, "What took you?" Naruto said, "I wanted to get on the road of life but I don't have a girlfriend to show me the landmarks. Perhaps someday. What's up Spanky?" Tenten went red and took a swing at Naruto and Naruto chuckled before he blew everyone over with a strong wind and Naruto said in a commanding voice, "Okay Kakashi-sensei, Guy-sensei, what is the travel order and how fast do we want to get to this town?" Kakashi said, "Guy has agreed to let me take lead on this mission being the senior of the two of us. Naruto, how are your detection skills?" Naruto said, "Average." Kakashi said, "Right, Hyuga, I want you in the rear, Naruto you're in front, Tenten, Sakura, I want you both beside Guy in the middle. Lee, Sasuke, both of you follow Naruto and if he stops or signals something wrong I want you to stop immediately. I will take guard by the Hyuga in the rear." Neji said, "My name is Neji." Kakashi said, "Right, good you know your name. Anyways let's move out." Naruto set the pace. Naruto smiled and said, "Really?" Lee said, "Oh god." As he paled. Kakashi said, "Remember to keep it safe for our slowest member." Naruto frowned and said, "Okay, so keep it slow enough for dipshit and dimwit. This is going to take forever." As he created 5 Kajbunshians and nods before they take off leaving a dust trail and Kakashi whistled and said, "Damn." Naruto smiled and took to the trees heading toward Suna. Kakashi said after they traveled about 5 minutes, "You're going the wrong way." Naruto said, "No, I got info a storm is coming in from the north with really bad winds, rain, and hail so I decided to sweep south of it while heading there." Kakashi asked, "How accurate is your info?" Naruto did something Kakashi couldn't see and said, "Catch Kakashi." As he threw something small and metal in the air. Kakashi looked at it and asked, "What's this?" Naruto said, "That's a personal data assistant Kakashi. The white dot on the screen is our current location, the gray is a map of the land and the red that is moving slowly is the current weather moving. It's about 2-minute old info." Kakashi whistled and said, "Damn, this could come in handy." Naruto said, "Yeah, now toss back." As he held up his hand. Kakashi nods and throws it toward Naruto but Sasuke decided to try and get it by jumping to intercept it. Naruto said, 21 Lee. Lee disappeared and reappeared a second later with the PDA in his hand and Sasuke landed on a branch only to fall to the ground as the limb broke under him. Naruto stopped and said, "Nobody likes a thief Sasuke. That's why nobody likes your clan." As Lee handed Naruto back his PDA. Naruto looked at it and said, "Shit. That's not good." Everyone looked at Naruto except Sakura who jumped down to check on Sasuke. Guy asked, "What's wrong?" Naruto said, "Looks like my idea of going around the south end of the storm was a good idea but the area where we are supposed to be heading on is getting slammed by it right now." Sakura said, "Why the hell is that important Naruto and why is no one helping Sasuke-kun?" Naruto sighed and said, "You understand right Kakashi?" Kakashi nods and said, "Yeah, it means our task just got harder. We can't use tree branch travel in that area or the main road unless we want the bandits to know we are there. That means our travel time just increased by about 3 days slow travel in the mud." Naruto nods and said, "Neji, Tenten, how fast are you guys?" Guy said, "They can go 15 miles in 2 hours." Naruto nods and said, "Oh, Kakashi-sensei, do you have any radios or other short-range devices?" Kakashi slowly nods and asked, "What about you Guy, do you also?" Guy nods and said, "All Junin senseis have them for theater team training, why?" Naruto said, "Good, can they be on the same channel?" Kakashi said, "Yes, why Naruto?" Naruto said, "I can carry both Sasuke and Sakura at the speed Neji and Tenten can run using my Kajbunshians. We could get into the area in about 36 hours if we went all out. That would give us a chance to use the storm to hide our arrival since it looks like it goes all the way to the mountain range of the elemental country. At least that's my idea. If anyone else has any ideas I am more than willing to listen." Kakashi frowned and said, "It seems the best idea but I will take point then with Neji beside me. Naruto, you will use your Kajbunshin and form a diamond formation in the middle with Tenten bringing up your rear. Lee and Guy will take the rear. Does everyone understand?" Sasuke said, "I am not being carried." Sakura said, "Yeah, why does the idiot there?" She was silenced by a Senbon needle in the neck and Naruto said, "Thanks Tenten." As he created a Kajbunshin and had it pick up Sakura and another knock Sasuke out before picking him up as well. Kakashi nods and the group took off. When Sakura awoke a few hours later she found herself soaked from the rain that was hitting her and she looked and saw she was on Naruto back and the trees were moving at a blur. She looked over and saw Sasuke knocked out on another Naruto back, and Tenten quickly put a gag over Sakura's mouth and said in a low voice, "No noise, we are in enemy territory right now. Any noise and we might all die. Understand?" Sakura nods and Tenten removed the gag and said in a low voice again, "By the way, you're on a clone, if you destroy it and fall you will most likely die, so try not to move. We've been traveling for nearly 3 days now with a few stops." Sakura went wide-eyed and was frozen from the dying threat. The clone smirked hearing it all. Sasuke awoke about 20 minutes later and punched Naruto in the head, making him go up in smoke, and Sasuke, not realizing it was a clone, fell slamming himself into a tree branch at around 8 miles per hour. Everyone stopped as he began to scream, and Naruto quickly knocked him out and said, "Damn idiot. Why did he have to do it now? I mean, I only knocked him out 3 times on the way here." Kakashi shook his head and said, "How the hell did he become the Rookie of the Year? He should have realized by now that he's being carried by a clone." Naruto sighed and said, "Well, thanks to Sir Emo here we may have been discovered." Just then a kunai was snatched out of the air by Naruto, who quickly threw it in back from where it came, impaling it in a merc's head, and said, "Well, at least we don't have to actually look for this dickhead now." Kakashi sweat drops and asked, "How exactly did you lead us right to where they were camped?" Naruto smiled and threw his PDA back to Kakashi, who went wide-eyed a moment and said, "That was cheating, Naruto. You got him on some kind of video surveillance." Naruto said, "And it saved us time, money, and headaches. Anyways, does anyone count more than 50? Guy said, "I got 33, where are the other 17? Tenten said, "I got 41 counting the 9 hold in the small camo tent at 10 o'clock. Neji said, "I see 48, where are the other 2? Kakashi said, "Underground. Looks like we got a couple of Iwa nins in with the mercs." As he pulled up his headband. Lee said, "Hey Naruto, first 1 to 25 buys the others dinner." Naruto smiled and said, "Deal." At that moment Naruto and Lee both disappeared in blurs of yellow and white, and several men screamed out in pain as they fell to the ground, either dead or unable to fight. Tenten said, "Hell no." As she started to launch weapons at men, picking them off as well as killing the ones that were left wounded. Kakashi began making hand seals and sent several fireballs at a couple of men before pulling out 2 kunais and began fighting some mercs. Neji got into a Juken stance and sealed off several chakra points in 3 men before he was forced to dodge. Sakura screamed as a man emerged from the ground slowly in front of her as she held the asleep Sasuke in her arms. Tenten appeared in front of her and quickly unsealed a sword and got into a fighting stance. Naruto, who had just finished killing Merc 12, backflipped in mid-air and landed behind Tenten with his back to her and said, "You got another one coming from underground also?" Tenten nods and said, "Any plan?" Naruto said, "Yeah, remember how I showed you my wind skills blocking weapons?" Tenten said, "Yeah, why?" Naruto said, "Close your eyes and hold on to your sword real tight, pointing in front of you. I will do the rest." Tenten nods and closes her eyes, and all of a sudden she felt really sick and dizzy as she fell to her knees before opening her eyes. When she did, she gasped as both the Iwa nins had been sliced into 30 pieces total. She began to puke, as did Sakura, and Naruto appeared in front of Sakura with a blade of wind holding off a blade of lightning. Tenten gasped and moved backwards as she looked and saw their target holding the legendary Raijin, and Naruto was holding it off with her sword surrounded by wind. Aoi said, "Well kid, you got some skills to block my attack, but they are useless against me. I have the power of a cage." Naruto narrowed his eyes and slipped his foot under Aoi for a trip, forcing Aoi to jump backwards or fall on his back. Lee appeared behind him and kicked him in mid-air and sent him flying back toward Naruto, who, like he did in Tenten's shop, started swinging Tenten's sword surrounded by a blade of wind in a figure 8 around him. Aoi grunted from the surprise kick in the back, and when he saw himself flying back toward Naruto, he prepared the Raijin to slice through Naruto. The Raijin's aim was true and missed Naruto blade that was coming up to block it on the kata Naruto was performing, and was just beginning to touch Naruto's skin when the blade disappeared as Aoi screamed because his hand had been cut off, still holding the blade but with no chakra feeding it. The sword was useless. Naruto smiled as he saw Aoi holding his bleeding stump and said, "You know, our orders were to kill you, but I think I know someone who would like you alive." As he slowly walked toward Aoi. Kakashi landed beside Naruto and said, "Naruto, our orders were to kill him. He's a missing nin." Naruto said, "Yes and no Kakashi, look at his headband." Kakashi looked and saw a rain headband, and Naruto said, "Now what do you think Ibiki could get from Aoi here about why Rain and Iwa are working together? Especially considering it was Aoi who gave Ibiki his scars." Kakashi's eyes widened and asked, "How do you know about that, Naruto?" Naruto tossed him the bingo book he got from the Hokage and said, "Ibiki placed a bounty personally on him. I did some research and found out why. As he stopped in front of the scared Aoi who had backed himself against a tree. Aoi said, "You will never take me alive." Naruto grabbed Aoi by the neck and chakra appeared around his hand and Neji gasped from the tree limb he was on and asked, "How are you doing that?" Naruto said, "New, possible bloodline." As he threw the now asleep Aoi on the ground. He then ripped of Aoi headband and tied it around the bleeding arm of Aoi tight enough to stop the blood and said, "How many Lee?" Lee appeared beside Naruto and said, 24. Naruto said, "Then no winner." Lee snickered and said, "Agreed." Tenten asked, "What did you do back then when you told me to close my eyes?" Naruto said, "I put you in a twister of wind and since your blade was sticking out as you spun you became a human blender." Sakura screamed, "You monster. All of you, how can you kill these people like this?" As she still looked sick. Kakashi sighed and said, "Sakura, in the ninja world sometimes you are forced to kill." Sakura said, "Not those two, they are murderers." Pointing toward Naruto and Lee. Lee said, "So who's carrying the harpy?" Naruto said, "She can carry herself and Serpukstein." As Naruto grabbed Tenten's sword and walked over removing the heads of each of the mercs and the Iwa Nin and sealing them in a scroll. Kakashi sighed as Lee and Naruto put all the bodies in a pile before he set them on fire. Naruto used his wind to speed it up and then destroy the ashes after putting them out and said, silent and without a trace. "Thus is the way of a ninja." He then grabbed Aoi body putting it on his back and jumping away toward Konoha. Lee jumped following him and Sakura screamed, "Wait, what about me and Sasuke-kun?" Kakashi said, "Think of it as training." As he smiled behind his mask and jumped into the trees. Sakura grunted as she picked up Sasuke's body and slowly started to follow the others. Guy asked beside Kakashi, "So how long do you think?" Kakashi looked over his shoulder as they jumped through the trees and said, 10 minutes tops. "Once she's out I will grab Sasuke and you can grab her and we can make some real time." Guy nods and Naruto said about 10 yards ahead of Kakashi, "I say 6 minutes Kakashi." Lee looked over and said, 4. As he set pace beside Naruto. Tenten said, "I think 3 minutes. She's already using chakra to keep this pace and we are going slow as hell." Neji said, 1 minute. With his bloodline active. At 2 minutes traveling Sakura passed out from chakra exhaustion and Kakashi caught Sasuke in mid-fall as Guy caught Sakura. Naruto said, "Finally." As the entire group picked up speed. Chapter 5. When the team got back to Konoha it had only been a total of 7 days. In that time Naruto kept sucking Aoi chakra out of him only leaving enough to keep his alive. Every time Sakura would wake up the group would force her to carry Sasuke until she passed out again. Sasuke was put out thanks to a few well-placed pressure points from Tenten and Kakashi. The group walked through the gates and went straight toward the Hokage Tower. On their way a squad of Anbu appeared and Kakashi said, "Dragon, tell Ibiki to meet us at the Hokage Tower, we have a present for him." The dragon-faced Anbu said, "Hi." As he motioned for the squad and they all disappeared. Naruto scowled and said, "Lee." Drawing said boy's attention. Lee stepped up to beside Naruto and Naruto whispered, "Run ahead and contact Alpha, have him do a scan of the village and also warp my PDA to him. The batteries are dead. Then meet us at the Hokage Tower and have the Hokage get a doctor for Sasuke." Lee nods and runs ahead of the group until he was out of sight. Guy asked, "Where is Lee going Naruto?" Naruto said, "I just was having him go and get a doctor for Sasuke. He does have 4 broke ribs." Sakura screeched, "Sasuke-kun has 4 broke ribs." Guy immediately dropped her on her ass and stepped on her stomach never breaking stride and said, "Now that you're done pretending to be asleep you can carry your own self." Sakura gasped for breath and Naruto snickered and said, "Well at least you protected her with chakra when you stepped on her." Guy smiled and said, "So you noticed huh?" Naruto nods and Tenten asked, "So are you finally going to tell me where you're staying now?" Naruto said, "What do I get if I do tell you?" Tenten said, "To live another few minutes." Naruto nods and said, "Then nope." As he grabbed a senbon that was flying toward his ass before pocketing it and said, "At this rate I won't have to buy weapons ever again." Tenten growled and Naruto yelped as the senbon that was in his pocket exploded blowing a hole in the side of his pants. Naruto said, "Was that really necessary? If you wanted me out of my pants you didn't have to blow them off." Tenten went beet red before screaming and tried to hit Naruto with a kunai only for it to go into Aoi leg. Ibiki who was standing at the tower said, "Hey, don't ruin my present with kunais. That's my job," with a smile on his face that even froze Kakashi and Guy. Naruto dropped Aoi on the ground and said, "He's all yours but he's now a rain nin also and he was working with a couple of Chunin level I was. Here are the heads of all the mercs and the 2 nins as well." Handing the scroll he sealed them all into Ibiki. Ibiki nods and said, "So I take it you're the new kid I heard everyone talking about. The one who shows up and basically kicks ass and takes names. You're also the one who was seen groping a girl while floating in the air." Naruto said, "Hey, it wasn't a grope. It was a slap on the ass," making everyone sweat drop. Tenten yelled, "Baka," and tried to punch Naruto only for him to grab her wrist, form a mini tornado whirlwind around her making her dizzy, and then he grabbed her and dipped her back and said, "Why do you keep trying to play with my head? First you try and blow my pants off and now you try to pound me. You are a dirty little girl." As he smiled making her spin as he stood her back up. Tenten said, "Damn it Naruto. I am so going to give you a hard time." Naruto put his hand under his chin and said, "Don't you mean you want me to give you my hard time?" Tenten went beet red again, but this time she blew back with a nosebleed. Naruto held up his hand and Kakashi grabbed the money in it and Naruto said, "So you were right, she does think pervertedly about me." Ibiki snickered as he left in a swirl of leaves with Aoi. Naruto picked up Tenten bridal style and the group went inside. When they got to the Hokage office, Lee was sitting on the window sill and a doctor was there, and the third saw the blood on Tenten, and Sakura, who was holding her stomach, and Sasuke, who was passed out, screamed, "Doctor, help them now." The doctor runs to check on Tenten and said, "PNS." As he ran over to Sakura and said, "Just a bruised rib sir." And then ran over to Sasuke and said, "He's going to need to get to the hospital. He has 4 broke ribs." The third said, "Okay, take him and Sakura and get them both fixed." The doctor nods and grabs Sasuke before walking out with Sakura behind them. Once they were gone, the third looked at Naruto and said, "All right, what happened?" Kakashi said, "Sasuke wounds are self-inflicted sir." The third blinked and blinked again and asked, "How can someone break 4 of their own ribs?" Naruto said, "We were traveling at high chunin speed sir, and I had a kajbunshin carrying Sasuke and Sakura because we were trying to use the storm that came through the area as cover. Neither of them have the conditioning to keep up with us for long. Anyways, Sasuke was passed out and when he woke up he decided to kill my clone in mid-jump, not realizing it was a kajbunshin. When it was destroyed he fell toward the next tree branch at chunin level speed and hit it, breaking his ribs as well as alerting the enemy to our position." The third sweat dropped and said, "Does everyone agree?" When everyone nods, the third said, "What about Sakura?" Guy said, "My arms were tired of carrying her on the way back, so I dropped her when she woke up and I did not react in time to keep from stepping on her." The third nods and said, "Was the mission a success?" Kakashi said, "Yeah, we captured Aoi and he is in Ibiki's hands right now, getting some info about why 2 Iwa nins were paired up with a rain nin using mercs to attack towns. Here is the Raijin also." Putting the small tube on the table. The third said, "Very well, anyone have anything else to say?" Neji asked, "If I may sir, what is PNS and why did you not ask why Tenten has blood on her?" The third said, "Perverted nose syndrome. It's when the brain has an overload of perverted thoughts." Naruto said, "Sounds like it's quite common," as he smiled behind his mask. The third said, "Very. Anyways, is there anything else to report?" No one said anything and the third said, "Everyone but Naruto may leave." As everyone left, Naruto still was holding Tenten bridal style and the third asked, "So?" Naruto said, "She has intrigued me sir. I will admit that. Her fighting style and her trust in me and Lee show good judgment, but she's very easily enraged when someone insults her as a woman or a ninja or act perverted. I tested her on those along with a few other things and she reacts without much thought, though she is learning. The last attack she did on me blew a hole in my pants, so she's starting to think before attacking. I think we might put her in the trials to see if she can pass." The third asked, "What exactly are the trials?" Naruto walked over and set Tenten on the couch and hit a pressure point making sure she was out and said, "The trials are a test of judgment, courage, strength, character, and stamina. If I were to give the trials to her, I would like for Lee, myself, and her to be off of duty for the next month. We won't be in Konoha and won't be able to be contacted either. If she passes she would be a ranger, if not, well, I don't really know, all those who actually were deemed worthy to take the trials have always passed and became rangers. I guess we can put her in the hospital and make her believe she had a head injury and everything she sees or hears is a delusion." The third frowned and asked, "Are there any others you see who might be qualified?" Naruto thought and said, "Currently no, I have only been interacting with mostly this group and have not really seen anyone else." The third nods and asked, "So how big of a team do you need?" Naruto said, "A full team is usually 6, but there have been occasional teams of 3. The third asked, "So when do you want to leave?" Naruto sighed and said, "The sooner the better. In fact, we could leave now since to pass this test she does not really need to know it's a test, and since she's asleep would make it easier to set up. It has to be as real as possible to prove accurately. The third sighed and said, very well, but I am trusting you with both hers and Lee's safety. I want you back in 1 month. Naruto nods as he picks Tenten up and said, can you inform her father she's on a long-term mission out of town again and don't tell anyone where we actually are. The third nods and Naruto and Tenten disappeared in a white beam. Chapter 6. When Tenten awoke she groaned and grabbed her head and thought, what happened? Oh yeah, my mind sent me images of Naruto, stupid mind. As she sat up, she blinked and saw she was on an island and thought, what the hell? As she looked around and saw the island was around 200 feet above the ocean. She looked around and saw a scroll with her name on it and she grabbed it and read. Hello Tenten. I see you're awake. I had my men kidnap you and bring you here to play a little game. My name is not important, but by the end of the game you will be screaming it in fury. Now I have been watching you and the ranger for a while and decided to get my revenge on him through you. You see, I want to rule the galaxy, but every one of my plans have been foiled by him, so I decided that since he takes what I want I will take what he wants. I have seen how he interacts with you and decided you would be perfect for my revenge. You are now on a different planet than you were from, and yes, I do mean planet. The only way for you to get home is to pass my game. This planet is nothing but islands like the one you are on, except for one island that has a spaceship on it that will take you home. However, there is only one ship that is programmed to take whoever gets in it first to their home, and there are others, human and other being, that are trying to get off of this planet to return to their home, and they also are trying to find the ship. In fact, the ship could already be gone. There are also slaves who have failed before and are now prisoners on this planet. I have given you all the equipment you will need to get to the next island, 1 weapon, and 3 days worth of food, but there may not be any more food on the planet, so you need to be sparing with it. As you travel on this planet, your ranger friend is trying to find you on another planet where I have a trap for him. Once he falls into my trap I will bring him here and torture him until he dies, so either you fail and become a new slave on this planet, you succeed in escaping and I still capture the ranger and get my revenge, or both. Any way you look at it, I win. Tenten's sweat dropped as she read this and thought, what the hell, who the hell is this guy and why? Wait, does he mean Naruto? That's what the one guy called Naruto, a ranger. Could this guy be real? What the hell, the sky is purple. Genjutsu, it's got to be a genjutsu, shit, it's not dispelling, is this real? I guess the only way to find out is to play this stupid game. She turned and saw a backpack, a kunai, and a scroll. She took the kunai and put it in her weapons pouch. She then put the scroll in her other pouch and looked in the pack and thought, hey, this is one of those shoots Naruto had me learn. I guess that makes sense for me use something the guy saw me learn to use. Naruto is so going to tell me what the hell is going on when I get out of here. I guess I have no choice but to find this ship. Tenten slipped on the chute and found a helmet like she had before and put it on and frowned a moment and thought, well, I guess I have no choice but to try going island to island. There's one in the distance there, so I guess I have to try and make it there. And she said, set waypoint. And a dot appeared in her helmet. Tenten frowned and channeled chakra into the chute and it popped open as the wind grabbed it, yanking her off the hilltop island, and once she got some altitude she started to slowly make her way toward the next island by air. It took Tenten several hours to get to the next island, and she learned one thing real quick. Without Naruto there, don't try showing off. She nearly died twice when she tried to do a trick to pass the boredom of moving over water in the air. Once she made it to the island she saw a storm was heading toward her, so she decided not to chance heading for the next island. After searching for a little while she came across a cave and entered it. As she was sitting in the cave several hours later she heard something deep inside the cave move. She tensed and pulled out her kunai and looked down into the cave. Not seeing anything she grabbed a piece of wood from the pile of wood she gathered waiting for the storm to come. She ripped a piece of her shirt and wrapped it around the end of the wood and set it in her small fire and began walking toward the back of the cave to see what made the noise. After looking for about 10 minutes she was about to give up when she heard something shift to her right and she looked and saw an elderly looking man who was really dirty and weak looking, and she asked, "Who are you?" The man said, "SHSSH. Tenten blinked and asked, "What? I couldn't understand you." The man frowned and said, "SSJKJD skjkjsk." Tenten frowned and said, "I don't understand your language." The man slowly reached to one of his ears and pulled out an earring and handed it to her. Tenten looked at it and said, "I can't take this." The man shook his hand and motioned for her to put it in her ear. Tenten said, "But," until she saw the pleading look the man had. Tenten sighed and put it in her ear and the man said, "Can you understand me now?" Tenten's eyes went wide and said, "Yes." The man nods weakly and said, that earring allows you to understand any language. I don't have much time left so I won't need it anymore. Besides I got two, showing one in his other ear. Tenten asked, who are you? The man said, my name is Jason. Tenten said, I am Tenten, where are we Jason? Jason frowned and said, this is the slave world Hedera. How do you not know this? Tenten said, I don't know. I woke up here and there was a scroll saying someone wanted to use me to get his revenge on a ranger. Jason's eyes went wide and said, a Power Ranger, some still live. Tenten asked, Power Ranger. What's that? Jason looked at her and asked, what world are you from? Tenten said, well, we always called our planet Earth, why? Jason sighed and said, you must be from an outlined world then. For some reason everyone always first call their planet Earth until they meet other races and learn what their planet really is called. That explains why you don't know about the Power Rangers. At that moment Jason's stomach grumbled and Tenten said, you must be hungry, I have some food, if you want I can offer you some if you would tell me about these Power Rangers and this planet. Jason said, I don't want to be a bother and I can tell you what I know anyways. Tenten said, no, I insist. Please eat with me and tell me what you know. Jason nods and tries to get up but Tenten sees his leg is broken and she said, here, let me help you up. As she helped him move to the front of the cave. When they sat down and ate a little Jason sighed and looked out at the stormy sky and said, the legacy of the Power Rangers goes back thousands of years ago. At that time a creature of immense evil and power conquered most of the galaxy. He went by the name of Omega. He went from world to world enslaving the planets and then going to the next. The slaves revolted and all the scientists and fighters of the time got together and used their knowledge to create a team who would be able to stand up to Omega. They were the first Power Rangers. After some time they were able to stop him but not kill him and they sealed him away where he should have remained for the rest of his life. Tenten asked, what do you mean should have? Jason said, I don't know how he did it but Omega was able to live on. After Omega was captured a new evil came and tried to take over his empire and the Rangers went to stop him and the cycle repeated over and over again until nearly every galaxy had its own Rangers. They became the guardians of the weak and came to help those where in need. They would sacrifice their own lives and happiness to save total strangers. Eventually their sacrifices prevailed and the threats of evil slowly started to dwindle and the Rangers started to just retire and not pass on their abilities. It was during this time an evil found Omega prison and tried to free him but only succeeded in freeing his mind and a little power. His body was trapped. Omega had a problem though because his prison started to destroy his body so he hired goons to go and take him from planet to planet gathering energy to keep him alive. The Rangers started fighting back against him but he planned for them and after setting a trap over 20 years back it was believed they all died fighting him. You said that you're here to get revenge on a Ranger means one must have survived. Tenten frowns and thought, I don't know, he's my age so he couldn't be a Power Ranger, at least one when that trap happened. Jason said, perhaps he was trained by one who did survive. I pray that your friend is one. Omega's not making the same mistake he made in the past. Instead of enslaving people now he's destroying entire planets. So you must be special to catch the eye of a Ranger. Tenten shrugged and said, we just met and I don't really know him. The only reason I even know he's a Ranger is because some guy called him one before he killed the guy who went up in feathers. Jason looked thoughtful and said, feathers you say, must be a talent. They would know for sure if he's a Ranger since they work for Omega. Tenten asked, so, what exactly makes a Ranger? Jason smiled and said, you will know if you ever see one. Their armor and abilities are amazing. Tenten frowned and asked, armor, what do you mean? Jason said, don't worry about it. Listen, I am a little tired and this is the first time I had a meal in a while. I'm going to get some sleep. As he laid his head against the wall. Tenten watched him fall asleep inside as she fell asleep shortly after with many thoughts running through her head but one question to them all, who are you Naruto? The next day when Tenten awoke she saw Jason still asleep and she sighed and stood up to stretch and saw a note in Jason's hand and she touched him and he fell over and Tenten's eyes went wide as she saw her kunai in his head and she looked around and took the note and began reading. Tenten. Thank you for the meal, I decided to end my life myself because I could tell you would have stayed here and shared your food until I died. I saw the scroll you had from when you woke up and I know you have to find a way to the ship so you can contact the Ranger and warn him. The legacy of the Power Rangers must continue. You need time and energy to do it so please go and don't feel sad over me. Thank you for making an old man feel good. Jason. Peace. Head for the island south of here. The one north is just a dead island and the one west is a trap. I barely escaped it myself when I first got her. I have no idea about the south island though and you came from the east one. Good luck. Tenten let a tear fall as she took the kunai and packed her things and looked at the man and said, I won't make your sacrifice go in vain, Jason. I will warn him. As she left the island. After she was gone, Jason sat up and smiled as he slowly changed shape to look like a blue-skinned fish man, and he touched his wrist and said, Jason here, Island 1 pass. As he jumps in the water and swims underwater. A few hours later, Tenten saw the island slowly come into view, and she saw it was bigger than the last island, and she saw smoke coming from the east side of the island and it looked like a campfire. As she made it to the island, she packed her chute and started to head toward where she saw the smoke. After around 30 minutes she got close enough, she heard two people talking. As she got closer, she used her stealth abilities to approach, and she saw two bug-like men talking and saw a yellow bird-like woman tied to a tree. She listened in. The tall one said, I say we just kill her. I mean, she told us already she doesn't know where the ship is. The shorter one said, I say we have some fun with her. After all, it's not every day you come across a pureblood era. The tall one sighed and said, do as you please. I am heading for the next island. As he let wings open up on his back and flew away. The shorter one smirked and said, so I guess that means I get to eat you pureblood. As he walked forward. Tenten frowned and she pulled out her kunai and threw it at the bugman and hit him in the back of the head, but it bounced off and fell to the ground. Tenten went wide-eyed and the bugman turned and said, who goes there? Tenten thought, shit. The bugman flew into the air a little and charged toward where Tenten was, and she had to jump back as he landed on the tree she was on. The man said, well, what do we have here? A human female. I haven't eaten one of you in years. As he tried to punch Tenten. Tenten dodged the punch and did a backflip using chakra to run down the tree and grab her kunai. As she grabbed the kunai, the bugman flew by, clipping her in the shoulder and destroying her pack that held her parachute. Tenten bit back a scream as her arm felt like it was being ripped off and she rolled to the side. As she got into a defensive stance, holding her kunai in front of her, and said, I don't know what you are, but I am not anyone's supper. The bugman smirked and said, brave words for my next meal. Tenten threw her kunai and rolled out of the way as the bugman charged at her again, and the bugman said, stupid girl, my skin is too hard for you pitiful weapons to even scratch. Tenten smirked and ducked under the next pass and said, who said I was aiming for you? The bugman blinked and turned just in time to receive a punch in the face from the woman who was tied up a moment before. The woman grabbed the bugman with her beak and bit down on his neck, popping his head off, and Tenten sighed as she fell against a tree holding her arm where she had been hit, and the bird woman, after wiping her beak, asked, who are you, human? Tenten said, my name is Tenten. Who are you? The woman said, my name is Kim. Tenten nods and winced, and Kim asked, why did you help me? Tenten said, I don't like the idea of someone being hurt when they can't fight back. Kim looked at Tenten and Tenten sighed and said, well, looks like I am stuck here now. Kim asked, why? Tenten said, my pack here had my only way to transport from island to island. Kim asked, why are you going from island to island? Are you a slave here or a toy like me? Tenten frowned and said, I guess you could say I am a toy as well. Kim said, then you must be trying to get to the ship. Tenten nods and said, yeah. I need to get home and warn someone about this. Kim asked, who? Tenten said, a ranger. Kim hissed and said, you're friends with a ranger. Tenten frowned and said, well, not exactly, we just met each other recently, but the guy who brought me here thinks we are closer than just meeting each other. Kim said, goodbye, human. As she flew away. Tenten watched as she flew away and said to herself, great Tenten, you help her and she leaves you here to die. Tenten looks at the body of the bugman who attacked her and started searching it and frowned a moment and said, that's strange. As she looked at the body and finding it hollow. Around an hour later, Tenten was leaning against a tree when a buzzing noise drew her attention, and she looked up and saw the taller of the bugman flying in the air above her looking at her, and she said, great, come to finish me off. The bugman looked at her for several moments and asked, where did the bird woman go? Tenten said, she flew away toward the west. The bugman landed and said, why are you here, human? Tenten said, trying to get off this planet and get home. The bugman looked at her and said, you're trying to get to the ship. Tenten nods and the bugman asked, why? Tenten thought a moment and said, I want to go home to my family. The bugman nods and said, since my partner was killed by that woman, how about partnering with me? Tenten asked, how can you be sure that I did not kill him? The bugman laughed and said, you're too weak, human, to have killed him the way he died. Tenten bit her lip and thought, don't get mad, and said, I guess you're right, but I can't get off the island. My chute was destroyed, so I am stuck here. The bugman buzzed for several moments and said, I will carry you. We will follow the woman to the ship and escape. Tenten said, very well. As she stood up, the bugman flew into the air and grabbed Tenten under her arms and started to fly west following the direction the woman went. As they landed on the next island, Tenten frowned and said, so what happens when we find the woman and the ship? The bugman said, we leave. Tenten frowns more and asks, so what's your name? The bugman said, Billy. Tenten said, I am Tenten. Billy laughed and Tenten asked, what? Billy said, your name in my language means lusts. Tenten went wide-eyed a moment and said as they landed on the island, what now? Billy said, now you earn you transport, you search the island and if you find anything you come back and tell me. I will wait here. As it sat down, Tenten narrowed her eyes and said, right. As she went and began searching the island. An hour later Tenten was walking along the island on the beach when she saw someone stepping out of the ocean. He was a fish-like man and Tenten grabbed her kunai and slowly walked toward the man and said, hello. The fishman looked at her as he slowly started to back into the ocean and Tenten said, wait, I am not going to hurt you. The man looked at Tenten and asked, who are you? Tenten said, my name is Tenten. The man looked at her and said, I am Aqua, what are you doing here Tenten? Saying her name questionably. Tenten said, I am trying to find my way out of here. Aqua said, why do you wish to leave? Tenten frowned and said, I want to go home. Aqua said, a selfish reason. Goodbye. As he turned and started to leave. Tenten said, wait. Aqua stopped and asked, why? You seem selfish, why should I help you over the others? You have nothing that causes me to want to help you escape where others would be better. Tenten frowned and thought, what could I tell him to get his help? I could tell him about Naruto, but when I mentioned that earlier the bird woman left me. And she sighed and said, I need to warn a Power Ranger of a trap. Aqua looked at her and said, the Power Rangers are all dead. As he turned and started to leave. Tenten said, wait, they are not all dead. I know at least one that is still alive. Aqua turned and looked at her and said, if your words are true then I will give you a chance. On the island north of here there is a radio hidden on the island. On the island south of here there is a clue to where the ship is. I shall see if you are selfish or true. As he went back into the water. Tenten turned after he was gone heading back to where Billy was and thought, what should I do? I could go to the island to the south to find out where the ship is but then I have to worry about Billy double-crossing me as well as that bird woman, but I could also go to the north and warn Naruto and hope I am right but I don't know if I can even get a hold of him on a radio. What should I do? As she continued to think as she made her way back across the island. When she made it back Billy stood and asked, did you find any clues? Tenten asked, if we find the ship can we both escape in it? Billy said, of course. Tenten said, we head north. There's supposed to be a clue on the island to where a ship is. Billy grabbed Tenten and started flying and said while they were in the air, you better not be lying to me human or I will leave you for dead on the island. Tenten frowned and said, I am just going on the info I gathered from some others on the island. Billy said, for your sake I hope they were right. Tenten bit her lip as they flew to the next island. When they landed on the island Tenten frowned and thought, it can't be, this is the island I started on. As she grabbed her helmet and put it on and looked and saw she was right. Billy said, well where is the clue? Tenten said, I don't know. Billy slapped her and said, stupid human, there's nothing here but a single flat mountain top. You lied to me, now I have to go back and try and find that damn woman myself. As he flew into the air and flew away leaving Tenten. Tenten held her face where she was slapped and thought, stupid Tenten, you should have went for the ship and forget Naruto. As she started to break down and cry. Chapter 7. She sat there for the next 2 days eating what food she had and thinking to herself when she heard something land behind her. She turned and looked around but did not see anyone and closed her eyes and laid there until she heard a beeping noise. She blinked and looked around and heard the noise again so she got up and started to look. After searching for about 4 minutes she found where the beeping noise was coming from. She frowned and thought, that looks like that thing Lee and Naruto has on their wrist. What's it doing here? As she picked it up and it beeped again. She slipped it on her wrist and saw a little button on the side and she heard a voice say, come in, can you hear me? Tenten said, yes I can. The voice that sounded mechanical said, who is this? Tenten said, my name is Tenten. A few seconds later the voice said, Tenten, from Konoha. Tenten went wide-eyed a moment and said, yes, how do you know me? The voice said, where are you Tenten, the Rangers have been looking for you. Tenten said, how do you know me? Who are you? The voice said, my name is Alpha. Tenten asked, Alpha, I need help. I got kidnapped and taken to some planet where all these strange creatures are and someone said they were using me and had a trap for Naruto. Alpha asked, who is Naruto? Tenten got red a moment in anger and said, listen Alpha, I know Naruto is a Power Ranger. I don't know a lot about this but I know he is one. I am stuck on some planet and I want to go home. A few moments of silence and Tenten heard Naruto said, Tenten, can you hear me? Tenten let a sigh of relief fill her and said, yes Naruto. Naruto said, listen Tenten, I didn't want you to get involved in this but apparently one of my enemies decided to use you to get to me. I know what planet you are on but I can't rescue you. Tenten started to break down and cry and said, why not? Naruto heard the tears and said, listen, it's not that I don't want to because I do but the planet you're on has a force field that prevents people from coming to the planet unless they have the security code. I don't know who has those codes but I can give you a chance to save yourself and escape from the planet where I can save you but you have to save yourself halfway. Tenten after calming down said, alright, tell me what to do. Naruto nods and said, right, I don't know how you got it but the device you have right now that we are using to talk is part of a very advanced battle armor used by the Power Rangers however I can tell by scanning it from here the power coin has been removed. Alpha has scanned the planet and has found the coin. If you can retrieve it and insert the coin into the device you have then you can transform into a Power Ranger and escape the planet. Tenten looked at the device and asked, how do I find this coin and how do I transform and what exactly is a Power Ranger? Naruto was quite a moment and said, put the device on your arm. It will lock on your arm and won't come off unless you die or give it to someone. When you do that a PDA like I used on our mission will pop out. It will tell the location of the power coin. After that, static filled the radio and a voice said, foolish Rangers, I won't let the girl escape that easily. If she wants to leave this planet she will have to defeat me. Ha 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 ha. Tenten after the static filled the radio said, Naruto. Naruto. Naruto can you hear me? After several moments she sighed and said, I guess I am on my own now. As she looked at the device before slipping it on her arm. When she did she saw a little device pop out and several soldier pills and food pills and she said, well looks like it's time for me to get myself off this planet. As she touched the on button on the PDA. As it popped up Tenten saw a map pop open and she frowned as she saw it pointed toward the north but it also stopped in the middle of the ocean. She thought, either the thing's underwater or there is a very small island there. As she used chakra to walk down the cliff and when she got to the ocean she tried to walk on the water and after nearly sinking several times she was able to stand on one foot no problem and then tried using the other foot and nearly fell to her waist before she could stop herself as she concentrated and finally got herself up. She then started to slowly walk and after several minutes started to run while looking at the PDA. About 20 minutes later she felt her chakra getting low so she took a soldier pill and felt her reserves get full again and picked up her speed trying to get to where she was going faster. After another 25 minutes she felt her reserves getting low again but she saw she was nearly there. She took a food pill and ate it and felt her reserves fill 1/4 full and kept running until she got to where the PDA said the coin was. When she got there she saw a single hill 2 feet wide sitting 3 feet above the water so Cher ran to it and go on top of it looking around and she did not see the coin. She looked at the PDA and saw that she was right on it but did not see it. A voice she heard before said, welcome Tenten. As she turned she saw Aqua swimming in the water and Tenten said, is that you Aqua? Aqua nods and said, I see you truly meant keeping your word. Did you contact the ranger and warn him? Tenten said, yes, I contacted him. Aqua nods and asked, then why are you here? Tenten said, look, he told me he could not save me but told me about this thing on my arm and it told me to come here to find something. Aqua nods and said, so, you have come for this then? Holding up a gold coin. Tenten asked, is that the power coin? Aqua said, yes it is. I was entrusted with it by a ranger. You say one sent you here but you must prove it to me. If you can I will give this to you. Tenten said, okay ask him. As she hits the button but static is all they heard and Aqua said, no, you are mistaken Tenten, if you want the power of a Power Ranger you must earn it. Tenten looked at Aqua and asked, what do you mean? Aqua said, this power coin was entrusted to me because it is the Blue Water Ranger power coin. To use it you must become one with water. That is why it was placed here. A planet of near endless oceans. To show you are the one who should have this power you must learn to control the water here. Show me that you are a Power Ranger. Tenten frowns and said, look, I just want to go home. I don't care about being a Power Ranger, in fact I don't even care if I ever see another alien again. I just want to go home, be a ninja and live my life. Ever since Naruto showed up my life has been one big pain in the ass after another so just give me the coin and let me leave. Aqua said, "You truly are selfish after all. To think I thought you would be different and could care about others instead of yourself. Goodbye." As he swam underwater, leaving just a ripple where he had been moments before. Tenten screamed in frustration as she sat down on the mini island and thought, "I am not selfish, I just want to go home." Tenten sat there for the next several hours and the words of Jason came back to hear. They became the guardians of the weak and came to help those who were in need. They would sacrifice their own lives and happiness to save total strangers. And she thought, is that so different from being a ninja? I sacrifice myself and my happiness at times for the good of the village. The rangers are the same except they do it for the entire galaxy. Would I be willing to be a ranger also? As time went by, Tenten closed her eyes and thought, well, it may be too late, but I think I want to be a ranger, perhaps I can still prove myself worthy. As she tried to think of a way to control the water. She sat there and listened to the waves as it moved against the pillar she was on, and she soon began to feel the currents in the water around her. As time passed, she could sense disturbances in the water and she slowly felt like she was seeing without sight as the water around her told her everything. A water spider sitting on the water, a fish in the water, the wind blowing across the water, the energy created by the motion of the ocean. As she continued to feel the water, she felt something deep underwater. It was large and it blocked the flow of water for the most part. She continued to feel and she felt an opening in it where water could enter and an air pocket as well. Tenten opened her eyes and stood up and thought, whatever that thing is not natural. I don't know how, but I feel the thing is made out of metal and like it's calling to me. She then dove into the water and began swimming toward where she felt it. As she dove, the light from the surface got dimmer and dimmer where she could not see what was around her. She closed her eyes and trusted her instincts and swam to where the object was, and she finally came to the air pocket. As she opened her eyes, she finds herself in a metal room and she turns to the sound of clapping and she sees Aqua sitting there and he said, "Welcome Tenten, so tell me, why have you come?" Tenten said, "I wish to become a Power Ranger and help those who are in need." Aqua looked at her and said, "Are you willing to accept the consequences, even if you have to leave your home and never return unless you seek death? Are you willing to work as a team against the threats of the galaxy, even if you hate the people you are trying to save? Are you willing to save the many even if it costs you the lives of your friends and family?" Tenten looked deep in thought and finally said, "Yes. It's basically the same thing I agreed to when I became a ninja, so I just work for a larger village." Aqua said, "Very well, let's test your will, Tenten." As he tossed the coin on the deck and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Tenten frowned and thought, Kajbunshin. As she climbed out the water and grabbed the coin. As she grabbed it, a slot shot out of the device on her arm and she saw a slot for the coin. Inserting it in the coin slot, she suddenly screamed as her head started to pound as she fell to the floor. When Tenten woke up, she saw she was still in the metal object she swam into. Tenten thought, wait, why do I suddenly know that this is a Zord and what a Zord is? How do I know what I know now? As she looked around. She then heard Aqua's voice come across the speakers and said, "Well Tenten, show me you're a ranger and fight me on the surface." Tenten frowned and said, "It's morphin time. Water Ranger power now." As she slammed her hand into the morpher on her wrist and a bow staff came out of it as blue energy cover her body before her body armor covered her. As she finished changing, she had a waterfall with a blue frog on her chest. Up on the surface the water was peaceful and everywhere you looked was water, undisturbed by anything, when suddenly a 60 feet tall blue metal frog jumped out of the water and landed on the surface of the water. Inside the frog, Tenten said, "Show yourself, Aqua." Tenten then heard a musical flute playing and the water started to bubble as a green dragon rose from the water, and then Tenten saw someone in Green Ranger armor standing on the head of the dragon, and Tenten said, "So you're a Power Ranger, Aqua." Aqua said, "I will not say anything until you fight me. Only then will I tell you the truth." Tenten frowned and said, "We should not fight." The Green Ranger said, "Then die, Water Ranger." As he put the flute to his mouth and began to play. The dragon roared and raised its hands as missiles formed on its fingers and they launched at the toad. The frog immediately jumped away and the music continued to play as flames shot out of the dragon's mouth. The frog dove under the water and then jumped out, kicking the dragon in the chest, knocking it over. The dragon fell and a few moments later it resurfaced, except this time it looked like a man with dragon armor on it and its tail had turned into a lance and it tried to stab the frog. The frog jumped away and used its tongue to grab the lance and pulled it away from the dragon. The Green Ranger said, "Enough, Blue Ranger, let's face each other in a fight face to face." As he jumped off the head of the dragon and landed on the nearby island. Tenten frowned and said, "Why should I?" The Green Ranger said, "Because unless you do, you will never get your answers as to what is going on here. The real answers." Tenten sighed and soon she jumped onto the island and there stood the Green Ranger, who took a taijutsu stance. Tenten grabbed her bow staff and charged the Green Ranger. Green ducked under the staff and sent a sweep kick at Blue. Blue jumped over the sweep and sent a punch at Green's head. As they continued to fight, it soon became apparent to Tenten that the Green Ranger was taking it easy on her, and she jumped back and said, "Enough, why are you not fighting me for real?" The Green Ranger stopped and said, "Fine, you have proven yourself as a skilled warrior who understand the powers that you have been given. It's time for your final test." Tenten asked, "And what's that?" Just then the Bugman and the Bird Woman came flying up toward them and landed before both went up in smoke, and the Bugman turned into the Yellow Ranger as the bug's body fell to the ground in pieces around him. The Green Ranger said, "Power down." As the armor around him disappeared and Tenten saw it was Jason. Tenten asked, "What's going on here, and why was the Bugman a Power Ranger, and how are you alive? I saw you dead." Jason said, "Your entire time here has been nothing but a test. It was to a judge of your judgment, courage, strength, character, and stamina. The final test here is this." As he put his hands together and said, "Kai." As he was enveloped in smoke. Tenten went wide-eyed and the Yellow Ranger said, "Power down." Tenten gaped and asked, "Why? Why did you both do this? Why did you kidnap me and bring me to this?" Naruto said, "As I said, this was a test to judge your judgment. When you saw the power speaking of the Rangers had, you began judging who you should and should not tell. When you were willing to face an enemy that you knew nothing about to save the Bird Woman, you were tested on courage. When you were willing to do what it took to continue on by not giving up when your chute was destroyed, you showed your inner strength. When you were willing to share your limited amount of food with an old man who you knew nothing about and gave him comfort for the last few hours of his life, showed you character. And when you could make it to the end of the test, even if it seemed like a suicide mission at times, you finished it with strength enough to continue on. That showed your stamina." Tenten thought over everything she had heard and asked, "What is the final test?" Naruto said, "You're taking it now. What you do here is your final test. Since Lee and I did this to you, what do you feel?" Tenten looked at both and said, "So Lee was the one who flew me around, right?" Naruto said, "Yes, except when you were flying on your own you did that by yourself." Tenten asked, "So you're the one who punched me in the face, Lee?" Lee nodded slowly. Tenten looked at Naruto and asked, "What about the guy who cut my arm, who was that?" Naruto said, "Everyone but the Bugman. Lee was me or Mikage Bunshin, so I was the one who cut your arm and destroyed the chute." Tenten nods and said, "And it was Lee who grabbed my ass." Naruto turned to Lee and said, "You grabbed her ass?" Lee said, "No, I didn't." Laughter was all that was heard when Naruto turned to look at Tenten, only to receive a foot in the face from Tenten. As Naruto fell on his ass, Tenten appeared above him with her foot on his neck, and she asked, "Why should I not just kill you right here and now for doing this? I mean, I am probably a missing nin from the village now, my father's probably worried sick, and don't think I am not getting you back for my face, Lee. I am going to turn you into a woman for that. I think you broke my jaw." Lee held his hand up and said, "Hey, we had to make it real, so the races we had to act like the races we were impersonating." Tenten asked, "What do you mean impersonating? You mean they are real?" Naruto, who still had Tenten's foot on his neck, said, "We're real. Omega killed them all, including all the life on this planet we are on." Tenten said, "Wait, Omega, he's real?" As she took her foot of his neck. Naruto said, "Yes, he's real and on our home planet right now." Tenten went wide-eyed and said, "Then we need to stop him." Lee said, "What's this we stuff?" Tenten looked at him and said, "We're Power Rangers, we have to stop him and save our planet." Naruto stood up and said, "Then what?" Tenten asked, "What do you mean?" Naruto said, "Are you just wanting to be a Power Ranger until our planet is saved, or are you willing to help the next planet that needs help, or to stop the next evil that threatens the galaxy? Are you willing to leave our world for what could be the rest of our lives? Are you willing to keep the secrets you have learned until your death, or until you pass on the legacy to the next generation?" As he crossed his arms, Tenten looked at him in deep thought and asked, "One question, how did you become a ranger? You told me that all the rangers died in a trap. How are you one, and how did Lee become one, and who are you really, Naruto?" Naruto sighed and sat down and said, "The day I was born the Kyuubi no Kitsune was attacking our village. The Yondaime, who was my birth father, sacrificed himself to seal the Kyuubi into me. A few hours later, the only remaining Power Ranger, the man we call Sensei and the man who trained me and Lee and I consider my true father, named Tommy, came and saved me from a life of pain and hardship." Tenten was wide-eyed and said, "So you have the demon Kyuubi in you?" Lee said, "No, it's not a demon." Tenten was scared and said, "What do you mean?" Naruto said, "The Kyuubi along with the other tailed beast are not actually demons. They are monsters that do the bidding of Omega. They gather the energy that Omega needs to stay alive before he destroys the planets. Chakra. Remember how I kept stealing the energy from that nin on our way back? I got that ability from the Kyuubi. Tenten asked, so, can the Kyuubi escape from you? Lee said, you saw the scar on Naruto's chest and back. Naruto looked sad and said, Lee, don't. Tenten nods and Lee said, the day Naruto was taken from the village the Kyuubi was removed by sensei and put in a prison. When I was being trained to be a ranger I was tricked by the Kyuubi into setting it free from its prison and it nearly killed all three of us. Had it not been for Naruto I would have died. Luckily the Kyuubi was put back in its prison before it escaped but those scars are a sign of my foolishness. He doesn't want me to say anything because I blame myself for it. Naruto said, enough Lee. Listen Tenten, the Kyuubi is taken care of for now but the question still remains. Are you willing to sacrifice everything to be a Power Ranger? That is what I must ask. Lee and I both decided to give you the chance to try and the choice so now you must choose. Do you accept? Tenten looked at them and said. Chapter 8. Tenten looked at them and said, no. Naruto said, Tenten, can you hear me? Tenten said, yes, I can hear you. Naruto said, Tenten, can you hear me? Tenten looked confused and before she knew it she felt a pain in her neck and the world around her blurred and she fell asleep. When Tenten awoke she was in the hospital in Konoha and she stirred and saw Naruto holding her hand and said, hey, can you hear me Tenten? Tenten blinked and asked, what happened? Naruto said, you don't remember. Tenten said, no, what? Looking confused. Naruto said, we were attacked on our second mission and you got hurt. After that you passed out with a fever. We rushed you back as quick as we could and failed the mission but as long as you're alive it don't matter. Tenten said, but wait, what about the Power Rangers? Naruto asked, the what? Looking confused. Tenten said, the Power Rangers, you know, you, me and Lee were on another planet and you pretended to be aliens that Omega had killed in. Naruto squeezed her hand and said, oh Tenten, the doctors said you might see things with your fever but I didn't think you would believe them. Tenten stopped talking and said, but, it was real, it was not some simple illusions or anything. Like this cut on my arm. I got it from you who was disguised as a bugman. Naruto said, no Tenten, you were cut by a sword from the missing nin we were attacked by. The bruise on your face was from where you hit a tree. Tenten rubbed her face and winced and said, but, as she tried to figure it out. Naruto said, don't worry Tenten, it's my fault. I should have been there quicker to watch your back but I got separated from you and the others. Tenten said, wait, your name is Naruto Namikaze, son of the Yondaime. Naruto said, sorry. It's Uzumaki Tenten, my mother's name was Kushina Uzumaki and as for my father I don't know who he was. As he squeezed her hand. Tenten said, but, as she tried to figure out something. She looked at her arm and said, but this thing, it's a morpher. Naruto said, that Tenten was a radio I gave you so you could keep in contact with me and Lee, since it's stuck on your arm by chakra I can't take it off unless you take it off. Can I have it back? Tenten looked at it and thought, but, it can't be all a dream, can it? She asked, wait, the guy who attacked you called you a ranger, if it's not a Power Ranger then what is a ranger? Naruto said, oh that. I am a long-range archer. During my training I had to learn to attack from long distances and he must have seen me somehow and knew from my training that anyone who does that is called a ranger. Tenten sighed as her head spinned and she said, I guess you're right, it's just that I could have sworn that. Wait, what about Alpha? Naruto said, that was the name of the contact we were meeting on the mission we were on. Tenten asked, what was the mission? Naruto said, we were supposed to retrieve some documents from Alpha but we were attacked before we made it to the meeting place. Tenten sighed and closed her head and said, I guess it was all a dream. Here, I guess this belongs to you. As she pulled the metal bracelet off her arm and handed it to Naruto. Naruto said, sorry, I hope you're feeling better. As he pocketed the bracelet. Tenten said, I guess, my head's all confused right now. I guess I just need some rest. Naruto nods and said, then I guess I better get going. Take care Tenten and see you soon. Tenten said, wait, how long have it been? The last thing I remember before everything went funny was standing outside the Hokage Tower after giving the prisoner to that Ibiki guy. Naruto frowned and said, it's been 3 weeks Tenten. Tenten said, 3 weeks. As she tried to get her head straight. Naruto nods and said, we got back 2 days ago and you've been in here ever since. I told your dad we were back and told him you were here and he's been coming to check on you but he's at the shop right now. Tenten sighs and said, maybe I will remember when I wake back up. Thanks Naruto. Naruto nods and said, hey, do me a favor and don't tell anyone my last name. My mom had lots of enemies and I don't want them coming after me for something my parents did. Tenten nods and said, okay. See you Naruto. Naruto said, see you Tenten. As he walked out the door. As he was walking down the hall he saw Lee leaning against the wall and he asked, so how did it go? Naruto said, she believes it all was a dream. I got he morph her back and all. We just need to keep her from seeing you morph. Lee said, yeah, at least you used the dragon coin when you showed her so you can still keep the secret. Naruto nods and said, yes. Well let's go inform the Hokage. As they both left as a bolt of lightning and swirl of wind. The third was doing paperwork when a bolt and wind appeared in his office and he saw Lee and Naruto appear and he said, so tell me, how did everything go? Naruto said, Tenten believes we were on a mission and she was hurt and everything that happened was a dream. I thought she would join us but she said no so it was her choice. That's all we can do. The third sighed and said, well I had hoped she would agree but we can't always get what we want. Naruto nods and said, so what now? The third said, well Tenten will be cleared for duty tomorrow so you can begin mission the day after tomorrow. Lee said, I don't like lying to her but it has to be done. The third sighed and said, well if that is all you're both dismissed. Naruto walks out and Lee follows. Once they were outside Naruto saw Guy heading toward the tower and Lee said, hello Guy sensei. Guy said, hello Lee, how is my youthful student today? Lee said, fine, we just came from updating the Hokage on Tenten condition. Guy asked, how did she get hurt? Naruto said, an ambush. It was supposed to be a simple C-rank retrieval but we accidentally ran into a group of missing nins and we got separated. We hurt 4 of them but then Tenten got caught by surprise by another one we did not detect. We got lucky the leader ordered them to pull back. Guy asked, did you recognize them? Naruto said, no, I didn't recognize them from the bingo book so either they just recently became missing nins or were made to look like them. I didn't recognize the symbol, did you Lee? Lee said, no, sorry. Guy said, very well, thank you for saving my youthful student. I just wish that the Hokage would have sent a Junin with you. Naruto said, that was my fault Guy, the third thought I was too advanced for the others because of my training. If we would have completed this mission I would have been given a test for possible promotion. As team leader failing to protect my team falls on me. I am sorry Guy sensei. Guy said, don't worry Naruto. I understand the Hokage decision. I admit the way you performed on our first mission I also felt that you were too advanced for a genin so I was not surprised that he gave you a chance to advance. I am just disappointed that your team was ambushed but those things happen. The fact your entire team lived says something about you. Lee said, yes it does but we need to go Guy sensei. See you tomorrow. Guy nods and said, good luck both of you. As they both left Naruto sighed and said, well I am going to the command center to sleep Lee, if things heat up contact me. Lee nods and Naruto ducks into an ally and leaves in a beam of white light. Lee sighed and thought, Tenten, I wish you would have joined us. He's starting to close himself off from people. Chapter 9. It has been a week since Tenten was cleared to return to duty. Kakashi sighed as he walked with both teams into the Hokage office thinking about what happened the day the 3 teens returned from their trip. Flashback. After Naruto and Lee dropped Tenten off at the hospital they appeared in the Hokage office. The third said, please wait a few minutes. I am waiting on Guy and Kakashi since the guards at the gate told me you had returned. Both boys nod and about 5 minutes later both Junin walk in. The third said, alright, now I want to hear what was determined by Tenten. Lee said, she passed the actual test and was able to use the ranger powers fully including her Zord. The third said, so she's a ranger now. Naruto said, no. The third blinked and asked, why not? Naruto sighed and said, she passed everything but the last test. When we asked her if she was willing to give up everything to be a Power Ranger just as me and Lee told you if it came down to the choice of the duty to this village or our duty as rangers we would be rangers first. She said no, I believe it's her friends and family she has here. Both Lee and myself are orphans and outcast already so ours are limited but she's popular and has family. I understand if that was why she said no and I don't feel bad about it. Anyways, I had Lee knock her out while I started with the hospital plan. When she wakes up in 2 days I will be in her room acting as if I was asking her to wake up and convince her everything she saw and learned was just a fever-induced dream. I will tell her we were on a mission that failed and we were attacked by some missing nins who were in the area and her injuries are consistent with hitting a tree and a kunai cut so she will believe them and I can convince her about everything else including if she asks me my real name I will use my mother's name to trick her since only those in this office, her father, and those 2 other Junins know the truth about who I am. Her dad won't say anything, and if we are forced to use our powers, I use the Green Ranger's powers instead of my own, so she won't make the connection. It's me and Lee won't use his unless it's a last resort anyways, because we don't want Omega to know about him. The third sighed and said, very well, I have troubling news. While you were away I went to update your files because I finally got the IDs for those 2 Iowa nins, and when I went to records your file, Naruto along with Sasuke and Sakura were missing. I checked and no one had signed them out, and I have already asked Kakashi about it. Team 9 files were there, but they may have been taken and replaced. This is troubling considering you have already been attacked. Also, the fact the last loyal Uchiha is on your team as well is troubling, so I want you all to play this off as a possible early promotion for Naruto since his skills are good and mysterious. Don't seek each other out except for missions until after Tenten is awakened, then act like you're upset for failing your team and mission, and both sensei try to help him with that. Do it in public and be sure to display your worry for Tenten as well to make the story more believable, but don't indicate any foreign village. Say you did not recognize the village symbol, so if someone is watching either Team 7 or all the Genin teams or all our ninja, we can try and figure out who, and also keep the secret to your true skills hidden. Naruto said, that's reasonable. The third said, Naruto, I want you to also try and be a support for Tenten after this and try to find out exactly why she said no without revealing it. If she believes it's a dream, as her to talk about it. Say you keep thinking about what she said and wanted to know what really happened. Naruto frowned and said, I am not going to force her into it. The third said, of course not, but I am just saying that perhaps something in the near future may change her mind and she would want to be one, and since she actually passed the trials, except for that you won't have to test her again. Naruto frowned and Lee said, I think it's a good idea, Naruto. She did good and was very cunning, and she did work on her temper even though she kicked your ass. Naruto said, yeah, I finally let my guard down and she floors me and steps on my neck. My back still hurts from that. Lee said, are you sure it's not from when she had her Zord dropkick the Dragon Zord? Kakashi asked, what exactly are Zords again? The third said, mechanical summons Kakashi the size of Gambunta and Kyuubi. Kakashi and Guy went wide-eyed, and Guy asked, how many of those do you have? Naruto said, around 150, but without rangers and repairs only a fraction of them are operational right now. Alpha and I over the last couple of years have actually been condensing down and redesigning some of them to make them better and adding a few of the smaller ones to some of the solo warrior ones. The third said, well, that is all for now. I guess you all should rest. Naruto asked, how long have we been gone? The planet we were on had different length in days, and I can't really remember how many hours that planet had in a day. The third said, 3 weeks. Naruto nods and said, well, I got work to do. I will tell Tenten's dad she was hurt on a mission and at the hospital so he could go see her to make the story more believable. End flashback. As the door closed, the third said, well, Team Youthful 6. How are you today? Naruto looked at Kakashi and said, remind me again, why the hell did we let Guy pick the name for our team? Kakashi said, you were busy and I was lost on the road of life. Lee didn't care and Tenten was still in the hospital. Sasuke has a thing for animals and Sakura agrees with him. Not looking up from his book. The third cleared his throat and said, now getting on to business. I have a C rank mission for you. It probably won't be as exciting as your last one, but I feel it's important. You can come in now. The side door opened up and a drunk man with a bottle of sake and a straw hat on his head entered and looked at the team and said, is this the group I am paying my hard, money for? They don't look so tough. The third said, I assure you, Tazuna, this is one of my best teams currently available for duty right now. It has 2 Junins, 2 to 4 Chunin level Genins and 2 Genins on it. Now a normal 3-person Genin team could take this mission and complete it, so you're getting a group discount. Tazuna nods and said, I am the Great Bridge, builder Tazuna from Wave. I expect you to, to protect me until my bridge is done. Naruto looked at Tazuna and said, what threats are we looking at? The third said, possible bandits and thieves, nothing too dangerous. Naruto was watching Tazuna while the third was talking and saw where his hand twitched and he looked sheepish for a moment. Naruto looked at Lee, who was also looking, and both nod slowly, and Lee said, right, we will protect you, but we must ask you to refrain from drinking any further until we reach your bridge for your own safety. Tazuna said, give up my sake. Never. Naruto said, then we can't help it if you walk into an enemy ninja's trap. Tazuna flinched and took a big swig and said, now listen her kid, I am paying, you so ninja or. As he passed out from Lee appearing behind him and hitting him in the neck. The third asked, why did you knock out the client? Lee said, he's lying. Naruto and I both know because of some repair work we recently did since we got back that nearly all construction material coming from that area right now goes through a company called the Gato Shipping Corporation. Their prices are 5 times higher than the rest of the market. Add that into the fact that his body kept betraying him when you were talking about actual threats, as well as his ranting at the end about saying ninja or not speech he was going into means he's expecting more than he claims. The third frowned and said, "What do you think, Kakashi?" Kakashi said, "I saw him flinch as well when you mentioned nothing too dangerous, and if the Gato Shipping Corporation is involved then he would have the money to pay for ninja. Where exactly is this bridge he's building?" The third pulled out the scroll and said, "It says it's supposed to connect the mainland to the island of Wave. If that happens, Gato's shipping business would take a heavy loss if profit in that area. I hate to say it, but I agree with the boys. This mission is most likely higher ranked. What do you all think?" Naruto said, "We continue. With Gato price gouging the area, it won't be long before the fire country itself is feeling the hurt from it, since a lot of our raw material comes from islands away from the mainland." Lee said, "I agree, if we are prepared for it our team should be more than adequate." Sasuke smirked and said, "This is a chance for me to get stronger, I say continue." Sakura said, "Oh Sasuke-kun." Sasuke HNED and ignored her. Neji said, "It is fated for us to do this mission no matter what are you doing?" As he looks at Naruto, who has bent over looking at Neji butt. Naruto said, "I am trying to find that fate kunai you have shoved up your ass. It gets on my nerves." Tenten snickers at this as Neji activates his bloodline and said, "Leave me alone or I will make you pay." Naruto said, "Sorry, didn't mean to get you hemorrhoids hurting." As he walked by. Guy said, "Our youthful team is ready, sir." Kakashi shrugged and said, "I have nothing better to do." Tenten said, "I am in, I feel rusty from being in the hospital and I still don't remember that last mission." Naruto said, "That's probably from the hit on your head. The doctor said it may or may not come back, so don't worry about it." Tenten sighs and nods, and the third said, "Very well, what about the client?" Lee hit Tazuna neck and said, "He will be up in a moment." As he walked back over by Naruto. Tazuna groaned as he rubbed his head and he asked, "What happened?" Naruto said, "You passed out in the middle of a rant about Gato from drinking too much, so tell us, again from the beginning." Everyone looked at Naruto and Tazuna rubbed his head, not thinking clearly, and said, "Gato killing our country. He came in and bought all the shipping rights and then hired mercenaries to make everyone follow his rules. Last year my son-in-law refused to follow his rules and Gato had his men behead him in public." Everyone gasped, including the third, and Naruto said, "Go on, you passed out right before that, so tell us what we need to know." Tazuna blinked as he looked up and said, "What, I don't remember." As he looked confused. Naruto sighed and said, "It's okay Tazuna, just go get packed, when do we leave sensei?" Kakashi said, "South Gate 2 hours, be prepared for anything, Tazuna come with me." As he led Tazuna out of the office. After he was gone, the third said, "That was a huge risk, Naruto." Naruto said, "No, proven fact, when you drink as much as he has recently you don't think straight when you first wake up. That is why I played what little info we had and guessed it and seen what we could find out. We now know we will be running into at least mercs and possibly ninjas. That gives us a better chance to stay alive." The third sighed and said, "Very well, but please refrain from doing it again. We can't always get away with questioning our clients. Over half of them lie about the mission one way or another. That is why you should always prepare for the worst." Sakura looked scared and said, "Sasuke-kun, do you think we should change our eep?" As she fell backwards as Sasuke went to hit her, but Lee blocked his hand. Lee said, "I may not like her, but don't hit a woman in my presence." Sasuke HMED and said, "She's a weak fangirl who should just quit being a ninja." As he walked out of the office. Naruto said, "Can I kill him, please? I can make it look like a missing nin did it." The third sighed and said, "I know, but the answer is no, the council and the village would have a heart attack. I wanted to pull him from the ninja academy long before now, but the council overruled my decision. I could now, but then it would most likely cost me my job." Naruto said, "Sounds like the council gained power after the Yondaime died." The third rubbed his eyes and said, "Yes, after you, Nd Amy passed away, the council grabbed a lot of power in the few hours after the Kyuubi defeat. After I took back over it was too late, plus there were other things I had to take care of at the moment." Tenten looked at the third and Naruto a few moments and shook her head and thought. He said, "Yondaime, your imagination is getting to you, girl." Naruto said, "I understand. Well, I guess the rest of us better go, don't want to be later than Kakashi." Everyone snickered as they left, leaving the third in his thoughts. As Team Youth arrived at the gates, Kakashi was there with their client. Kakashi said, "Alright team, let's head out." Chapter 10. As the teams walked out, Naruto was walking in the front with Sasuke beside him. In the middle, Sakura was behind Naruto with the client in the middle and Lee on the other side of him. Behind them Tenten and Neji were in the back with Guy and Kakashi a little behind the group. As they were walking, Sasuke said, "So tell me Dobi, why were you and the two stooges missing for the last couple of weeks? I mean we just returned from a mission and when I got out of the hospital you and them were gone." Naruto said, A, I don't answer to you, B, they are not stooges. Both are better and more competent ninjas than you, and C, did you even notice the genjutsu up ahead? Sasuke scowled and said, "Of course I did. It's in the trees." Naruto's sweat dropped and said, "Stop Sasuke." Sasuke kept walking in Naruto's side before he replaced himself with Sasuke holding a blade intercepting the claw that would have just killed Sasuke with it. Naruto grunted as he kicked the guy backwards as a second figure jumped out of the water genjutsu hitting Naruto in the calf of his leg. Naruto said, "Shit," as he jumped back. Kakashi appeared beside him and asked, "Are you okay?" Naruto said, "Yeah, dipshit refused to listen to me and I had to save his ass and got hurt, feels like poison and I need a few minutes to get it out. My whole leg is numb. Strong shit," as he fell to the ground holding his leg while looking around. Kakashi shot Sasuke a look and said, "Tenten, Sakura, watch the client, Lee, cover Naruto and if Sasuke makes a move that puts you or the others in danger, kill him." Sasuke looked wide-eyed and said, "What?" Kakashi said while looking up ahead at the two men who were looking at the group and, "You heard me Uchiha, you put the life of your teammate and the client in danger because you refused to follow orders. As such I am putting you under warning and if your actions put another teammate or client in danger again I will kill you. Now Guy, these two are Chunins who are known as the Demon Brothers, expert at team fighting and use of poison. Let's take them out so none of the others get poisoned." As he pulled out a kunai. Guy cracked his knuckles and charged at the two men in front while Kakashi turned to the back of the group and ran. Everyone except Naruto seemed surprised by that and as they looked and saw Kakashi blocking the clawed hand of the one who Naruto first intercepted as the group noticed that there were copies of the two in front of the group behind the group as a second one tried to decapitate Kakashi only for Kakashi to duck under and implant a kunai in its stomach making the man turn into water. Kakashi then rolled to the side and said, "Mizubunshin." As he looked at the man in front of him. The man turned and charged at the genins ignoring Kakashi and Kakashi began to chase after him. As this was happening Guy intercepted the charging pair in front and kicked one in the face with a leaf whirlwind kick as he jumped back dodging the claw swipe from the second one as the first one turned into water. The moment it did the second man turned and ran at the genin from the opposite side as his brother did the same. The one Kakashi was chasing held his hand out and a chain shot out as did his brother and using chakra they connected together. The Demon Brothers said, "Slice and dice." As they began to run a circle throughout the group. Tenten who was closest to the client brought him to the ground. Sakura ducked down scared as she started to cry. Neji moved to intercept the men with Jukin and when he blocked the taller of the two Lee appeared behind him and said, "Time to die." As he grabbed the Mon's neck spinning it around breaking the neck. As this was happening Naruto felt sick as the world around him dropped out from under him. At that moment Sasuke charged at shorter one who backhanded him in the face only for Kakashi to appear and implanted a kunai in the Mon's neck. Guy stopped and said, "Is that all? Wait, where Naruto?" As everyone looked around. Just then Naruto landed with a Senbon needle in his shoulder and said, "Shit, that hurts." As Tenten ran over to him and asked, "What happened?" As she removed the Senbon. Naruto said, "There was a third one in the trees." Tenten pulled out a kunai and held it at Naruto's neck and said, "Okay, who are you?" Making everyone look at her. Guy asked, "What are you doing Tenten?" Tenten said, "This isn't Naruto." Naruto asked, "What are you talking about Tenten?" Tenten pushed the blade closer to Naruto's neck and said, "And Naruto can't be hurt by thrown objects, his defense is too good, trust me, I can't touch him." B. You forgot his pants were torn when he was cut. Everyone looked and noticed the person pant was not torn and Kakashi asked, "Who are you and where is Naruto?" The person fell into the ground as an ice mirror formed under him and Kakashi said, "Shit. Neji, use your bloodline and look for Naruto." Neji activated his eyes and said, "He's about a quarter of a mile to the east. He's on the ground tied up and passed out." Kakashi said, "Not good, is he alone?" Neji said, "Yes." Guy said, "Lee, Neji and Tenten, come with me and we will get him in return. Kakashi can watch the client until then, use your cool hip attitude as the code Kakashi." Kakashi nods and Team Guy jumped into the trees moving toward where Naruto was. When they got there Lee landed beside Naruto and checked him out and said, "Looks like the poison was too strong for his bloodline to stop on its own and made him pass out." Guess he's never encountered this one before. As he untied him, Neji asked, what bloodline and are you talking about? Lee said, he has advanced healing, any poison he encounters once he cures it he will never be poisoned by it again since he immediately becomes immune to it. This must be something strong to take him out though. As he picked Naruto up and they started to jump back toward Team 7. When they arrived, Guy said, my eternal rival, I challenge you. Kakashi looked up from his book and said, you say something, Guy. Guy said, damn your cool hip attitude. Kakashi said, enough. So how is he? Lee said, he will be fine in a little while. The poison was stronger than we thought and was one he never encountered before. His bloodline should fix it soon though. As he glared at Sasuke who was holding his nose. Sakura said, we should go back. Naruto wounded and Kakashi threatened to kill Sasuke-kun and needs to be arrested. Naruto groaned and said, somebody killed a harpy. As he placed his head on his neck. Tenten was beside him in moments and asked, are you okay? Naruto said, yeah, bitch had a mean haymaker. As he rubbed his neck. Lee asked, what happened back there? Naruto said, I'm not real sure. I was still taking care of my leg trying to bleed the poison out when the ground under me turned to ice and I started to fall. Next thing I knew I saw a female-looking hand hitting the side of my neck and then I was waking up here. Kakashi frowned and said, must be the person who impersonated you since she left the same way. Luckily Tenten recognized her as a fake before she could get to the client. Lee said, what of the poison? Naruto said, my bloodline took care of it already except for the numbing part which is why I was trying to bleed it out. I thought with everyone here I could let my guard down a moment. Sorry. As he stood up and winced. Kakashi said, no, it's alright. None of us were expecting that kind of surprise while we faced those other two. You're just lucky she decided to knock you out instead of kill you. Naruto nods and said, probably to use me as a hostage if plan A failed. Sasuke said, quit acting tough Dobi, you let yourself get captured and try to make it sound like you could have protected yourself. Naruto sighed and said, what I wouldn't give for a pound of C4, a remote detonator, a box of fireworks, and a beer about now. Lee snickered while everyone else seemed confused. Kakashi said, right, well let's continue the mission. Sakura said, but you are under arrest Kakashi-sensei. Everyone's sweat dropped and Kakashi said, really, and who's arresting me and for what? Sakura said, I am for threatening a Konoha ninja. As she pulled out some ninja wire and walked toward Kakashi. Kakashi held out his hands and said, you got me. And let her tie them together. As she formed a walking chain with them Kakashi said, right, let's move out now. As he began walking toward Wave dragging Sakura who was screaming, stop, what are you doing? Kakashi said, resisting arrest. As he pulled out his book and began to read as he walked. Naruto smiled and said, you know, I am so glad he's our sensei. As he stuck his tongue out at Sakura who had her feet planted in the ground pulling away from Kakashi as he dragged her along the road. A few hours later the group stopped for the night to set up camp and Guy said, right, I know this area pretty well and since we don't know where our young friend is or if he has anyone else with him or her we will set up camp here and do the buddy system. Lee and Sakura will set up camp, Sasuke and Neji will get firewood and Naruto and Tenten will go and get water and try to catch some fish in the stream about 2 miles east of here if I remember correctly. Each of the teens nod and went about their jobs. Naruto and Tenten found a stream where Guy had said and Tenten asked, so how are you doing? Naruto said, fine. Tenten nods and said, why don't you fill up the canteens while I go downstream a little and try to catch some fish? Naruto said, alright, let's use what you called me when you woke up in the hospital as our password, you take the first word and I will take the second. Tenten said, okay. As she looked embarrassed. Tenten walked down the stream about 200 yards and looked at the water when she heard a voice say, get away from my food. And she looked around startled and asked, who's there? She looked around and heard the voice say, damn humans, you're scaring away my food. I got to act now to get it before it escapes. As Tenten went wide-eyed as a hawk dove past her and grabbed a fish with its claws and flew over to the other side and dropped the fish and started to eat. Tenten thought, what the hell? As she looked at the hawk. The hawk looked at her and said, is that human going to try and steal my food? I must go then. As it grabbed the fish it was eating and flew away. Tenten thought, that hawk talked but hawks can't talk. I don't understand hawks. Am I going crazy? As she walked over and scooped up some water and splashed it into her face and did it again as she ran the water across her cheeks and against her ears trying to shake the thought of talking animals out of her head. As she looked at herself in the water she saw herself looking normal and thought, it must be my imagination or the heat. It's not like I can mysteriously wait a minute. As she looked at herself in the water again and saw the earring in her ear, and she thought, I remember, I got this earring when I couldn't understand Jason and he said it allowed you to understand any language, so if that's true then everything else that happened is true, then that means. As her eyes went wide as she looked upstream at Naruto. As she looked at him she thought, that means him and Lee are really Power Rangers and I was also, so I didn't get hurt on a mission. I need to confront them about it, but how? Naruto came walking up toward her and asked, is everything okay, Tenten? Tenten said, yeah, I think the heat's getting to me, I keep having flashback of my dream. Power. Naruto said, Ranger, you know, they say that if you have nightmares you can sometimes talk about it and they can help you with them. If you want we can talk about it. Tenten thought, this could work, I can play with this and find out what's going on. And said, okay, what do you want to know about it? Naruto said, well, why don't you tell me it all from the beginning? Tenten nods and over the next 20 minutes she tells it all while watching Naruto as he caught some fish. When it was over Naruto said, that was quite a dream. Do you feel better now that you talked about it? Tenten said, not really, I feel like a lot was left unanswered. Naruto nods and said, perhaps it's because I woke you up after you said no. Perhaps there was more to it. Tenten said, I don't think so. I mean I would have said no anyways. Naruto frowned and asked, why? Tenten said, my dad. I could give up everything but him. After my mom died we were all we had together, so I couldn't just up and leave him. Naruto nods as he lays back on the grass and said, I see, I can understand that. Tenten said, good, now I just wish I knew what would have happened after I said no. I mean what would the you and Lee have done? Naruto said, well I don't know Tenten, I personally think you made a good decision. I think your dream played what you knew as true and made the rest up to help you sort it out. Tenten asked, what do you mean? Naruto said, well, take Lee for instance. He's an orphan like me, we don't really have anything tying us down like family and we both are considered outsiders by our peers. Lee because of his inability to use chakra and me for being a stranger, so we don't really have a lot of friends beside you and our sensei. It would be easier for us to be these mysterious Power Rangers you dreamed about, but that's just my take. I could be wrong and you could simply have been having one of those Cinderella dreams where after that you would be captured by some evil monster and your two knights in shining armors came to save you. It could be you have feelings for Lee and since me and him are good friends you included me. Tenten frowned and said, why couldn't I have had feelings for you in my dream then? Naruto waved his hand as he stood up and said, sorry, nobody gets close to me because everyone who does gets hurt then. That's something I realized with sensei passing. As he dusted his pants off and began walking toward camp. Tenten frowned and thought, damn it, he makes it seem more like a dream than reality every time I turn around. It could have been a damn fantasy, but I did hear that falcon, but what if it was the heat? Damn it, what am I to do? Plus the fact he doesn't let me get close. Maybe that's why I dreamed it, because he's a mystery and I keep trying to solve it. As she stands up and begins to follow him. When they arrived at camp Kakashi asked, what took so long? Naruto said, something spooked the fish so we had trouble finding them. Probably a fox or wolf or something. Kakashi nods and everyone starts to cook their fish. Chapter 11. In Wave Country, a tall man with a sword on his back covering half of his face was standing on a dock facing the water when a mirror of ice appeared behind him and he asked, so what do you have to report, Haku? Haku pulled her mask down and said, I am sorry to say but the demon brothers are dead and I failed to eliminate the client Zabuza-sama. Zabuza turned and looked at Haku and asked, why did you fail? Haku said, Sharingan Kakashi, Meta-guy and 6 genins are guarding the client including a Hyuga. 4 of the genins could be Chunin level easily. I tried getting close after I captured the strongest of the Chunin level genin and impersonated him, but they were able to see through my disguise in a moment. Zabuza frowned and said, this Tazuna must have told the Hokage everything to get that much protection. Haku said, I believe so sir, they were all heavily armed. Zabuza said, very well Haku, I do not count this a failure on your part since you were there mostly for information gathering, which you succeeded on. We must go and plan how to deal with them. They will be expecting an attack before they make it here and we won't be able to handle those odds. Let's return to the hideout. Haku said, yes Zabuza-sama. Back on the way to Wave, Naruto was walking in the front again but Tenten was beside him with Sasuke in the rear now. Tenten kept shooting glances at Naruto and Naruto finally asked, what? Tenten said, when are you going to show me your whole face? I mean every time I have seen you, you have had that face mask like Kakashi-sensei has. Naruto said, I have my reasons. Tenten said, what reason? Naruto ignored her and Tenten thought, okay, trying to get him talking is not going to work, he's guarding himself against me. Why though? He knows I know too much about him, but why make me more curious by closing himself off? In the back of the group, Lee said, "Hey Guy Sensei, I need to take a break." Guy frowned as everyone else looked shocked and Guy asked, "What is wrong, Lee?" Lee said, "I think I pulled something yesterday because my leg feels funny and it's getting stronger. I think if I can go and check it I can see if it's just a pulled muscle or if it's something else." Kakashi looked at Tazuna and then at Sakura and said, "I think it's a good idea, Guy. The client looks like he could use a 20-minute break along with Sakura and we should be there in a few hours anyways." Guy said, "All right Lee, take care of what you must and if something is wrong inform us immediately." Lee nods and walks into the bushes away from the group. When he gets there he looks around and pushes the button on the side of his morpher and said, "Lee to Alpha, come in Alpha." A few moments later Alpha said, "Alpha here, go ahead Ranger." Lee said, "Alpha, does Naruto currently have the Blue Ranger morpher or did he return it and the power coin?" Alpha was a few moments and said, "I have it here Ranger, why?" Lee said, "Send it to me here Alpha. I got a feeling we might need it." Alpha said, "Roger Ranger, sending it now." Lee looked and saw a beam of light hit the ground in front of him and he saw the morpher appear and he checked it and saw the power coin and said, "Thanks Alpha, I got it, Lee out." As he pulled out a scroll and sealed it in the scroll. A few moments later Lee came walking out of the woods and Naruto said, "Lightning." Lee said, "Wind." Everyone looked confused and Naruto said, "It's him, is everything okay?" Lee said, "Yeah, it's embarrassing but apparently when I slept last night I had a wood sliver in my leg that was irritating the muscle. I pulled it out and it should be fine in a little while. I am ready when everyone else is." After a little wait they continued on for several hours and Naruto saw a lake up ahead and asked, "So what's fishing like around here Tazuna?" Tazuna said, "It used to be good until Gato brought in commercial fishermen who set up trapping nets around the island." Naruto nods. Just then a beeping noise went off on both Lee and Naruto wrist and both looked at each other and Kakashi said, "What's that?" Naruto glanced at Tenten and said, "It's mine and Lee's radios. The batteries are almost dead. I guess we forgot to charge them last night." Lee said, "Yeah, I guess with all the excitement we did." Naruto asked, "How much farther is your home Tazuna?" Tazuna said, "About 30 more minutes." Naruto nods and Lee said, "Hey Sakura, why have you been so quiet lately?" Naruto discreetly made hand signs and he replaced himself with a Kajbunshin and jumped into the woods. Once Naruto was far enough away Naruto hit the button and said, "Naruto here. Go ahead Alpha." Alpha said, "Ranger, I have been monitoring the planet for anyone coming or going as ordered and I have a ship landing within 100 miles of you in less than an hour ago." Naruto frowned and said, "Did you get an exact landing for it?" Alpha said, "Negative Ranger, I lost contact before it landed. I just have the area where it landed as the north side of the island you're on." Naruto said, "Thanks Alpha, I will inform Lee." Naruto out. As he sighed and said, "It's morphin time." As he slammed his hand onto his gauntlet and pulled his blade out as he morphed and said, "Wind Ranger power now." As he revealed himself as the White Ranger. Naruto then jumped into the trees and took off toward the area where his team was. As Team Youth was walking Kakashi tensed a moment and before he could say anything a figure in white armor appeared. Lee, Kakashi, and Guy all realized who it was but Kakashi said, "Who are you?" The person turned and said, "Konoha Nins, you're a long way from home." Sasuke started to charge with a kunai in hand but Lee grabbed the back of his shirt and planted him by yanking back and down. Kakashi said, "We are on a mission and you have not told me who you are." Guy said, "He's the one who saved Tenten on a mission a few months ago." Tenten frowned and thought, "Okay, Naruto is the Green Ranger and Lee is the Yellow Ranger so who is this?" The White Ranger said, "I am a friend and ally of Konoha. I am just passing through heading for the north end of the island where I have received reports of something strange going on. Do any of you have information on that area of the island?" As he looked at the group. Naruto said, "You know anything about that side of the island Tazuna?" Tazuna said, "Not much, Gato main shipping port is in that area as well as his base. That's all I know." Kakashi said, "Perhaps we can join forces since it seems that you and us have a similar goal." Trying to keep an eye on Naruto. Naruto said, "Perhaps later, for now I am just going to recon and determine what is going on there. Good luck." As he jumped into the trees heading north. Kakashi frowns and looks at Lee who looked worried and then said, "Let's go, we have a mission to complete." As he looked at Naruto and realized he's a Kajbunshin and thought, he must have traded when Lee was talking to Sakura. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island Zabuza and Haku were in their room planning their ambush when a knock was heard on their door. Haku went and opened it and a mercenary said, Gato wants to see you both at his seaport. Zabuza frowns and nods and Haku said, what do you think? Zabuza said, be prepared for a trap. Haku nods and starts getting ready. A few minutes later they were outside of the seaport and they saw several of the mercs standing outside and Zabuza walked in with Haku behind him and they could hear people talking as they walked toward the center of the building. In the middle of the bay Gato was talking to a tall man with black hair and dressed in a pair of black pants and a black shirt and he said, so let me see if I understand you correctly Crow, you say these weapons can replace my need for mercs and ninja. Crow said, yes, these weapons can kill anyone. Gato said, even you. Crow said, yes, but if you did who would supply you with more of them? Gato said, true. Ah, here are the 2 ninja I hired to kill Tazuna. Tell me, how did he die? As he rubbed his hands together. Zabuza looked at the person who had his back to him and said, he's not, yet. We were just preparing to leave when you summoned us. Crow said, still waiting for the last moment to move I see Zabuza. As he turned. Zabuza's eyes went wide and said, you. As he pulled off his sword and got ready to fight. Haku got ready also and Gato said, what's going on here? As he backed away scared. Zabuza said, I was told you died last year Mizukage-sama. He spat out the name. Crow said, please, I faked my death and got out when I got bored. So when did you start hanging out with a bloodline bitch? As he looked at Haku. Haku's eyes narrowed and Zabuza and Crow both disappeared at instant speed that even Haku could not follow. The sound of metal meeting metal echoed in the room and suddenly Zabuza appeared in front of Haku with his sword broken in half as both pieces fell to the ground he started to fall backwards. Haku was shocked and reached up and grabbed Zabuza and saw a sword sticking through his chest and she looked up and saw Crow standing there looking bored and he said, foolish Zabuza to bring your own weakness with you. I just had to target the girl and you moved to protect her. Haku saw Zabuza was still alive and she saw Crow walking toward them so she closed her eyes concentrating and both her and Zabuza fell into an ice mirror that appeared under her and disappeared. Crow growled and yelled, Tritons. Just then around 30 men appeared and Crow said, find the girl who just entered a few moments ago and recover my sword. Kill the girl and bring it to me. The 30 men disappeared and Gato who was hiding asked, is it over? Crow looked at Gato and said, yes, now I want you to have your men try out those weapons and in a few days I want you to have them ambush the bridge builder and his men and give them a true test. I will return after I hear about his death and the destruction of the bridge and collect my money as well as bring the next shipment for those weapons. Remember, no one can get you these weapons but me so don't think about double-crossing me. As he left in a swirl of leaves. Haku appeared several miles away from the seaport and she was holding Zabuza who was coughing and Haku said, hold on Zabuza, I am going to remove the sword and try to heal you. As she started to cry. She grabbed the sword and pulled it out and set it down on the ground and began the only medical jutsu she knew as her hands glowed green she started to work on him. Zabuza looked at her and said in gasping pain and breath, Haku. Listen to me, I'm done for but you can still live. Please, for me go and live. I am sorry I was not a better father to you. As he coughed up blood again and froze as his eyes glossed over. Haku who was still working on him turned her head back and screamed, NNNNOOOOOOOOOOO. As Zabuza passed away. A sound of someone approaching drew Haku's attention and she turned and saw that several men were coming toward her and one of them said, there she is, Master said get the sword and kill her. Haku thought, they want the sword but why? As she looked at the sword. She then grabbed the sword and thought, if the man who killed Zabuza-sama wants his sword back I will give it back to him, through his heart. As she took up one of the sword stances Zabuza taught her. The men all circled her in the trees and one said, looks like she wants to play. Shall we? As he jumped down to kill Haku. Haku was tensed but determined and when she was preparing to go for a slash with the sword she suddenly knew to jump back and did. At that moment where she was a second man who had came behind her landed where she was and suddenly a hand went through the chest of his body by the first man who had jumped from the front and then the man whose body had a hand and it went up in feathers. Haku thought, why did I do that? How did I know the second man was attacking and why did he turn into feathers? She looked around and 3 more jumped at her from the left and she charged the one who had killed the first and thrust the sword into his chest as he went up in feathers and she continued to run through the opening that was created by the man who first jumped. Once she was out of their circle she jumped in the trees and started to go full speed trying to get away. The White Ranger was getting closer to the north end of the island when he heard a scream of NNNNOOOOOOOOOO. He stopped and started to head toward where the scream came from. A few minutes later he landed in a clearing where he saw a monk's body and Naruto looked around and went wide-eyed a moment as he saw feathers and he thought, talons. Shit. As he hit his Morpher Com button. Lee and the group had just made it to Tazuna House when his bracelet went off. Lee frowned and said, "Sorry, I am going outside and setting it to charge." As he walked outside and away from the house and said, "Lee here, go ahead." Naruto voice said, "Lee listen. I just came across what appears to be 2 dead talons in a body of a tall man who looks like Zabuza Momochi from the bingo book dead. I also heard a female voice scream a few moments ago from this area, so I am going to check the area out. Look out for talons though. Ranger out." Lee hit his comm button and turned and saw Tenten, and she said, "So what exactly are these talons, Yellow Ranger?" Lee smiled and said, "What?" Tenten punched him in the face and said, "That was for the slap you gave me. Now don't deny it, you and Naruto forgot one important thing that made me realize it was real. This," as she showed Lee the earring. Lee thought, "Shit," and said, "Well," as he rubbed the back of his head, a trait he picked up with hanging around Naruto too much. Naruto looked around the area and saw footprints heading into the woods and started going that direction. About 10 minutes later he saw more feathers on a branch and thought, someone's killing them. Hiku, who was getting tired of running, jumped to the side and spun as she did so and sliced 2 men who jumped from opposite sides trying to pincer attack her. Before she could land on the next branch though, a kick in her back made her fall toward the ground. Suddenly an idea hit her and she thought, might as well, nothing else since I grabbed this sword has made sense. And she rolled and slid with her back going the direction she was sliding as she concentrated her bloodline into the sword and held it out in front of her and said, "Crystal Ranger power now." The sword's color turned to jade and the handle turned white as bluish jade color armor started forming around Hiku. Hiku saw this with wide eyes as a helmet fastened onto her head. The men who were chasing her all landed and one said, "She's a Power Ranger. We must kill her and recover the sword at all cost." Just then a shout of, "Wind Elemental Blaster, fire!" and 5 white balls of energy hit 3 of the men who burst into feathers. A few moments later a shout from the other side of the clearing said, "Lighting Elemental Blaster, fire!" and several yellow balls of energy shot out and hit 7 men and they burst into feathers. Behind the men another shout of Water Elemental Blaster, fire! was heard as 6 balls of water the size of a fist hit 6 men and they all burst into feather. There were 5 left and Hiku reached her side and pulled out a blaster and said, "Crystal Rapid Shot, fire!" As she pulled the trigger an ice crystal shot out piercing the men in the chest and they went up in feathers. Hiku looked around as 3 other people landed on the trees from 3 different angles, one in yellow, one in blue and one in white. Naruto scowled inside his helmet as he saw Tenten, but he looked down at the person who was on the ground holding a sword and his eyes went wide a moment and then looked at the armor and saw that on the chest was a diamond-shaped crystal of ice. He thought, somehow she got the legendary crystal power sword, but how? Hiku asked, "Who are you?" She watched as the one in yellow and blue both turned to the one in white and the one in white said, "We are the Power Rangers." Hiku asked, "Who?" Naruto sighed and said, "I am going to take off my armor and show you who I really am, do not attack me. We only came to help. Power down." As his armor disappeared. Hiku's eyes went wide as she recognized Naruto as the person she knocked out and Hiku asked, "What are your intentions?" Naruto said, "That is up to you. I want to know how you came by the crystal power sword." Hiku tensed and asked, "Why do you want to know?" Naruto said, "The man who used to own that sword murdered the man who was my first sensei who I considered a father. I want to know if you were working for him and if not how you came by that sword." Hiku said, "The man who owned this sword killed my master, Zabuza-sama, who was also like a father to me. It was still in his body when I took his body and fled trying to save his life. Those men followed and tried to kill me and recover the sword after he died. I want to kill the man who owns this sword, but I know I am not strong enough. Do you want revenge for your sensei as well?" Naruto said, "Yes, but I am not strong enough to face him." Hiku said, "Would you be willing to work together to kill him?" Naruto said, "Perhaps someday, but first I would need to know who I am talking to." Hiku said, "I am Hiku." Naruto said, "Can I see what you look like?" Hiku said, "Yes, but I don't know how to get this off." Naruto said, "That's understandable, you have not had a chance to finish getting the knowledge to use everything yet. Just say power down and it should shut down." Hiku said, "Power down." And the armor disappeared and she was standing there with the sword, which was now black again. Naruto sighed and said, "What are you both doing here?" as he looked at Hiku. Tenten said, "You forgot my earrings, so deal with it." Naruto eyes widened a moment as he resisted the urge to hit himself and asked, "So what do you know of Raven?" Hiku said, "Is that the name you know him by?" Naruto said, "It's his real name." Hiku said, "I never met him before today, but Zabuza-sama called him Mizukage." He's the one Zabuza failed to kill several years ago when he tried to take over the land of water. Gato was making some kind of deal with him involving your client. At this Naruto tensed and asked, how do you know about my client? Haku said, I was the one who attacked you before. Tenten tensed as did Lee and Naruto, who was ready in case of a fight, and asked, what are your intentions now? Haku said, Gato had wanted Zabuza-sama and I to kill the bridge builder. Now that Zabuza-sama is dead, I don't care about the old man. I just want this raven. Naruto sighed and said, Haku, I think you should know something more about exactly what you have gotten yourself into along with you Blue Ranger. You see. Over the next hour Naruto explained the history of the Power Rangers, Omega, the truth about Raven, Talons, the Bijus, and he finally said, and that's the whole story. That is what the Power Rangers are. We must stop Omega, and while doing it we will stop Raven. Now that you Haku and you Blue Ranger know everything, do you both want in or do you want out? If you want out, I will take you Morpher and Power Sword and get you someplace safe Haku, and your identity is a secret to everyone except for myself, the Yellow Ranger, and 4 others. Haku said, I don't care, I was a tool for Zabuza-sama, and if becoming a Power Ranger will allow me to get my revenge then I accept. Naruto sighed and nods and said, Yellow Ranger, please take Haku to go and bury her master. He's about 3 miles east of here. Lee nods and said, power down. As Haku looked and she saw him, and Lee said, I am Rock Lee, it's a pleasure to meet you Haku and welcome to the legacy. Shall we? As he waved with his hand. Haku nods and jumps into a tree with Lee following. When they were gone Tenten said, power down. Naruto had his back to her and Tenten said, so do you want to tell me why? Naruto asked, why what? Tenten asked, why you are pushing me away. Naruto said, I am not. Tenten said, bullshit. Naruto turned to her and Tenten said, like that right there. Ever since I first said no you have been trying to get away from me. Are you that mad at me for saying no because I didn't want to hide everything from my father? Naruto sighed and said, no, I am actually glad you did say no. Tenten asked, why? Naruto looked up at the sky and said, so I could treat you as an enemy. Tenten blinked and slapped him across the face and screamed, so you could treat me as an enemy, what the hell kind of reason is that? Naruto rubbed his lip and saw the blood from his mouth and said, so I would finally know how to act around you alright. As he spat out some blood. Tenten blinked and asked, what do you mean how to act around me? Just be yourself. Naruto sighed and said, that's just it. Ever since the first day I saw you when I first came to inform Lee about Sensei death and I saved you, I could not stop thinking about you. I have been trained to keep secrets, fight, protect the legacy, lead, repair things, diplomacy, tactics, but none of them help me when I am around you. My mouth just starts saying things that my mind tells me to stop, and no matter what I try to do you keep getting through my defense like they are not even there. When you smile at me it makes me want to fly. When you walk into a room I can't take my eyes off of you. When you speak I want to hear everything you say and ignore everyone else. I don't know why I keep acting this way. Hell, I don't even know why I am telling you this. Tenten was stunned and thought, okay, wait, what the hell, brain reboot, he's basically just told me he's in love with me 100 different ways and he doesn't know it. Wait, of course he doesn't know, he's only hangs out with Lee and his sensei Tommy before he came back, so he doesn't know what love is. Naruto was looking at Tenten inside and said, so I guess you don't know either. Tenten blinked realizing Naruto had said something and Tenten said, sorry, I wasn't thought, can you repeat what you said? Naruto growls and said, I asked if you knew what was wrong with me so I can fix it. I thought if you were an enemy then I could keep you at bay, but apparently that didn't work either. Tenten said, of course not. Logic don't work on love. Naruto blinked and said, what the hell kind of idea is that? Tenten giggled and said, the truth. You want to know what is wrong with you? Fine, I will tell you. You said it yourself. Before you met me you never saw a human female. When you first saw me you instantly fell in love. Then after that all the time we spent together has made it go from a simple crush into something more solid. You just don't know it because you never been around love before. Naruto sighed and said, so what happens now if you're right? Tenten said, if I am right, you want to test it? Naruto asked, how? Tenten said, close your eyes and relax, I am going to do something and depending on how you react will tell us if it is love or not. Deal. Naruto said, fine, it's not like I got anything to lose. As he closed his eyes. Tenten stepped forward and leaned in and put a soft kiss on his lips as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Naruto's eyes went wide a moment as he tensed and then they started to close as he started to relax and he slowly put his hands around her back and pulled her closer. This was the scene that greeted Lee and Haku, and Lee said, well, it's about damn time. Both Naruto and Tenten bolted apart and gasping for breath, and Naruto said, "Lee, you're back with Hakuen." His mind tried to work, realizing Haku can see Tenten. Tenten saw the look on his face and she said, "Well Haku, allow me to introduce myself. I am Tenten, the Water Ranger." Haku nods and said, "You both make a cute couple," causing Naruto and Tenten to blush. Naruto said, "Damn it Kakashi," as he fell to his knees. Lee asked, "What?" Naruto said, "Kakashi is ordering us back and he killed my clone with a kunai between the eyes." "Well Haku, looks like you're coming with us," as he stood up. Haku asked in a concerned voice, "What about your team?" Naruto said, "Relax, I will tell Kakashi and Guy that you're a ranger friend. They know the truth and knew about Tenten before anyways, so they will go with what I say until I can talk privately with them. Don't tell anyone about attacking us earlier until I do though." Haku nods and said, "Yes Naruto-sama." Naruto looked at her and said, "Just Naruto. I am not your master." Haku said, "But you are the team leader, correct?" Lee said, "Yes." Tenten nods yes and Naruto sighs and said, "Alright, I am the team leader, but you should know that most people don't know about Power Rangers. That reminds me," as he hit his comm button and said, "Come in Alpha." A few moments later Alpha came on the radio and said, "Go ahead Ranger." Naruto said, "Alpha, we have two new Rangers, the Blue Water Ranger and the Crystal Ranger." Alpha said, I. The Crystal Ranger, but how? The Crystal Power Sword was captured by Raven." Naruto said, "It's been recovered. Begin work on the incorporating the Crystal Titan Zord with the Neo Dragon Zord, Lightning Rat Zord, Water Frog Zord, and the Wind Falcon Zord, as well as sending the Crystal Matrix Morpher here." Alpha said, "Right, give me a few minutes to send the Morpher, but the rest will take time." Naruto said, "Okay." A few moments later a white energy beam was in the center of them and Naruto picked it up and walked to Haku and said, "Now Haku, this has a radio built into the side here by pressing these buttons. One is for the Rangers and the other is for the command center. Now what I need you to do is put this on and say as you slam your sword into the Bracelt Power Unification Morpher. That way the rest of the knowledge you need will be uploaded into your brain over the next few hours." Haku put it on and said, "Power Unification Morpher," as she slammed her sword into the bracelet, but it was absorbed. She got dizzy a moment and Lee helped to steady her and she asked, "What happens if this comes off?" Lee said, "It can't. They only come off if you take it off or die, that is the only way for them to come off. Here, put this in your ear," as he pulled out his second earring in one ear. Haku took it and asked, "What is it for?" Lee said, "It allows you to hear any language and understand it." Haku nods and Naruto said, "Well let's go," as he jumped into a tree with the others following. A figure steps out from behind a tree after they were gone and thought, "So Rangers, you are returning. Well let's see how you like my surprises." Chapter 12. When the Rangers returned to Tazuna home, Kakashi was sitting on the couch reading his book and Guy was drinking some tea while Tsunami cooked. Sakura was sitting by Sasuke who was brooding at the table and Neji sat meditating. Kakashi asked, "So what's up and why did you not inform us you were leaving and who's this?" Naruto said, "An old friend from before I came to the village. I will tell you later. She's going to be staying with us and most likely joining Konoha when we return." Kakashi looked at her and asked, "What rank are you?" Naruto said, "She was an apprentice but her sensei was killed so she doesn't know." Kakashi frowns and asked, "What is your name and who was your sensei?" and Naruto don't answer for her. Haku said, "My name is Haku and my sensei was Zabuza Momochi." Kakashi eyes went wide a moment as well as Guy and Kakashi said, "So Zabuza dead?" Naruto said, "Yes, now Kakashi if you don't mind we're all could use a little rest. I can tell you anything else that you need to know about Haku later." As he motioned with his eyes toward the ones who didn't know. Kakashi said, "Alright, go ahead and get her settled in Tenten. Naruto, you and I are going to have a talk since you replaced yourself with a Kajbunshin and to see your friend and I had to send Tenten and Lee to find you." As he walked outside. Tenten said, "Follow me." As she lead Haku up the stairs. Lee went and took up a meditative stance like Neji. Once Naruto and Kakashi were away from the house, Kakashi asked, "So what's the real story?" Naruto sighed and said, "Let me tell you all of it before you act, okay?" Kakashi frowns but nods. Naruto said, "Alright, Zabuza only been dead a couple of hours at most. When our morphers went off on the way here I snuck off to find out why Alpha was contacting us. He tracked a spaceship landing on the north side of the island. On my way up there to investigate I heard a scream and when I went to investigate the scream I came across the body of Zabuza as well as the remains of two Talons." Kakashi said, "The same things that attacked you in Konoha?" Naruto said, "Yes, they were after Haku. Turns out Zabuza was killed by Raven. The same man who killed my sensei. Kakashi tensed and asked, why did he want the girl? Naruto said, when he killed Zabuza, Haku fled with Zabuza who was still barely alive. Raven had left his sword inside of Zabuza. When the Talons who were disguised as humans caught up with Haku, she started using the sword she had removed from Zabuza's body to defend herself. Kakashi asked, is there something about that sword I don't know? Naruto nods and said, remember me telling you about the ambush that killed all the rangers but my sensei? Well, there was a team of rangers who instead of having power coins like most rangers they had power swords. Sensei retrieved all of them but the one Haku was fighting with. It was the legendary crystal power sword. Raven had took it as his personal trophy from the trap and has had it until today when he slipped up. While fighting the Talons, Haku was able to get enough memory download to change into a Power Ranger using the power sword. I arrived just moments later, seeing her facing off against about 20 Talons. Lee and Tenten arrived moments later and we killed all the Talons. Kakashi said, so Tenten's a Ranger Aegean. Naruto blushed behind his mask and said, yes. Sensei, I need some advice. Kakashi said, well, that's a start. What do you need advice on? Naruto said, well, sort of, how do you deal with woman? Tenten said, the reason I have trouble with acting around her is because I'm in love with her and I don't know what to do. Kakashi put his hands into his head and asked, have you had the talk yet? Naruto asked, the talk, you mean how to tell the difference between males and females? Then yes. Kakashi asked, no, I mean sex. Naruto asked, sex? What do you mean? Kakashi thought, he can fight aliens, ninja, and save the galaxy but he doesn't know about sex. Just what the hell was he taught? And reached into his vest and pulled out a scroll. He cut his thumb and slid the blood across the seal on the scroll, and after looking at what was wrote on it he channeled chakra into his seal and a book popped out and Kakashi said, here, this book is Ika Ika Paradise, Virgins, Virgins, Virgins. It should help you understand about sex. Read it. Naruto looked at the book and said, but that's a pervert book. Kakashi said, it's this or I can have Tenten explain it in front of everyone. Naruto said, give me the book. As he took the book. Kakashi asked, so is Haku a threat to us or is she safe? Naruto said, she's safe now, she's also good, she's the one who captured me before. Kakashi went wide-eyed and asked, and you left her with the client? Naruto said, relax, Gato paid her and Zabuza to kill the old man, but Gato was making some kind of deal with Raven when he killed Zabuza. What was the deal I don't know, but I did find out something interesting about Raven. Apparently he was the previous Mizukage, the one Zabuza tried to kill before in the Land of Water. Apparently he faked his own death. Kakashi frowns and said, so he has been here long enough to get elected Mizukage. Naruto said, or killed the Mizukage and took his looks. Anyways, Haku has agreed to be a Power Ranger and will follow my orders as long as I help her get strong enough to get revenge on Raven. I don't like the revenge crap, but I can't force her to give up the power sword without killing her, so I have to help train her with the others. As he leaned back against a tree and opened the book Kakashi gave him. As Naruto was reading, Kakashi said, well, we should return. Naruto nods and keeps reading as they walked back to the house, only to stop and ask, what do you think someone like Gato would want with someone like Raven, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi frowns and said, I don't know, but whatever it is won't be good. Naruto said, I think we should keep Tazuna and his family together for the rest of the mission. We don't want a Talon replacing them to get us or Gato using them as hostages. Kakashi nods, and as they walked back in the house, Tenten was helping Tsunami cook and she looked at Naruto who was reading a book and she instantly recognized the book and said, excuse me a few moments, Tsunami-san. As she walked over toward Naruto and grabbed the book from Naruto and threw it over her shoulder and grabbed his hand and started to drag him up the stairs. When they got upstairs, Tenten took him to her room and shoved him in and closed the door and said, you have one chance right now to tell me what the hell you are doing reading those books. Naruto waved his hands and said, wait. I can explain. As he saw the pissed off look on her face and he realized she could be a problem for him now. Tenten crossed her arms and said, I'm waiting. Naruto said, look, I went to Kakashi-sensei for advice on what to do since I don't really know much about relationships, alright. He asked me if I had the talk and I told him I had the one about how to tell if someone is a boy or girl, and he asked me if I had the one about sex. I was confused and he gave me that book and told me to read it. I told him it was a perverted book because my sensei told me it was, and he told me it was either read it or have you explained it in front of everyone. Tenten looked at him and thought, I see, of course he would not likely have had that talk yet, sign he never seen a woman until me. I am not letting Kakashi pervert him, and Guy sensei is out as well. Neji no go, the Hokage is almost as perverted as Kakashi from what I hear from customers at the shop along with most males. I don't know about Lee but odds are he's not good with it and I don't want dad to do it because he will bring out my baby pictures to embarrass me from the time I sent him to the hospital after he explained to me about PMS. I guess that leaves me but where do I start? Downstairs Kakashi picked up the book and sealed it and thought, works every time. You want a woman to do something embarrassing, make them think you're going to the far extreme of it where they don't want you to go. Tenten looked at Naruto and sighed and said, alright, now let me explain this to you. You said you know about the differences of males and females, right? Naruto said, yes, I had to learn human biology from sensei. Tenten nods and said, alright, so you know where everything is located, correct? Naruto nods and Tenten said, alright, well do you know about woman cycles? Naruto said, I know women have PMS and I know what causes it but I don't know anything more than what the book said. Sensei told me he would explain it when I was older. Tenten frowned and said, well then we got half the talk done. You know about your own reproductive organs, right? Naruto said, yes, I know about how it takes the pollen and the seed put together sex but what sex is and is not is what I don't know. Tenten sighed and sat down on the bed and said, sit down there a moment and let me think. Naruto nods and sits on the second bed across from her. Tenten started to bite her lip as she looked at the floor thinking and she said, look, you got most of the basic but what you seem to be lacking is the practical applications and demonstration. I think I have an idea, stand up and close your eyes again. Naruto stood up and closed his eyes and Tenten said, now no matter what happens do not open them. I am going to give you a few ideas what to expect and experience but not too much but enough to get an understanding, alright? Naruto nods and Tenten leans in and kisses him again and wraps her arms around him as he puts his behind her back and pulls her closer. Tenten stopped the kiss and said, alright, you instinctively pulled me closer trying to get more contact. Sex is pure contact in its most basic and raw form. Instinctively you will know what is required but you also have to realize that your partner might not be willing to go as far as you are. It's not a race or a fight. Take your time with it when you are ready for sex and your partner is ready for sex and then learn if say a kiss here. As she leans down and kisses his collarbone and Naruto arched his neck and she said, causes your partner pleasure. Learn what causes pleasure and what causes pain. Take it slow and easy until you get comfortable. Do you understand? Naruto asked, can I open my eyes? Tenten said, yes. Naruto opened his eyes and said, so you're saying go slow like this. As he kissed her this time and she went wide-eyed a moment and slowly closed them and Naruto sent his tongue to her mouth and hit her teeth and she parted them enough for her tongue to meet his and they fought each other. After several moments Naruto broke the kiss and slowly moved his mouth to her ear and said, trying things like. As he flipped his tongue across her earlobe. Tenten felt chills go down her spine as Naruto started to kiss down her neck and when he hit the collarbone she gasped in pleasure as he softly bit it there and pushed him away and said, we need to stop. As she panted. Naruto said, okay, sorry if I. Tenten put her finger on his lips and said, no, you were okay but I don't want to go any further than that for now. You're the first guy the first ever kissed and we have only just started a relationship and I want it to be more than physical for us. Are you okay with that? Naruto said, yeah, I don't want to do anything to upset you. By the way, you taste of strawberries. Tenten blushed and said, well you taste of. Wait, I can see your face. When I kissed you earlier and in the woods you still had your face mask on. Naruto smiled and said, surprise. Tenten looked at him and said, so why do you wear the mask? The only thing I see wrong with your face is being faded from no tan. Naruto said, when I still had Kyuubi in me I had whiskers on my face for several years afterwards as my body adapted to its power. I cover my face so Raven will think Kyuubi is still in me and also so that people don't see me and realize I am the son of the Yondaime since I look just like him. Tenten nods and blush and said, well I think we should go back downstairs and let this room air out. Naruto asked, why? Looking confused. Tenten blushed and said, don't worry about it. As she opened the window and then went to the bathroom to freshen up thinking, that was intense, I can believe I actually had an orgasm from just his kisses and that small love bite, wait, did he give me a hickey? As she looked in the mirror and sighed in relief as she saw just a small pink spot that was fading. Naruto pulled his mask up and went downstairs and Kakashi asked, so do you need the book back? Naruto blushed and said, no, I am good. As he went and sat down in a meditative position in front of Neji and Lee forming a triangle. Neji opened his eyes and looked at Naruto and said, you hurt her and I will kill you. Naruto opened his eyes and asked, what? And noticed the veins on the side of Neji's eyes were bulged and thought, wait, he saw us with his bloodline. Neji said, she is my teammate and not some dumb fangirl. If you hurt her I will kill you because she is honorable. Tenten walked in the room and said, chill Neji, he's okay. Neji said, very well, fate has allowed me to honor my debt to you. Tenten sighed and Lee said, Tenten beat all of Neji fangirls away in the academy and sent a few to the hospital so they have respect for each other in that regard, so Neji feels it's his duty to protect her from anyone who would cause her pain like his fangirls did him. Neji glared at Lee and Tsunami said, dinner's ready. Chapter 13. It has been 3 days since they arrived in Wave. For those 3 days Kakashi and Guy had Team Youth working on endurance training by helping the bridge workers. Haku had even joined in and it became clear that she was just as strong as Tenten. Neji still would shoot glares at Naruto but both could tell it was not a hateful thing. He was being a protective big brother to her surprisingly. Sasuke had become enraged by the fact Kakashi and Guy keep ignoring him and his demands to be trained. Sakura would sit by his side and if anyone disrespected Sasuke she would yell at them, but other than that she would just watch everyone else work. Guy and Kakashi, other than ignoring Sasuke, were actually watching the 4 rangers to try and judge their abilities. Tenten and Naruto had been getting closer and have started to hold hands and kiss if around people with his mask on or alone without his mask. Lee and Haku had been giving them time and Haku had been learning more about the rangers from Lee. Naruto sighed and Tenten, who was leaning against him as he leaned against the bridge rail, looked at him and asked, what? Naruto frowned and said only loud enough for her to hear, I am worried about what was the deal Gato and Raven were making. Alpha said he detected the ship left the area after we got back to the house, so I believe Raven has left since he has not come after the sword or Haku. Tenten sighed and said, I know you're worried about Raven but you're not alone any longer. A voice said, I could not have said it better myself girly. Making everyone turn and Haku said, you. As she got into a fighting stance. Naruto said, Raven, what are you doing here? Raven said, well, if it isn't the little coward. Tell me, you going to run and leave your teammates to die like you did you sensei? Making several people who did not know the truth look at Naruto. Kakashi said as he put a hand on Naruto's shoulder, what do you want with us? Raven, who was sitting on top of the crane, said, well, I just came to say goodbye to the Power Rangers before they became extinct in a few minutes. CYA. As he disappeared in a swirl of flames. Naruto growled and looked around and Kakashi asked, was that him Naruto? Naruto said, yes, that's the man that killed Sensei, but why would he show up and not fight? He never shows up and leaves unless. A voice said, well, this is just what I was hoping for. Drawing everyone's attention, and Naruto saw around 10 men standing in front of a short man with a cane and each of them held something in their hands that made Naruto go wide-eyed and mutter, oh shit. He looked over at Lee, who also was wide-eyed, and Naruto said, wait, you're Gato right? Everyone looked at Naruto, who went and put both his hands behind his back and started walking toward Gato and his men, and Kakashi saw Naruto cut his finger and wipe the blood across a seal on his arm, and another bracelet like the one he had on appeared in his hand. Gato said, yes, I am. Are you ready to die? As he pushed his sunglasses up. Naruto said, actually, I have a business deal for you. Gato snorts and said, what would you have that I would want? Naruto said, how about a weapon that makes those guns you have look like toys? You see, I know all about those weapons and I know about the man who gave them to you. You could say we go way back, but we disagreed when he wanted to mass produce those weak little trinkets and I wanted to go for something of mass destruction. Something that could say, destroy this entire bridge in a single press of a button. Gato looked at Naruto, who walked over to the railing and leaned against it. Kakashi said, Naruto, you can't do this. Naruto said, shut it Kakashi. Remember the first rule you taught us, it's survival of the strongest in this world. Gato has the upper hand only because I was spending time with my girl instead of watching. If I had I could have killed them in a second, but now he has the upper hand, so I am willing to make a deal for me and my girl to live. The rest of you can go to hell. Besides, you don't get as rich as I am without knowing when to get rid of the garbage like the weak fools like you Konoha Nins and the idealist Tazuna. As he looked at Gato. Kakashi realized Naruto was trying to win Gato over or buy time, and Kakashi said, I knew I should have killed you when I had the chance. Naruto said, huh, like you could. Now shut up, I'm busy talking to your better. As he looked back from looking at Kakashi a moment. Gato smirked and said, I got to say kid, I like your look on life, but tell me, why should I believe you? Naruto said, how about I destroy this bridge for you as an example of what my weapon can do? Gato thought it over and said, and what's to keep me from taking it from your dead body? Naruto said, well you could, but Then you would take years trying to figure out how to use it, where I can give you the actual manuals as well as the production schematics for those puny guns. Then you wouldn't have to deal with my old friend. Sasuke said, I knew you were a loser. He was then hit by a senbon in the neck by Tenten and fell down asleep as she said, I agree Naruto-kun, it's time we got rid of the trash. As she walked over beside him. Guy said, not you also Tenten. Why? As he had fake tears. Lee said, if I live Naruto I am going to kill you and that whore. As he clenched his fist. Gato said, well this is amusing and. He was silenced as some kind of music came from somewhere he could see and he asked, what the hell is that? Naruto looked around and said, I don't know. As he put himself between Tenten and Gato and started to back away. The music played again and Naruto said, it's coming from the water below. As he looked over the side of the bridge. Gato moved over to the side of the bridge and saw a man in green armor standing on the water and he saw the man playing a flute and he went wide-eyed as a head started to arise out of the water. He backed away scared and said, men, kill the man below. As he backed away. Just then Guy screamed and everyone looked and saw he had a kunai in his back and everyone looked and saw Sakura who had 2 more in her hands and she smirked and said, sorry Rangers, but Raven said you all die here and I can't have you ruin his plans. As Sakura burst into smoke and was replaced by a bird-like man with black feathers. Lee said, a talent. As he got into a defensive stance. Just then all the workers on the bridge burst into smoke leaving the 2 teams minus Sakura, Tazuna and his family in the middle with Gato and his men who had now started firing on the dragon that had risen up out of the water and the group of about 30 talons behind them. Kakashi got into a defensive formation and just then a massive chakra wave was felt by all and everyone looked toward where they could hear a roar and looked and Haku asked, what is that? Naruto said, the Sanbi. Raven must have sent it here to attack also. Just then music played and the dragon roared and brought its arm down and blocked Gato's men from being able to get to the rangers and ninjas and the Green Ranger on the top of the dragon jumped down and said, that will hold them while we deal with this. Everyone but Naruto and Lee seemed confused and Naruto said, Neji, Guy, Kakashi, Lee, Haku, I need you all to fight the Talons, the Green Ranger will take care of Gato and his men. Destroy the chest to kill the Talons and watch Fear Claws, Fear Poisoned. Tenten and I will take the Sanbi. Kakashi said, Naruto, that's suicide. Naruto said, can't help it. Like I said to you earlier Kakashi, Raven never leaves anything to chance. Why else would he send a demon, a bunch of men with weapons that could kill any ninja and a squad of Talons? Besides, remember what I told you about the people Talons impersonate, what happened earlier. Kakashi raised his height and said, I see, they killed Sakura and replaced her. Guy, you're injured but as strong as me and with Sasuke out, you will have to defend him. Neji, keep an eye out for any other ambushes while Haku, Lee and I deal with these birds and protect the client and his family. Naruto, you sure you can handle it? Naruto smirked and said, have no choice. Tenten, it's morphin time, as he and her both slammed their hands into the wristbands. As they began to change Naruto said, Wind Ranger power now. Tenten said, Water Ranger power now. As both completed the changes they both raised their hands and said, I need Megazord power now. A screeching noise was heard as something came flying out of the sky and swooped under the bridge and Naruto jumped over the side of the bridge landing on it. Tenten also jumped over the bridge as a giant frog began rising out of the water and soon towered over the bridge. As the frog came into view a giant white falcon was seen flapping its wings to gain height before it and the frog both headed off to meet the Sanbi. Meanwhile with Gato and his men. Gato screeched, what the hell is going on? Why are you not shooting at that thing? As the men tried pulling the trigger. The Green Ranger flipped over the 20-foot tall arm of the Dragonzord and landed and said, it's because you all ran out of ammo idiot. Now it's time to die. As he charged the men and Gato. Since the men with Gato only brought the guns they did not have any weapons. Within moments they were all dead thanks to hits in the heart, temples, and throats. The Green Ranger then turned and said, well Gato, I could kill you but since you pissed me off I think it's time I showed you a surprise. As he put the flute to his mouth and began to play. The Dragonzord roared and its chest opened up and 3 10-foot-tall dragons shot out of its chest and landed around Gato. The Green Ranger played another tune and each of the 3 mini-dragons roared as they opened their chest and 2 circles could be seen in each chest and the Green Ranger said, fire. Gato looked scared and before he knew anything had happened. A few moments earlier with the Konoha ninjas. When Naruto and Tenten morphed Lee pulled out a kunai for each hand and charged at the Talons. Haku pulled out senbons and began throwing them at the Talons. Kakashi began making hand signs and said, Phoenix Fireball Jutsu. As he launched 10 fireballs at several Talons. Neji quickly jumped in front of the client and his family as Guy landed beside him with Sasuke over his shoulder as he dropped them on the ground, and Guy said, "Let's show these guys the springtime of youth, my student." Neji said, "When this is over I want answers," as he jukened the chest of one talon as it burst into feathers. Guy jumped up in the air and said, "Leaf whirlwind," as he hit the chest of one with his foot and it blew up. Kakashi was weaving in and out of the talons, stabbing them as Lee was making a zigzag pattern through them. Haku had nearly as good of accuracy as Tenten, and her senbons were causing them to die. A pair of talons ran at her and she saw she was out of senbons but saw water on the ground, and she did some one-hand signs and stomped the water and said, "1,000 flying water needles," as they formed senbons and rained down on both talons, making them go up in feathers. Just at that moment a scream was heard as well as the sound of something rapidly firing, stopping all fighting. Back with the Green Ranger, he smirked at the body of Gato on the ground with nearly 10,000 bullet holes in him, and he started to play again, and the three dragons jumped and went back in the chest of the Dragon Zord. He then jumped on the Dragon Zord's head and played, and the dragon started to move toward where the Falcon Zord and the Frog Zord were fighting the Sanbi with Naruto and Tenten. Once both were inside, Tenten asked as they approached the Sanbi, "So what's the plan?" Naruto said, "We need to drain it of its chakra. The Water Frog Zord's tongue can suck chakra out of it, much like I did Aoi. You try and lasso it with your tongue and I will distract it." Tenten said, "Right, by the way, who's the Green Ranger?" Naruto said, "That's my Kazabunshin. It takes half my chakra to make it, but it can only be killed by running out of chakra or a Kaden just you, but inside of the Power Ranger armor a Kaden jutsu can't get it, so." Tenten said, "I see. Here we go." The falcon dove toward the Sanbi, which was moving quickly across the water toward the bridge. The toad dove under the water and the Sanbi tried to swat the falcon away with its tentacle. Naruto thought, "Not good, none of my weapons will work on it since most of its body is underwater." As the falcon was clipped by a tentacle, but Naruto was able to keep it from crashing. The frog jumped out of the water with the Sanbi on its head and tried to get it out of the water as it threw the Sanbi away toward the shore. The Sanbi, when it hit the water after being launched into the air, quickly dove under the water, and before Tenten knew it the Frogzord had been caught from behind by 3 tentacles. The Sanbi surfaced, and Naruto though, shit, as he saw the Frog Zord being held above the water by the Sanbi and said, "Hang on Tenten, help's on the way." Naruto had the Falcon Zord fly down and grab the frog, and when it tried to pull the frog free the third tentacle came up and grabbed the falcon. Tenten said, "It's no good, it's got us both and it has my Zord's mouth shut so I can't use its tongue." A voice said, "Incoming," as both Naruto and Tenten looked and saw missiles heading toward the Sanbi. The Sanbi roared and threw the frog in away, and the falcon was able to break free. Naruto said, "Shit, not good. Are you okay Tenten?" as he looked at the water. Tenten groaned and said, "Yeah, but my Zord's weapon system's been damaged." Naruto frowns and said, "Not good, I am losing hydraulics." The Green Ranger said, "Alpha, can you hear me?" Alpha said, "Yes Ranger." Green said, "Are Lee and Haku's Zords ready?" Alpha said, "Yes Rangers, but I haven't had a chance to test them yet." Green said, "Thank Alpha." Green Ranger to Lee, "Come in Lee." Lee, who killed the last of the Talons, hit his communicator and said, "Lee here." Green said, "Lee, we need you and Haku now. Tenten's Zord's damaged and the Falcon Zord's is running out of time before it will be down. The Sanbis hitting underwater again and I used most of my arsenal to already." Lee said, "Roger, we're on our way. Haku, the others need us now. Tenten's down and Naruto doesn't have much time." As he said, "It's Morphin time. Lightning Ranger power now." Haku channeled her bloodline and said, "Crystal Ranger power now." Back with the Sanbi came out of the water wrapping its tentacles around the Dragon Zord and began spinning it when it screamed out in pain as a sword hit one of its tentacles, cutting it off. The Sanbi looked and saw a humanoid-looking Zord with a sword in its hand and said, "Today is the day you die Rangers." As it dove under the water while throwing the Dragon Zord at the Frog Zord, causing both to become even more damaged. Just then a yellow object went past the Sanbi and hit both tentacles, making the demon scream out in pain as it was electrocuted. The Sanbi turned and saw a rat with 2 tails behind it turn, and the tails went to each side, and the Sanbi tried to sink into the water when the Crystal Titan Zord grabbed the tentacles and started to pull the demon back out of the water. The Sanbi smirked and drank in a bunch of water before spitting it out in compressed balls of water, which hit the rat, forcing it to fly back. It then flipped the Titan Zord toward the down rat. Naruto saw this and said, "Guys, this isn't working, he's kicking our ass. We only have one chance and even that might not work." Haku asked, "What is it Naruto-sama?" Naruto said, "We must try and unite the Zords." Green said, "You're kidding right?" Naruto said, "No, I only have enough power to remain in the air for 4 minutes at most. We are each damaged one way or another. I knew this was a bad idea bringing all these Zords into battle without proper training, but we have no choice. Is everyone ready to try it?" Tenten said, "Yes, let's do it." Lee tried to move his tails and said, "Sounds good, most of my weapons are out also." Haku said, "Alright, I hope this works." Naruto said, "It will. Begin in 3, 2, 1. The Titan Zord stood up and its head sunk into the body. The Dragon Zord body condensed down, opening its fighter body mode, except it condensed down to shoulder armor, and the head along with forming leg armor. Tenten Frog jumped and went onto the right hand, and the rat ran up and turned into a sword and landed in the left hand. The Falcon Zord formed on the back, and Naruto was sent to the central core of the Zord with the other rangers. Naruto, when he got there, sweat dropped as he saw the others looking confused and thought, of course they don't know what to do, these Zords never were supposed to be used together like this. I guess that what happens when you customize as much as Alpha and I. Now let's see. Naruto said, "Tenten, the control over there should be for weapon control. Lee, you are in charge of body movements to the right. Haku, you're in charge of damage control on the back left controls. Green, you're got radar and detection over there, and I got flight controls which are out of use right now in the center. Lee, try and lure the Sandy on land but don't take any hits. Tenten, experiments with weapons and see what we still got. Green, you try and track down the Sandy when it goes underwater and keep an eye out for anything else. Haku, work on damage control." As he turned and started to leave, Tenten asked, "Where are you going?" Naruto said, "Power down." And he revealed the real him and said, "Don't worry about me, as long as Green is here you know I am alive. CYA. As he disappeared in a swirl of wind. Tenten blinked and Haku asked, "Where the hell did he go? We need him right now." Green gasped and said, "That stupid son of a bitch, is he trying to get me killed?" Making the other three look at him. Lee asked, "What?" A side monitor appeared and all of them saw Naruto, but he was on the head of the Sandy. Tenten clenched her fist and said, "I am going to kill him later, everyone listen. Get this bucket of bolts moving or he's going to die and I will kill you all if that happens." As she smashed her fist into the counter. Lee gulped and thought, I think it's her time of the month. As he began getting the Megazord moving. Naruto was dodging tentacles and Sandy screamed and said, "You little brat, why won't you stand still?" Naruto laughed and said, "Not likely, I know about you Sandy and the other Bijus and I will see to it you and the others are taken care of and Omega dies along with that bastard Raven. I give you an option, tell me where he is now and where Omega is or when I destroy them I will send you into the sun to die." As he landed on a tentacle and grabbed it with his hands. Sandy laughed as he felt Naruto hold him and said, "Die human," as it tried to hit Naruto against it hard shell hide. Naruto had his ranger sword appear in his hand and dodging to the left at the last second forced the blade to impale the tentacle making the Sandy scream. Naruto jumped up and grabbed the handle putting his feet against the tentacle and pulling it out as he flipped backwards. Sandy went underwater and Naruto stood on top of the water with chakra when he felt the water being forced upwards and he dodged to the side as a water ball shot out of the sea. He did this 5 more times just barely being missed. Sandy surfaced again and said, "You dirty human. You can't beat me and you can't stand on the water forever because you will run out of chakra." Naruto thought, "That's what you think jackass, the entire time I was on you I was sucking chakra from you so keep on boasting, I know it's not much since my body can only hold so much but at least. That might work." As he said, "Alright jackass, you think you so tough, then let's see you deal with this attack." Naruto then jumped on Sandy and started to flash through hand signs and Sandy laughed and thought, "Foolish human, I will let him power me up with his own energy." Naruto smirked as Sandy made fake attempts to hit him and thought, "Idiot, he doesn't realize that I am shifting the winds in the sky harmlessly but it would have killed me already with as much chakra as I am sucking out." As this was going on a long steel cable suddenly wrapped around the body of the Sandy and the Green Ranger appeared on the shell next to Naruto and said, "Get out of here fast." As it grabbed the cable slamming his flute dagger into the cable binding it. Naruto who was shocked when this happened immediately agreed and jumped off and started to run. Sandy screamed and said, "Dirty Rangers. I will destroy you." Looking at the Megazord and noticed the cable came out of the mouth of the frog. Lee's voice came across the Megazord's speakers and asked, "Have you ever tied a string around a June bug and watched it fly? You my June bug bitch." As the Green Ranger jumped off the Sandy was jerked out of the water and was being swung over the head of the Megazord and Naruto's sweat dropped and saw energy being sucked from the Sandy and thought, "Well done." He smiled as he finally made it to the shore and still heard the Sandy screaming, "Stop. I am sick, please stop, I give up." Naruto saw a shadow pass by overhead and saw a giant gold pyramid and the bottom of it opened up and Naruto saw the sandby suddenly get jerked back and slammed into the land hard and he heard the shell of the sandby crack. The pyramid landed over the top of the sandby and the bottom of it closed over the sandby. Naruto heard his communicator go off and Naruto hit the button and said, "Naruto here." Alpha said, "Ranger, the sandby is in the capture cell and being drained of its power as we speak." Naruto said, "Good job Alpha. Naruto out." The Green Ranger landed beside him and said, "Power down." As it revealed Naruto and the Green Ranger handed the morpher back to Naruto and said, "Run. Run fast and run hard." Before it went up in wind. Naruto blinked and thought, what? Lee, Haku and Tenten all landed beside Naruto and Lee and Haku seemed to be backing away from Tenten. Tenten asked as she looked at the ground and her veins covered her eyes, "What did you think you were doing?" In a sickening sweet voice. Naruto had a bad feeling for some unknown reason and he said, "Distracting the sandby and draining it of power to help the team." Why? Before he had a chance to anticipate it, a fist was in his stomach and he was gasping for breath. The last thing he saw before he passed out was Tenten's other fist slamming into the side of his head. Chapter 14. When Naruto awoke he found himself in Tazuna house and he saw that the other rangers were in the room with him and he saw Lee looking at him and said, "Welcome back." Naruto asked, "How long was I out?" Lee said, "About 2 hours. Tenten's got a mean right hook huh?" Naruto rubbed his head and said, "You could say that. So what's up?" Lee said, "Well Sasuke is still out, Haku and Tenten been asleep about 30 minutes now while I meditated. Neji wants answers and Kakashi and Guy are with Tazuna and his family downstairs. It appears that the Talons have killed everyone in the closest village where all the workers came from." As he leaned back and looked at the ceiling. Naruto frowned and said, "Damn it. What does Tazuna want to do now?" Lee sighed and said, "It's over, the bridge will be left unfinished. He's going to come back to Konoha with us and his family. There are only 3 villages on the whole island and I had Alpha scan and looks like the other 2 villages are fine but it's a day's travel between them for civilians." Naruto closed his eyes and said, "I see. So that means the only people who know about what happened here are Tazuna and his family and Neji. Has anyone told them anything yet?" Lee shook his head no as Naruto opened his eyes and Naruto said, "Well let me go talk with them and you watch over the others." As he got up and stretched as some bones popped back into place and he walked out the door. When he got downstairs he saw Tazuna family all looking down and Neji meditating with Kakashi reading his book and Guy drinking a glass of iced tea. Naruto sighed and asked, "So how is Sasuke?" Kakashi said, "He should be out for a few more hours." Naruto nods and said, "So I am sure you all have questions about what has happened huh?" Neji opened his eyes and Inari asked, "What was that back on the bridge? I mean it was so cool but weird." Naruto said, "What I am about to tell you all is something you must never repeat for your own safety. What you saw was a rogue clan that's objectives I can't tell but anyone who gets in their way they kill. We only have limited info on them and we are trying to take care of them before anyone discovers there is a clan like them around because it could cause a shift of power to each of the hidden villages resulting in the deaths on a lot of people. I am sure you have more questions but we can't answer them. I know that's even harder for you Neji considering that 2 of your teammates are involved but think about it. When was Sakura killed and a member of this clan able to switch places with her? Why is it none of us were able to tell she was an imposter? Think what they could do to someone like Kumo." Neji narrowed his eyes and Kakashi noticed and said, "If you have any more questions Neji you can talk to the Hokage about it and he can fill you in if he thinks you need to know but for now I am ordering you not to tell anyone unless you ask the Hokage permission first." Neji said, "Very well." Naruto looked at Tazuna and asked, "So what do you plan to do about the bridge?" Tazuna sighed and said, "It's over kid. All our friends from the local village are now dead and there is no one to do the work." Naruto said, "Yes there is. Just trust me and let's go to the bridge and I will show you an entire army of men who are ready to help with your bridge." Tazuna looked at him for several minutes and he asked, "Are you sure kid?" Naruto said, "Yeah, so are you ready to work?" Tazuna asked, "What about my family?" Naruto looked at Kakashi and said, "The others can stay here and guard your family since most are out right now." Kakashi said, "You sure Naruto?" Naruto said, "Yeah, I'm sure." Kakashi looked at Guy who said, "Very well Naruto. Good luck." Naruto walked outside and Tazuna followed and when the pair got to the bridge Tazuna asked, "So where's this army?" Naruto put his hands together and said, "Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu." And around 200 Naruto appeared shocking Tazuna and Naruto said, "Just tell them what to do and they will do it." Tazuna sat his jug of sake down and said, "Alright, here's what I need you to do. 3 weeks later Naruto sighed as he and the others stood on the bridge and Tazuna said, I wish to thank you for completing this bridge for me and my people, though there were those I wish was here to see it completed with us. Naruto said, I am sorry for the loss of your people and pray that the troubles that you never have to suffer again, so please don't mention anything you saw here so that way if those people ever come back they won't attack you and your family. Tazuna said, we won't, that's for sure. Tell your Hokage I will send the rest of the payment when I can. Kakashi said, we will, and again sorry for the loss of your people. Tazuna looked at the bridge and said, I guess the only thing left is to name this bridge. I think I will name it the Heroic Wave Memorial Bridge in honor of those who died for it. Tenten said, I think that is a good idea. Sasuke frowned and said, I still can't believe that Sakura was killed by those enemy ninja and we never realized it was an imposter. Kakashi said, I know. Well, let's head back now. As he pulled out his book and started to walk away with the others following slowly behind him as Tazuna turned and walked back with his family. When Team Youth returned to Konoha, the guards were about to say something when they didn't recognize Haku, but Kakashi said, don't. We lost a team member on this mission and we have a person who wishes to join Konoha. The guards said, sorry for your lose. As they stepped aside and let the teams pass. They headed straight toward the Hokage Tower and were soon led in to see the Hokage. The third looked at the team and smiled until his eyes took in the whole team and noticed Haku and that Sakura was missing. The third frowned and asked, where is Sakura? Kakashi said, I am afraid she is Kia, sir. It appears that she had a run-in with our intruder we had a few months back. As he glanced at Naruto. The third frowned and said, I see. All right Team Youth, you are dismissed except for you Miss and Kakashi and Guy. Naruto said, actually sir, if I may. I know Haku here longer than anyone here and I would like to talk on her behalf. The third looked at Naruto and said, very well. The rest of you may go and you can plead her case Naruto along with your senseis. The rest of Team Youth looked at them and silently left, and after they were gone the third said, now what is this all about? Naruto sighed as he sat down and said, first let me introduce Haku, former apprentice of Zabuza Momochi and the Crystal Ranger. The third nods and said, I see. Now tell me what happened on this mission. An hour later the third had just finished hearing the reports from Naruto, Kakashi, Guy, and Haku about the mission to Wave, and to say he was shocked would be an understatement. One student's death, when was not determinable but she had been replaced, one missing nin apprentice becomes a Power Ranger, a three-way ambush resulting in the death of the threat to the client, the capture of a Biju, and the loss of an entire village full of people. The third sighed and said, that is a lot to take in. So who all knows the truth? Kakashi said, the client Tazuna and his family thought I doubt they will tell anyone since they lost a lot of family friends, and then Neji would be the only other one who knows the whole truth. Sasuke was about to ruin Naruto plan to save us from Gato and was knocked out. The third said, very well. I will have Neji to remain silent. What do you want done with Haku here Kakashi? Kakashi said, I suppose she can replace Sakura since she needs to be with the other rangers now that this Raven knows about her and the others. Naruto said, I will need a few days off sir before I can take any missions. Everyone looked at him and the third asked, why? Naruto said, I need to help repair the Zords in case Raven sends another Biju after as soon, as well as check the security on the Sanbi and make sure it is secure. The third said, very well. I clear you for the rest of the week from missions along with the rest of your team. Naruto said, thank you sir. I will begin as soon as I had time to deal with my other responsibilities. As he turned and started to leave and Haku looked confused and the third tossed her a headband and wrote something down and said, Kakashi, please take her to this address and help her get at least a week's worth of groceries to get started with. Kakashi nods and they both left along with Guy. Naruto arrived at the Wolf Claw weapon shop and walked inside, and Dustin said, I see you all made it back but I hear things went bad huh? Naruto sighed and said, you could say that. Anyways I need to get to work on those weapons if you don't mind. Dustin shrugged and said, yeah, go ahead. You only have a month to finish the order anyways. Naruto nods and asked, where's Tenten? Dustin said, she's taking a shower right now. Naruto said, I see, well talk to you later. As he walked into the forge and quickly created 20 Kajbunshians, and after looking he touched his morpher and disappeared in a white beam of light. When he appeared back in the command center he saw Alpha working around the command center and Naruto said, report. Alpha said, the Zords are all severely damaged and will take a while to repair, and the Sanbi is now in its prison near the Kyuubi. Naruto nods and said, alright, work on getting the Neo Dragon Zord and the Crystal Titan Zord first. Both of them are single combat Zords. The rest we will work on after we get those two done. Alpha said, yes Ranger. As he quickly left to begin repairs. Naruto turned and walked toward the detention level and soon came across the Sanbi and Kyuubi, and Naruto said, "So Sanbi, let's talk about Raven and your master Omega." Sanbi said, "Go away Ranger. I will not tell you anything." Naruto smirked as he walked to a control station and said, "Well, let's see how you feel after a few hours of torture." As he pressed a button, an electricity shot through both the Sanbi and Kyuubi cage, making both creatures cry out in pain as Naruto left to help Alpha. When Tenten came down the stairs, she had a towel wrapped around her hair and a pair of biker shorts and a blue t-shirt as she walked into the forge and thought, I wonder which is the real one. As a clone looked at her and said, "Boss not here Ten-chan. He's at the command center repairing the Zords." Tenten frowned and asked, "Where is the command center?" The clone said, "Press the black button on the side of your morpher and it will take you there." Tenten looked at the morpher on her arm and pulled the towel off her head as her hair fell down her back, and the clone's eyes got wide a moment as she hit the black button and she was gone in a blue light. She appeared in a room with a lot of things she didn't recognize and she thought, "Is this the command center?" Just then a yellow and teal light filled the room and Lee and Haku appeared, and Lee said, "Ah, so you're here also, huh Tenten?" Tenten said, "Yeah, but I just got here. Where are we exactly?" Lee frowned and said, "This is the command center." As he walked over to a computer and typed on it a few times and said, "Naruto in the Zord Bay with Alpha and..." Tenten asked, "And what Lee?" Lee said, "Nothing, follow me and I will show you to where he is." As he thought, "What are you doing to the Sanbi and Kyuubi, Naruto? Do you hate them so much you would torture them for fun?" As he led them down a tunnel and into an elevator, and when they all three got in, he pressed the button that had the letter B on it and they felt like they were moving, and soon came a stop and the door opened. The first thing they heard was, "Damn it, the acute motivator on the right arm is completely destroyed." From Naruto as they walked out and saw hundreds of Naruto walking around working on the Zords and saw hundreds of Zords, and Lee closed his eyes and after a few seconds said, "Naruto up there in the operations desk." As he started to walk up a set of stairs. Tenten asked, "How can you tell which is the real him?" Lee smirked and said, "He's the only one who feels like the wind." As he entered a room at the top of the stairs followed by both girls. When they got there, Naruto was looking at a holographic image of a Zord and Naruto said, "Alright Alpha, the Titan Zord's going to have to be completely remodeled." As he typed on a keypad and several images appeared and merged with the Titan Zord, and Naruto said, "There, by taking the Gundar armor plating from the Neo Space Red Shuttle Zord we can incorporate the titanium thruster pack of the White Dragon Zord, giving the Titan Zord more speed and mobility." Alpha said, "Yes Ranger. I will get on it right away." Naruto sighed as he pinched the bridge of his nose and said, "So, what's up?" As he turned and looked at the other three Rangers. Lee said, "Brought Haku by the command center so she would know how to get here," and Tenten was already here in the main operation room. Tenten asked, "What are you doing here?" Naruto said, "Well, I don't know when we are going to need the Zords again, so I came by to help Alpha as well as make some modifications, so if we have to use them again it will be easier. I just updated the file on the Crystal Titan Zord and I was getting ready to check the updates on the Neo Dragon Zord and see how the best way to repair it. Since I am having to use the other Zords as parts for now, since I need to find a supplier for the metal alloy we use for our Zords, which is something not on this planet." Tenten asked, "Is there anything we can do?" Naruto said, Well, I suppose Lee can take you both down to the training room and have you work on your ranger fighting skills, since Tenten and Haku have been getting a rush course so far in all this." Tenten frowned and Haku asked, "What happened with the Sanbi?" Lee stiffened and Naruto said, "I have him and the Kyuubi both in the prison cells right now and I will be interrogating them both later to see if they are willing to tell me anything about Raven or Omega." Lee frowned and said, "So they're just sitting there for now?" Naruto looked at Lee and said, "No, I have the cells torturing them at the moment with low-level electrical charges to show them I am not playing around and hopefully to make them talk." Lee said, "I see." Tenten asked, "You knew that already, didn't you Lee?" Lee said, "I wanted to make sure he's not just torturing them just for the fun of it to get revenge for Sensei. Now that I see he's not, I don't have any complaint." Naruto snorts and said, "Lee, I'm a ranger first and foremost. I don't like the suffering of others, but we have to stop Omega or everyone here on our world will be killed." Lee said, "Very well. Okay girls, follow me." Haku glanced at Naruto and asked, "What exactly is that?" Pointing to Alpha. Alpha said, I am Alpha." Naruto said, "He's sort of like the power behind the Power Rangers. Without him and the other alphas that used to exist, the Rangers would have ended a long time ago. Now if you don't mind, I need to get back to work." Tenten huffed and she said, "Fine. I can tell when I am not wanted." As she turned and walked down the stairs. Naruto blinked and thought, "Did I do something wrong?" Tenten giggled when she got to the bottom of the stairs and thought, "You may be the leader of the Rangers, but you have a lot to learn about woman Naruto. I will make you feel guilty and try to make it up to me. That will teach you to leave without asking me if I wanted to come help you," as she was joined by Lee and Haku. Chapter 15. It has been a month since the end of the mission to Wave and the return to Konoha. In that month several small events happened around the village of Konoha. Flashback. Mina Haruno sat weeping at the funeral service for her daughter. The Sandaime Hokage looked sadly at her and spoke to the small group of people who came to the funeral for Sakura and said, "It is the greatest honor a shinobi can have is to die for their village. Sakura will forever be missed by those who were close to her and her family. During this time please give your strength to those who are most affected by this tragic loss. May she blossom once more in the hearts of all those here." As he looked down sadly as one by one those present brought a white rose and sat it in front of the picture of Sakura at the memorial stone where her name was engraved. Ino looked at the picture crying and thought, "Why did you have to die, Sakura? How did you die? Why didn't your teammates save you? Why didn't Sasuke save you?" As she looked at Sasuke who looked bored and thought, "That bastard looks like he doesn't even care." As she clenched her fist, memories of her and Sakura relationship flash in her mind and she thought, "He wasn't worth our friendship, forehead, I am so sorry." As she pulled out the ribbon Sakura gave her back and tied it around her hair and closed her eyes and thought, "I will live for you, Sakura. I will make your dream come true and tell everyone that it was the great ninja Sakura Haruno who inspired me to become a great ninja just like you." As she walked forward and set her rose on the small pile and stepped back and walked away, giving her mother time to mourn. End flashback. Another event happened in Wave Country. Tazuna was sitting at his table when a knock was heard and he got up and walked to the door and opened it and saw a man wearing a bird mask and he asked, "Yes." The Anbu pulled out a scroll and said, "You are Tazuna, correct?" Tazuna said, "Yes." The Anbu said, "Then this is for you." As he handed the scroll to Tazuna who took it and asked, "What is this?" But the Anbu was already gone. Tazuna opened the scroll and read, "Tazuna. I wish to tell you how sorry I am for all the pain and suffering that you and your country have experienced in the last few years because of Gato and the rogue ninja group you heard about. I wish to help your pain a little bit, so I have gotten all of Gato legal business and have signed them over to you. I have also taken care of the payment for the mission you requested out of Gato illegal activities. I know this does not replace all the friends and family that you have lost, but at least now you can complete yours and their dreams of having a prosperous country by using the resources that you now have to what the people who died would want. I also include a 1-year contract for 2 team of Anbu who will be stationed in town to help with security and protection of your country until you can afford your own protection, and I hope that if after that time is over, if you need any other needs, that you would let us be of service. Sandaime Hokage. End flashback. To say Tazuna was stunned would be an understatement. When the first 100 people arrived to open offices for the shipping companies, Tazuna actually threw his new bottle of sake away. It was only half empty though. Haku became a member of Team 7 replacing Sakura. Team Youth worked on some D-ranked missions but did a lot of training exercises including tree climbing, which took Sasuke a week to learn while everyone else already knew it. Lee got by with his speed, being able to get to the top of the tree on that alone. Water walking, which Tenten showed she had better control than everyone else. 10 laps around the village every day, which showed Lee was the best at it with him being the fastest, as well as 100 jumping jacks, sit-ups, push-ups, squats, punches with each arm, kicks with each leg, evasive training where everyone had to learn to dodge rocks that Kakashi and Guy threw at them, which Naruto showed he was the best at that since he could tell they were coming from without even trying. Neji though showed why he was considered a prodigy when it came to the Hyuga family jutsu. When he showed the Kaden against Tenten Twin Rising Dragon, it impressed the rest of the team except Sasuke, who was envious. This of course prompted Naruto to demonstrate his wind shield that made Neji glare at him for not only stopping Tenten weapon with less chakra but also by being able to use them against her. Naruto and Tenten went on several dates because Naruto felt guilty for upsetting Tenten even though he didn't know what he did to upset her and she refused to tell him, and they went around the village, which included sky riding, a picnic to the park where Tenten learned Naruto actually could cook, a movie, dinner at a restaurant, and watching sunset a few times with casual talk mixed in. Naruto moved back into the weapon shop and left clones to work there during the day, much to Dustin's delight since it allowed Naruto to finish his order for Dustin. However, Dustin actually threw one of Naruto Kujbunshin in the furnace and said that he could do the same to the original if he hurt his daughter. The next few days Naruto kept looking at his body, feeling the phantom pains from the Kujbunshin memories. Haku and Lee also went on a date after Lee asked her out during a sparring match where Haku beat Lee by using her demonic ice mirrors to trap him and sent several Senbon needles into his legs and arms, immobilizing them. Besides training with their ninja team, the Rangers also trained in the command center in a VR room that allowed them to practice against data recorded of other Ranger battles in the past. With the schematics of what Naruto and Alpha was having to use to repair the droids, they were also able to create Zord battles in the VR room using that data. However, there were events that were not good. The Sandaime looked at the form he was just handed by a council messenger and frowned before he sent for Sasuke. When Sasuke arrived, the Sandaime looked at Sasuke and asked, "What is the meaning of this, Sasuke?" As he handed the scroll to Sasuke. Sasuke took the scroll and smirked and said, "It is what it says it is. I want the Uchiha property returned to their rightful owner." The Sandaime said, "There is no proof that if there was even such an item that it belonged to the Uchiha clan." Sasuke said, "The scroll I gave to the council shows otherwise, and you know there is such a device because those 4 idiots have them on their arms." The Sandaime glared at Sasuke, who seemed bored, and he said, "Anbu, send for Naruto for me." 10 minutes later, Naruto appeared in a swirl of leaves and said, "You wish to see me, Hokage-sama?" As he glanced at Sasuke, who was looking smug. The Sandaime said, "Yes, here." As he took the scroll from Sasuke and handed it to Naruto. Naruto read it and said, "Sir, I don't understand what this is referring to." Sasuke said, "I want my property. I found in my family scroll where they had one of those morphers you have on your arm that was stolen, and I have seen enough to know that you have all of the morphers, so that means you have the one that belonged to my family, and I demand the morpher be returned to its rightful owner." Naruto gave Sasuke a deadpan look and said, "Rightful owner, huh? You were the one who requested this, right, Sasuke?" Sasuke said, "Yeah, now give it to me or give me the one you have in its place." With a smug look. Naruto looked at the Sandaime, who was glaring at Sasuke, and winked, catching the Sandaime attention, and Naruto said, "Forgive me, Hokage-sama, but has Sasuke been declared clan head or heir of the Uchiha clan?" The Sandaime blinked and smirked and said, "No. As of right now, Itachi is still classified as the heir to the Uchiha clan, and since the clan head is dead, that means Itachi is the clan head now, even though he is a missing nin, and Itachi has never filed the paperwork declaring Sasuke as the clan heir." Sasuke, who was hearing this, was clenching his fist in rage, and Naruto said, "Then that means that we have several avenues we can take at this time, Hokage-sama. 1. Sasuke here can be arrested for identity theft and fraud, which I believe means since he is a ninja of this village that his chakra will be sealed away for the next 5 years in prison." Sasuke screamed, "What?" in shock. Naruto ignored him and said, "The second avenue is that Sasuke here can be charged with destruction of village resources, since not only did this matter take up council time but also your precious time that could be used for the good of the village, which will have him locked away for 2 years, and he will have to surrender restitutions to the village for the loss that it has suffered because of his actions." Sasuke was clenching his fist as blood leaked from his hand, and the Sandaime said, "That is also true." Naruto said, "There is also one other thing Sasuke can be charged with, and this one is the most severe. As you know, including yourself, less than 10 people in the entire elemental country knows about the item in question. All are sworn to S-rank secrecy and would never tell Sasuke here about them. Also, the fact that until the day of the Kyuubi attack, all of the items in questions had never been in the elemental nations, and after that were all in the possession of myself and my sensei, meaning that either the scroll Sasuke claims he found was a fake, or Sasuke was given it by someone who knows about the items, and since outside of those who are sworn to S-rank secrecy, the only ones who know about them are the ones who are responsible for Sakura death, meaning it is enemies of Konoha, which means Sasuke is either a spy for this enemy, guilty of treason, or is an accessory to the death of Sakura, meaning he can be put to death." Sasuke was pale as he heard all this and said, "You can't do this." The Sandaime said, "Actually, I can. The question is, which one is it? If you tell me everything about how you got your hands on the scroll or the information about the item you're trying to take, then I will put a reprimand in your file until such time as you legally become clan head of the Uchiha clan. If you don't, then I will be forced to send you to Ibiki for torture and interrogation." Sasuke said, "You can't do that. I am the only Uchiha in this village, and you need me to pass on my bloodline." Arrogantly. The Sandaime pushed a button on his desk and said, "Send in my doctor." Sasuke looked confused, and an elderly-looking male doctor walked in and asked, "Yes, Hokage-sama." The Sandaime said, "Doctor, young Sasuke here has been inquiring about what he might expect if he were to be captured by his enemies concerning his bloodline. Would you give him the details for me?" Sasuke's eyes got wide, and the doctor said, "Of course, Hokage-sama. Now the most obvious thing you would have to fear, Sasuke, is removal of your eyes to be transplanted in another user like your sensei Hitaki Kakashi had done. The next would be retrieval of genetic material with sperm and then blood transfusions to donated infants, followed by skin and bone grafts, and finally dissection. All of these are the most common practices of bloodline theft. There is of course the more traditional means where you would be strapped to a table after your eyes were removed, Had IV hooked up to you to keep you sedated and alive, while women who have taken drugs or jutsu to ensure becoming pregnant would go through the traditional method. Does that help you understand the dangers of being captured by an enemy? Sasuke nods while wide-eyed looking at the Hokage, scared, and the Hokage said, "That is all, doctor." The doctor nods and leaves, and the Sandaime said, "Your excuse of your willingness for future Sharingan is not required, Sasuke. The fact is, by this act alone I can have you strapped to a table for the rest of your life before the hour is up. Normally I would not threaten such a thing, but I know for a fact only those associated with Naruto here have access to the item you're requesting, and the knowledge of the item is limited to 6 others outside of that group who would never tell you. That means that you had to receive the info for them from the group who killed Sakura, and I do not take the death of my ninja lightly. Now talk." As he unleashed some ki. Sasuke, who was panting, said, "When I returned from training I found someone had broken into my clan house and had gathered a bunch of scrolls. It appeared they were going to steal them, but my returning scared them away. I looked through them and found that scroll that described the things him and the other 3 had on their arms and how it belonged to my clan and gives a person great power, so I wanted what belonged to my clan returned to me so I could use it to kill Itachi. I swear, that's the truth." Naruto looked at Sasuke and said, "I do not wish to press charges against him for trying to force me to surrender the morphers, but I do want this incident to go away, sir. I believe that they used Sasuke to force me and the others out of the shadows where it would be easier to kill us and destroy the village. Most likely the person who set this up was his older brother Itachi." Sasuke felt like he was slapped by hearing this, and the Sandaime said, "Very well. Sasuke Uchiha, you are hereby put on notice. If you reveal the info you were given to anyone or try to get your hands on those items again or try to draw attention to those who have them, then I will carry out my threat. Do you understand?" Sasuke gulped and nods, and the Sandaime said, "Dismissed, Uchiha." Sasuke quickly left the room, and once the door was closed Naruto looked at the Sandaime and said, "I know you played along with what I said, but why did you go to the extreme like that, if I may ask?" The Sandaime said, "I meant what I said about not taking the death of my ninja lightly. However, that was not the reason I was so hard on him. What I am about to tell you must never be revealed. I keep your secret, so I ask that you keep this one." Naruto said, "Very well." The Sandaime said, "As you know, the Uchiha massacre happened around 7 years ago, give or take a year. What you don't know is that it was ordered by me." Naruto's eyes got wide, and the Sandaime held up his hand and said, "Let me explain, please." Naruto nods, and the Sandaime said, "The Uchiha clan were planning a revolt which would have caused the village to go into a civil war because of their own greed. I had my 2 advisors trick another member of the council named Danzo into ordering Itachi to do it, thinking I was ignoring the danger the Uchiha represented. I did this because Danzo was also getting ready to revolt using his own Anbu called Root. By having him order it, I was able to force him to back off and move to work in the shadows." Naruto asked, "If Danzo is so much a threat, why didn't you kill him?" The Sandaime said, "It's not that simple. Remember how there was a genin test after the graduation test? Those who failed the actual genin test are sent back into remedial training. Danzo officially operates the remedial training course, and he is good at 96% of those who enter the remedial course are then able to be used as supplementary ninja for the village and working at the hospitals, freeing doctors and nurses to tend to wounded and sick, while the remedial take care of cleaning of cloths, food, linen, supplies, inventory, and other things like that. They work in every part of the village as paper workers here, librarians, secretaries, bank tellers, and hundreds of other places. Without them, then the village would shut down in a week. The other 4% though, Danzo fits into his root program, and this is where it gets to the part why I can't have him killed. Besides, Jiraiya Konoha has only one other full-time spy network, and that is ran by Danzo. Even now his root members are helping the village. I had him take over Gato shipping companies and give the legal ones to Tazuna, as well as sending some of the root Anbu to guard wave for the next year. Danzo is taking the illegal activities and using them to gather info and resources that the village needs to work. He can filter the illegal money from the black market, things Gato was in, and none of the other hidden villages will know about it since they are not on any records like the ones we have to turn into the feudal lord every year to show we are doing an excellent job." Naruto said, "I understand all that, but what does this have to do with Sasuke?" The Sandaime sighed and said, "The person who was just in this room was not Sasuke Uchiha." Making Naruto's eyes wide. Naruto asked, "What do you mean?" The Sandaime rubbed his eyes and said, "Sasuke Uchiha died at the hands of his own brother the day of the Uchiha massacre, when Itachi tried to use his Sharingan to make Sasuke hate him and want to restore his family honor. The Sasuke you saw just now was what was left after that event. He spent a week in the hospital with his mind completely destroyed by the Sharingan of Itachi. I had Inoichi Yamanaka go into Sasuke mind and create a new person using the info in Sasuke mind. Sasuke was turned into the perfect traitor that day. So far 36 times someone has offered Sasuke a chance for power to kill his brother if he would betray the village. Sasuke accepted, and once he made contact with the ones behind the attempts, his mind shuts down and a seal is activated that summons 10 squads of Anbu Black Ops to the location instantly, and the men are dealt with. When Sasuke wakes up, he forgets all about the person who offered power and is back in his room at his home waiting until the next time someone tries to offer him power. Naruto frowned and said, I understand what you are doing, but I do not like it and find it both inhuman and immoral. The Sandaime said, I know, but by doing this Sasuke is getting a chance at a life he never had when his mind was destroyed and saving the village. Naruto said, but if what you said is true, then why did you threaten him like you did? Something's not adding up. The Sandaime said, that was a safety procedure. Sasuke's body is full of secrets from his clan bloodline. Sasuke's only other objective besides seeking power to kill his brother is protection of his bloodline. By threatening him like I did triggered the preset command, and Sasuke has now mentally classified the ranger and the morphers as a forbidden object, since going after it would risk his bloodline that he has to protect. He will not remember this meeting, so only you and I will know what happened. I ask you to not tell anyone, including the other rangers, about this and not treat him different than you already are. Naruto frowned and said, very well. As he left in a swirl of wind. End flashback. No other incidents with any talons or raven appeared. Kakashi and Guy both nominated their team for the Chunin exams, which both teams were divided back into two teams for. Asuma and Kurenai both refused to nominate their teams, though fearing they were not ready, to the anger of Kiba and a troublesome from Shikamaru. Naruto sighed as he walked into room 301, ignoring the bloody nose from Sasuke, who tried to punch the genin at the fake room 301. Haku asked, do you ever think before you speak, Sasuke? You didn't even detect the genjutsu until I said something. Sasuke glared at Haku but remained silent, and Naruto thought, I still think the Hokage was smoking some fucked up shit when he thought Sasuke would make a good ranger along with all the other shit he has done. As they got in the room, Naruto looked around and saw most of the people in the room glaring at him, and he looked around and saw Team 9 and said, there's the others. As he started to walk over toward them, and Haku 3-stepped behind him and to the right. Sasuke just grunted as he followed Naruto, shooting a glare at him. When they got to Team 9, Naruto said, anything worth mentioning? Lee said, there are 3 teams here that are off. Naruto blinked and asked, really? Why is that, Lee? Lee said, 2 o'clock to your right, 7 o'clock to Haku left, and 6 o'clock behind Sasuke. Naruto frowned and put on a pair of sunglasses that had mirrors built into the side and said, the blonde is a wind element, daughter of the Cage, named Tamari, the one in makeup is her younger brother Kankuro, puppet user, the last one is Gaara. He's supposed to be some sort of living weapon created by Suna, but I got nothing on what the bingo book meant by that. He is also the youngest brother to the other 2. That's strange. What's a Kumo team doing here? With what happened 10 years ago, I thought they were banned from coming to exams here. Neji said, no, they are not banned, they just have several restrictions that made it where they never want to come before now. Naruto nods and said, I got nothing on those 3, but you're right, something's off about them, but I can't place it. Haku asked, what about the other team? A voice said, that would be the team from the new Hidden Sound Village. There's not any information on them since this is their first time in the exams. Naruto frowned and looked at the silver-haired boy who was just talking, sitting a few feet away, and asked, can I help you with something? The boy said, sorry, my name's Kabuto and this is my 7th time taking these exams. Twice a year for the last 4 years. I came over wanting to see if the rumors I heard about your group were true. Sasuke asked, what rumors? Kabuto pushed his glasses up and said, rumor has it that you're all part of an experimental group called the Power Rangers. Every member of Team 7 and 9 looked at Kabuto, and Sasuke looked confused, and Naruto asked, where did you hear that? Kabuto pulled out a deck of cards and went through a couple and pulled out 6 cards and sent chakra to them and said. Rock Lee. Age 15. Lightning Ranger. Dead last of the year. Tenten. Age 15. Water Ranger. Second best in class last year. Neji Hyuga. Age 15. Earth Ranger. Rookie of the year last year. Sasuke Uchiha. Age 14. Fire Ranger. Rookie of the year this year. Haku Momochi. Age 15. Crystal Ranger. Joined the village a few weeks ago, replacing the recently deceased Sakura Haruno. Naruto Namikaze. Age 15. Wind Ranger. Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Before Kabuto had a chance to say anything, he had a kunai at his throat, heart, kidney, and liver. Kabuto gulped and asked, why are you attacking me? Naruto looked into Kabuto's eyes and asked, "Where did you get that info?" Kabuto gulped and said, "It's in the new bingo book I picked up last week. See." As he pulled out the bingo book. Naruto frowned and opened the book and turned the pages until he came to a page and said, "Well, your info is wrong. Now get the hell out of here." As he tossed the book back to Kabuto, who ran away back to his team. Tenten asked, "What did it say?" Naruto said, "Basically what Kabuto said. It also had other members this year Genin class as rangers." Sasuke asked, "What are these rangers you and the others always talk about?" Naruto said, "None of your business, Uchiha." Before Sasuke could say anything, several puffs of smoke went off in the room and a man said, "Settle down, I am your proctor for the first exam and my name is Ibiki. Remember it because you will be cursing it in hell." As he laughed evilly, scaring the shit out of a few. Chapter 16. In the Junin lounge, Guy and Kakashi sat at a table with a pair of bottled waters in front of them. As Kakashi read his book, Guy was looking out the window toward the academy and asked, "What do you think about the teams, my eternal rival?" Kakashi said, "The weakest one there is Sasuke, Guy, and you know it. Even with his Sharingan he is the weakest. Neji, I would say, will pass if he doesn't face anyone from the teams. The others, enough said." With a smirk behind his mask. Guy nods and a woman walked over with a Junin vest and a Kumo Hiate on and said, "Hi, mind if I sit here?" Both glance at her and shrug, and Kakashi said, "Have we met before, miss?" And thought, "I've seen her face before but can't remember where." The woman said, "You could say we met in passing 15 years ago, in the fall at a baby shower for a teammate of yours. It was like the biggest event of the year." Kakashi frowned and thought, 15 years ago in the fall was when Kyuubi attacked. I haven't ever been to a baby shower. Could she mean Naruto though, And said, "I see. Not that I don't mind seeing a pretty face, but why bring that event up? It was so long ago." The woman said, "Forgive me, where are my manners? My name is Niyugito. I just remember that baby shower because it was so much like my own, and I was hoping to talk to the event host of that party to see if I could work up a deal. I was hoping with a little information he could help free me up for the little one in my stomach." Kakashi eye got wide a moment and thought, "I remember now, she's a Jinchuriki. She's in the bingo book. If she talking about the ceiling, then she wants to talk to the Hokage, but how does she know about removing demons? Could she be working for Raven?" And he said, "I believe I could arrange a meeting with the host for that party. I'm sure he could help you. Would you like to see him now? I mean, since the exam are already going on, and as long as you have an escort to show you're not messing with the exams, you could leave. I could be your escort and you can be mine." Guy, who was thinking similar to Kakashi, said, "Yosh, I will be both your escorts as well." Kakashi said, "Sure, you interested, Ms. Yugito?" Putting his book away. Yugito said, "Sure, shall we?" As she motioned toward the door and hooked arms with both Guy and Kakashi, and they left the room. After they were outside the room, Kakashi nods to Guy and both shushin all three of them to the Hokage office. The Sandame looked up from his paperwork and frowned as he saw Kakashi, Guy, and the Kumo Junin, and he asked, "What's going on and why are you three not in the exam waiting room?" Kakashi looked at Yugito and she said, "Allow me to formally introduce myself, Hokage-sama. I am Ni Yugito, Jinchuriki of the Nibi no Neko, and I wish to speak with the Power Rangers on behalf of the Raikage about Omega." Making all three men wide-eyed. The Sandame frowned and said, "I do not know what you are talking about." Yugito said, "Then you must not know that Orochimaru is the Otokage of the Hidden Sound Village, that Sand and Sound are going to attack your village at the end of the Chunin exams using the Jinchuriki of the Ikibi as their main weapon, or that the Yonbi, Gobi, and Rokubi will also be attacking your village that day." As she looked at the Sandame eyes. This shocked all three men, and the Sandame said, "Kakashi, get the White Ranger." Kakashi nods and shushin away. Kakashi appeared inside the room where the genin were testing, and he looked around, and Ibiki glared at Kakashi and asked, "What are you doing here, Kakashi? Can't you see we are having an exam?" Kakashi said, "Sorry about that, Ibiki. I was going to the Omega bookstore to get the new Ika Ika Paradise, and a stray wind caught my shushin from the Hokage Tower. How embarrassing! I bet my face is going all ranges of color from my normal white to red with embarrassment. CYA. As he shushin away. Naruto frowned and thought, what the hell? Why does the Hokage want me at the Hokage Tower in my ranger suit, and, fuck this shit. Kakashi-sensei just made my squad look like a fucking joke and will make everyone think we're cheating. I will wait until next time and take the exam again to show when I become Chunin it wasn't because of outside help." As he got up, throwing his paper into the trash as he slammed his chair into the desk and walked toward the door, acting pissed. Hiku frowned and Sasuke glared at Naruto back as Naruto slammed the door close. Ibiki said, "Well, number 67, 35. You're both disqualified since your teammate quit. Please leave the room. As both Sasuke and Haku left, Lee looked at Tenten, who shook her head no and he nods and got back to work on his test. Once Naruto left, he shushed to an alley nearby and looked around before he morphed into the Wind Ranger and left the alley in a beam of white light. He appeared in the Hokage office and saw the Sandaime, Kakashi, Guy, and a woman he never seen before. The woman bowed and said, "Hello Ranger-sama. My name is Niyugido and I am the Jinchuriki of the Nibi no Neko." Naruto's eyes got wide inside his armor and he said in a neutral tone, "What can I do for you?" Yugido said, "In Kumo as Jinchuriki we are actually respected and treated well compared to other villages. There are two there. Myself, the daughter of the previous Raikage, and the brother of the current Raikage. Recently both Jinchuriki of the Hachibi and myself were approached by a man who called himself Raven. He was expecting for the Nibi and Hachibi to take control of us and follow his orders, but because of the seal that was placed on us to hold the Nibi and Hachibi, it made it where they could not control us. Instead of Nibi chakra mixing with my own like most Jinchuriki, it was kept in a separate seal that is on my body but not connected to my chakra network and allows me to summon Nibi or its chakra as long as I have my own chakra to run into another seal that puts a shield over my body to keep it from being destroyed by Nibi chakra. Anyway, this Raven guy, once he found out that Nibi and Hachibi was not able to follow his orders, attacked us, but half the village arrived and aided us in fighting him before he left in this flame shushin. After that happened, the Raikage had me summon Nibi while in a containment seal that prevented it from using its chakra while sucking out the chakra from Nibi. Fearing it was going to die, told the Raikage about Omega, Raven, and a whole lot of shit that was hard to believe, like other planets and the Rangers. Raven, when he thought that he was talking to Nibi and Hachibi, mentioned the Rangers being here in Konoha and that we were to help destroy them once and for all after you stop his plans before. Naruto asked, "So why exactly are you here?" Yugido said, "The Raikage does not like what he heard from Raven, and the fact he tried to kill his brother and me made him an instant enemy. I was sent here to try and make contact with you and find out all I can about Omega and Raven. While I was doing that, our intel received word about Suna that they are preparing to attack Konoha during the finals of the Chunin exams along with Orochimaru and his Sound Village. The key to the invasion by those two is the Jinchuriki of the Aikibi who is in the exams. Raven also mentioned that the Yonbi and Gobi would be attacking the Rangers as well during that time. Using the exams and a veteran group of genin, I was assigned as their Junin sensei so I could come here to speak with you." Naruto stepped back a moment and said, "How far are you authorized to get the info on Raven and Omega?" Yugido said, "I was told to use my own discretion." Naruto looked at her for several moments and said, "How old are you?" Yugido said, 18. Naruto asked, "Elemental affinity?" The Sandaime eyes got wide a moment and Yugido said, "Fire with minor lightning." Naruto looked at the Sandaime and said, "I recognize you from the bingo book. You're called Kumo Ghost, so I have some idea about how good you are. Because of our history battling Raven and Omega and his other followers, the Rangers have ways to remove the Biju without harming the Jinchuriki. I will agree to a meeting with your Raikage if you are willing to pay my price yourself. I want you to let me remove the Nibi from you without killing you. That is my price to meet him and inform him what I know. Do you agree?" Yugido, who heard Nibi in her head screaming, frowned for several moments and said, "Very well." Naruto held out his hand and a small cube appeared and he said, "Hold this." Yugido asked, "What is this?" Naruto said, "It will knock you out so I can take you where it will be safe to remove the Nibi and to store Nibi so it can't get free, and also make sure you do not have access to restricted material." Yugido looked at the cube a moment and took the cube and instantly passed out, being caught by Kakashi and Guy, who set her down in a chair. Naruto sighed and said, "What do you think?" turning toward the Sandaime. The Sandaime said, "I don't know. If what she said is true, then in a little over a month things are going to get bad." Naruto nods and said, "I need you to do some cheating in the Chunin exams, Hokage-sama." The Hokage frowned and asked, "What do you need, Naruto?" Naruto said, "I need you to arrange a preliminary round and for Lee to fight Gaara, the son of the Kazekage, in it. Lee will capture Gaara if he doesn't face him sooner." The Hokage said, "You plan to extract the Aikibi from him?" Naruto said, "If everything is as it seems, then we can get the Aikibi, Nibi, Sanbi, Yonbi, Rokubi, Hachibi and Kyubi all together, leaving only one left, which is the one who is off-world. It will also destroy Suna's secret weapon for the attack and hopefully stop it. If we get them, then we can quit playing Raven's game and force Omega out and into the open." The Hokage said, "But this could be a trap." Naruto said, "I know, that is why I am going alone. Lee, Haku, and Tenten can continue the legacy if I die, and at least this way we cut their power in half with 4 of the Biju, and that will give us more time." The Sandaime frowned and said, "Very well, good luck." Naruto walked over and put his hand on Yugido's shoulder and said, "Guy-sensei." Kakashi-sensei, if this is a trap and I don't make it back, watch over the other rangers for me. I will have Alpha log you both into the command center security system. It's been fun. As he was gone in a white beam with Yugito as well. Kakashi looked down and Guy placed his hands on Kakashi's shoulder and said, he will be fine. His flames of youth burn brightly, besides, Tenten will drag him from the gates of hell if he dies. Kakashi smiled and pats Guy's hand on Kakashi's shoulder and said, thanks Guy, my eternal rival. In a quiet voice. Guy said, think nothing of it my eternal rival. Kakashi, who had pulled his book out, said, you say something Guy. Guy screams, damn you, in the cool hip attitude. And both men smile before shushing away. As Naruto arrives with Yugito in the command center, Alpha said, Ranger. What's going on? Naruto turned and said, Alpha, prepare the SPD room. Alpha said, right away Ranger. As he left the room. Naruto looked down at the form of Yugito and picks her up before he carries her to the room Alpha is preparing. He walks in and sees a bed in the middle of the room and he sets her on the bed and steps back and said, alright Alpha, inside this girl is the Nibby. Find and capture. A blue light shines from a pole with a lenses at the end of it down onto Yugito's body and a green line starts at her head and began to move down, and when it gets to her stomach the line stops and another line forms going across starting on her left hand, and then it stops once it gets part way across her stomach, and then another green line starts at her feet and moves up, and when it stops near her stomach a fourth line starts on her right hand and moves across until it stops. Alpha said, target identified and locked on Ranger. Capture mode engaged. As red light shoots from the lenses into the section that was contained inside the green lines and a metal card appears and Naruto hears, let me go you filthy humans. When I get free I will destroy you. As Naruto walked over and grabbed the card and said, not today Nibby. As he looked at the form of Nibby trapped in the SPD capture card. He said, Alpha, please watch our guest while I seal Nibby with the others. Walking out without waiting for a response. When he got to the room where Sanbi and Kyuubi was, he walked over to the prison controls and said, hello bitches. I got a new friend for you. As he places the card into a slot on the control panel and Nibby appears in a cage in the room. Kyuubi growls and said, Nibby. Sanbi said, so they got you also. Nibby said, Kyuubi, you worthless piece of shit. Can't you do anything right? Naruto shook his head and turned a dial and suddenly all three demons screamed out in pain as they were electrocuted mildly. Naruto left the room and returned to the room where Yugito was 30 minutes later and saw Alpha watching her, and he asked, so is she alright? Alpha said, yes Rangers. It appears that no harm has befallen her. Naruto said, good, while I prepare her for transport scan the Raikage office in Kumo and get a beam setting for that location. I will be heading there with the girl here. I want you to watch me from the command center, and if something happens to me I recorded instructions for you and the other Rangers in the central computer. See to it they're carried out. Alpha said sadly, I understand Ranger. I'll get on it right away. As he left the room. Naruto turned and sat down and waited. An hour later Yugito awoke and she looked around and asked, where are we and what happened? Naruto, still as the White Ranger, said, the Nibby has been extracted from you. Are you ready to see this Raikage of yours now? Yugito, who was looking at her stomach and trying to find the seal, looked up and said, it's really gone. Naruto nods and she said, thank you. As she jumps forward and hugs him. At that moment a cough was heard from the outside of the room and Yugito let go of Naruto and both turned and saw the Blue Ranger there, and Naruto said, hi. Blue Ranger said, relax lover boy. I was here when she woke up and saw her hug you. I see we got a new guest in lockup. White Ranger said, if what Yugito here says is true then we may get the whole set in a month. I'm going to see the Raikage to verify what she said. If it's true we might be able to get Raven and Omega both soon. Blue Ranger said, can I talk to you privately before you leave? White said, sure, please wait here Yugito. As he walked out the room and closed the door. Once it was closed Blue powered down and Tenten was looking at Naruto, who also powered down. Tenten asked, what the hell's going on here Naruto? Naruto scratched his head and asked, what do you mean? Tenten glared and said, I heard the orders that you recorded in the computer. Now what's going on? Naruto sighed and said, I got a bad feeling about this. I just want to make sure you're all safe and can still continue to save our world if this falls through. Tenten slapped him and said, don't you start talking like that. If you're already planning on something to happen then odds are it will. I don't want to see you something happen to you. Please. As she cried and sounding emotional at the end. Naruto pulled her into a hug and rested his head on her head and whispered, Tenten. I love you with all my heart. Your dad told me once that it wasn't about keeping you out that I needed to do, it was pull you in. I did that and I never been happier, but you saw how Raven operates. He doesn't make mistakes like this, but he did with Haku and he may have this time as well, but in case he didn't then someone has to be there to stop him. Tenten asked in a crying voice, but why can't we all go? A group is stronger than an individual. Naruto closed his eyes as he remembered Tommy saying the same thing and he said, but if this is a trap, who will be there to save the rest of the world, your friends and family, the needs of the many? Tenten squeezed her eyes and said, but sometimes the needs of the few are more important and I need you. I love you. Naruto said, I know. I love you also, goodbye. As he hit a pressure point in her neck knocking her out. He caught her and carried her to a bed in a resting room. He kissed her softly once on the lips before he morphed back into the White Ranger and returned to the room where Yugito was. When he got there he asked, are you ready to go? Yugito asked, where's the other blue person? Naruto said, she returned to where she came from. She was just giving me some last-minute intel. As he placed his hand on her shoulder and said, Alpha, ready. Yugito looked confused before both left in a beam of white light. They appeared to her shock a mile from the village of Kumo and Yugito asked, how did we get here so quick? Naruto said, secret. Is there anything else I should know before we go meet your cage? I mean I don't want to offend him or anything. Yugito bit her lip and looked toward her village and said, no. Nothing you need to know. As she began to walk toward the village. Naruto frowned and said, I see. As he began to walk behind her. They reached the gates of Kumo in 5 minutes and the guards looked at the White Ranger and let them both through. As they walked through the village people were pointing and looking at him but did not get in their way. Soon the two were in the rakeage tower and stood outside the rakeage office and the secretary was fidgeting as she was doing her job and after about 10 minutes a guard walked out the door and said, the rakeage will see you now. The White Wind Ranger walked into the office after Yugito and when he got in he looked around the room and a shield went up around the room and the Wind Ranger said, hello Raven. As he looked at the guard who was standing beside the rakeage. The rakeage was looking down and the guard removed his mask and said, hello coward. I see you are as stupid as I believed you were. Wind Ranger sighed and said, I knew it was too good to be true. So tell me, why did you betray everyone on this planet for this bastard rakeage? The rakeage sighed and said, I'm sorry but when he came to speak to Nibi and Hachibi his men took nearly 500 hostages including my own brother. I had no choice but to agree to his plans. Raven said, Nibi, where are the other rangers? Yugito looked down and Wind Ranger said, power down. As his armor disappeared and he put his hands behind him at a relaxed attention stance and said, Nibi is no longer here. I extracted it from the girl. Tell me, was what she said true? Was her seal made where Nibi couldn't take over her? The rakeage said, yes. Only to receive a slice on the side of his face from Raven. Raven frowned and said, no matter. I kill the girl for the temporary loss of Nibi after I kill you. She wasn't part of the deal to stay alive anyways. I got you and without you the other rangers are nothing. Goodbye White Wind Ranger. As he disappeared from view and the next moment Naruto was gasping in pain as Raven Claw hand was through his chest. Naruto coughed up blood and said in gasping breaths, I'll have my revenge and kicked Raven away with what strength he could and lunged forward toward Yugito who was looking scared and slapped his morpher on her wrist and said, good luck Ranger. As he fell to the ground. The next moment Yugito was gone in a red beam and Raven screamed before he turned and killed the rakeage. Chapter 17. As Yugito appeared in the command center Alpha looked at her and said, welcome Ranger. In a sad voice. Yugito blinked and had reacted when she heard the voice and got in a defensive stance and asked, who, or what are you? Alpha said, I am Alpha. I help the Rangers here at the command center. Please have a seat over there while I contact the other Rangers. Yugito asked, wait, what's going on? What happened and why am I here? What happened to that blonde kid and that Raven guy? Alpha said, please sit down Ranger and once the others get here I can explain everything. Yugito asked, why are you calling me a Ranger? Alpha turned away from her and said, all will be revealed shortly, please sit. In a sad voice. Yugito frowned and walked over and sat down. Alpha pushed a button on the control panel. In the forest of death Tenten, Lee, and Neji were all three jumping through the trees when both the morphers beeped stopping all three. Lee frowned and Neji asked, what was that? Just then they morphers beeped again and Tenten said, Lee, we need to answer them. It could be about Naruto-kun. Lee said, alright, as he touched his morpher and said, Lee here, go ahead. Alpha voice said, oh Lee, thank goodness. Are any of the other rangers near you? Tenten said, I'm here Alpha. Alpha said, oh thank goodness Blue Ranger. Can you please get your teammate Neji and bring them to the command center immediately while I contact Haku? Lee said, yeah, we're on our way. Neji glared at both his teammates and Lee said, "We will explain everything but please trust us for now." Neji asked, "What about the exams?" Tenten looked away and said, "Neji, I ask you please, for all the faith you ever had in either Lee or myself, please come with us for this." Neji frowned and said, "Very well." Lee placed his hand on Neji and all three were gone in a beam of light. When they arrived, Haku was already there and Neji glared and asked, "What the hell is a Kumo nin doing here?" Alpha said, "I can answer that," making Neji glance and go wide-eyed and asked, "What the hell are you?" Lee said, "This is Alpha. He helps us out. Where's Naruto?" Alpha pressed a button and a hologram of Naruto appeared and said, "Hello Neji, Yugito, Lee, Haku, and Ten-chan. I know both Yugito and Neji must have a lot of questions about what is going on. The truth is in a little over a month Konoha is going to be attacked by at least 4 Biju as well as Suna and Sound Village." Making all those but Tenten and Yugito wide-eyed. Tenten asked, "Where is the real Naruto at Alpha and not this hologram?" Yugito looked down and said, "Dead." Making all of the rangers turn and look at her in shock. Tenten growled, "What the hell do you mean dead?" The hologram said, "Calm down please Tenten, all will be explained as soon as I show Neji and Yugito the truth about Omega and Raven." Tenten closed her eyes as tears fell down and Lee placed his hand on her shoulder trying to hold in his own tears. The hologram saw this and smiled sadly and said, "Now Neji and Yugito. It's time you both learned the truth about an evil being known as Omega, his generals such as Raven and the Biju." As over the next 30 minutes they were showed the history of what was going on as well as the history of the Power Rangers and then they watched as Yugito and Naruto left the command center and then their trip through Kumo and into the Raikage Tower. They then watched as Naruto died but not before saving Yugito and then the Raikage being killed and the Hachibi being freed and attacking the hidden Cloud Village. After it was done everyone was shocked and Yugito said, "No, my home, my friends, they're all dead." Neji who hated Kumo looked down and said, "My father was the one who replaced Hiyashi-sama when Kumo tried to kidnap Hinata. For years I hated the main branch of the Hyuga clan as well as Kumo, but I never wanted anything like that to happen to them." The hologram said, "That was only a taste of what will happen here at the end of the Chunin exams. This may be our only chance to end this once and for all. I know you are all upset about the loss of all who perished in Kumo today but I ask you, no, I beg of you, please defend this planet from Omega and his minions." Neji asked, "But how can we stand up to them?" Alpha walked forward holding a silver case and said, "With these." As he opened it up and showed 2 morphers. Yugito said, "But I already have one of those." Naruto. As she looked down. Lee said, "It won't work for you. That one was specifically created for Naruto and Naruto alone." Yugito looked at it and said, "But even with these things can we really stop the Biju, Raven, and Omega?" The hologram said, "What other choice do you have? The Power Rangers are all that stand between salvation and destruction but with faith, trust, teamwork and luck you can do it. A hero always arrives at the last moment. You have each been chosen to be those heroes, the question is will you accept it or will you stand aside and let everyone die believing this world's fate and destiny are out of your hands? The moment to choose is now." Tenten wiped the tears from her eyes and said, "I won't let your death be meaningless Naruto-kun. I will finish what you started." Lee said, "So will I." Haku said, "As will I." All 3 rangers looked at Yugito and Neji and Yugito looked at the morpher on her arm and said, "Before he died he removed the Nibi from me and he gave his life for me. I owe him and all my friends that died today. I will join you also." As she removed the one on her arm and took the one Alpha motion toward. As she slipped it on she grabbed her head for a moment and said, "Whoa, that was weird but. It's morphing time." As she slammed her hand to the morpher and said as she pulled out a pair of Fire Ranger power now. As red armor appeared on her with a red ape appearing on her chest. Neji saw her morph and he looked at the morpher and asked, "I am a member of the branch family. I can be killed with a simple hand sign, how can you ask me to do this?" The hologram said, "Because fate and destiny is decided by us." Neji looked at the hologram and said, "Very well." As he picked up the other morpher and grabbed his head and after a few moments felt his head burning and he removed his hiate and looked at his reflection and said, "My seal." The hologram said, "Gone, you're free to choose your own fate and destiny Neji. So will you stay with the Rangers now, they could use all the help they could get." Neji smiled a real smile and said, "It's morphing time." As he slammed his hand into his morpher and pulled out an axe and said, "Earth Ranger power now." As black armor with a bear on his chest appeared. The hologram said, "Good, now if you want to stand the best chance to win this battle then Lee, you must use the SPD capture devices when you fight Gaara in the preliminary rounds. I arranged for it to happen with the Hokage. Gaara is the Jinchuriki of the Aikibi and the key to the invasion of Konoha. Without the Ikibi it will give Konoha a chance to fight while you take out the Biju, but Raven must be captured so he can tell you where Omega is. Lee said, I understand, is there anything else Naruto-kun? The hologram said, yes. I believe in all of you and never give up. Together you will be able to defeat any enemy. Use the time between the preliminary and the finals to come here and train, learn to use your powers. Practice here as much as you can, but also spend time with any friends or family you have in case it's the last time you ever see them. Goodbye my friends. I love you Tenten and I am sorry. As the hologram faded away. When that happened Tenten broke down screaming in pain. Time skip. It was the day of the preliminary round. Team Guy stood in front of the Hokage and the Sandaime frowned and thought, something is wrong. Tenten is covered in blood and she looks like she hasn't slept, ate, or even bathed in days. Lee looks tired as well and even Neji appears to be distracted. There are only 6 teams who made it this far. Team Guy and Kabuto team, the Sand team, a Mist team, the Kumo team, and a team from Grass. I wonder where Naruto-kun is. Yugito is back but, what the hell, Neji and her both have morphers. He shook his head and said as he spoke about what the exams were created for and Hyatt said, pardon me Hokage-sama but we appear to have too many contestants still. We need to have a preliminary round. The Hokage said, very well. As he stepped back on the balcony he was on. Hyatt said, my name is Hyatt and I am the proctor for this part of the exam. From this point on it is one-on-one. The board behind me will select 2 names at random to determine who will be facing who. Now let's see who the first match is against. As he looked up and the board spanned through names and landed on Donago, Cloud, vs Kankuro, Suna. Hyatt said, will everyone but those 2 please leave the floor. As everyone else walked up the stairs Donago looked at Yugito and looks questioning and she nods. Neji smirked as he looked at Kankuro and then at Yugito. Donago sighed as he looked across at Neji and said, you should give up. Kankuro said, why, afraid I might kill you. Donago said, no, afraid I will kill you. Hyatt said, first match, Donago vs Kankuro, fight. Donago began to flash through hand signs and slammed his hands in the ground and said, squash no jutsu. As the walls on the side of the arena shot forward at incredible speed and slammed into Kankuro and Donago. Hyatt who had barely jumped away in time said, what the hell? Yugito said, squash no jutsu. Donago was from a family of one of the only earth jutsu users in Kumo. Now he has joined the rest of his family by using a suicide jutsu that kills not only the user but everyone in a 20 yards in any direction but up. If you can jump 20 feet in the air like you did then you're safe. The puppet user was inside the object on his back so he never saw the walls move relying on his chakra sensing abilities. Just then the walls melted away returning the arena back to normal except the 3 squashed objects of Kankuro, Donago, and the puppet. Hyatt shook his head and burned the bodies and after they were destroyed looked at the screen. Tenten, Leaf, vs Tamari, Sand. Tamari who was crying seeing her brother's death looked down at Tenten and she wiped the tears away and got down to the arena and Hyatt looked at both and said, Tamari vs Tenten, ready, fight. Tamari jumped back pulling her fan off her back and Tenten threw a kunai with an exploding tag at the sprinkler system on the roof and when it exploded it triggered the sprinklers. Tenten began to flash through hand signs and said, Mizubunshin no jutsu. 20 Mizubunshin appeared in the arena and all the Mizubunshin flashed through hand signs and said, exploding shockwave no jutsu. As they exploded sending walls of water at Tamari who swung her fan to stop the water charging at her. Tenten used water shushin to appear behind Tamari and shoved a kunai into Tamari's spine. Tamari screamed in pain and Tenten began to walk away with cold eyes and she stopped 10 feet away and said, boom. An exploding tag went off on the kunai killing Tamari. Baki who was looking at this was shocked and thought, how can both Tamari and Kankuro be killed like this? The Sandaime was frowning at this and looked at Tenten and using hand signs he sent a message to Guy. Guy saw the message and when Tenten got up to the balcony he asked, why did you kill her when you already won the fight Tenten, why are you looking so upset? Tenten looked at Guy and burst into tears and screamed in pain as she fell to her knees shocking all those in the arena. Lee looked at her sadly and said, it's about Naruto-kun. Guy asked, what is it Lee? What is wrong with Tenten that she would kill someone like that and show such emotions? Neji said softly, Naruto along with the entire village of Kumo are dead. Where he stood against the wall. Guy gasped and he looked at all 3 of his students and he asked, but how, are you sure? Lee said, we are sure, it was Raven. Guy looked down and said, I see. I am sorry for your loss Tenten and Lee. As he signaled to the Hokage. The Sandaime eyes were wide and he closed his eyes and nods as a small tear falls. Hyatt after he cleaned up the body of Tamari and he said, Alright, let's see who the next two contestants are. As he looked at the screen. Neji, Leaf, vs Hideo, Cloud. Hideo said, I give up. Everyone frowned who were not part of the Kumo team of Guy team at this. Hyatt said, very well. Neji Hyuga is the winner. Hideo said, excuse me Hokage-sama, but may I explain why I gave up real quick? The Sandaime looked at him and said, very well. Hideo said, I gave up because our sensei informed us that our village was destroyed by a Biju attack, sir. There is no Cloud village any longer. My girlfriend Amy and I believe we are the last two Cloud ninja left, since Yugito sensei said after this she was going to do freelance since we have nothing left to go back to. If it would be possible, sir, could we join Konoha? The Sandaime said, I was just informed earlier about the same news, but I have yet to confirm the destruction of Kumo. If it is true, I will be willing to give you temporary status as genin with restrictions here and after a probation period. If you show you are trustworthy, then you can join fully. Agreed. Hideo said, thank you Hokage-sama, and we both agree. If that is all, we would both like to officially withdraw now. The Sandaime said, very well. Please wait out in the hall and I will have an Anbu take you to your hotel room. Both bowed and left, and Yugito gave a small nod toward Team Guy and left with her students. Hyatt said, well, in that case then let's see who our next two contestants are. Leaf, vs Gaara, Sand. Lee pushed off the wall with his arms crossed and began to walk toward the rail when a hand stopped him, and Lee turned to look at Tenten and she asked, what are you going to do? Lee closed his eyes and said, Sensei told Naruto and I that our legacy was to defend the innocent and stop the evils of the universe. We only kill as a last resort. As ninja we are trained to kill without thought or reason. I have killed aliens, monsters, and humans. With Naruto death I made a choice. I am who I am, a Power Ranger. As he opened, his eyes glowed yellow with lightning flashing in them as he walked down the stairs. Tenten looked down and remembered what Naruto told her. Flashback. Naruto said, are you just wanting to be a Power Ranger until our planet is saved, or are you willing to help the next planet that needs help, or to stop the next evil that threatens the galaxy? Are you willing to leave our world for what could be the rest of our lives? Are you willing to keep the secrets you have learned until your death, or until you pass on the legacy to the next generation? As he crossed his arms. End flashback. Tenten closed her eyes and thought, I thought I understood what you meant when we were in Wave Country, Naruto-kun. I'm selfish. I thought that when I joined becoming a ranger that I was doing it for those reasons. I was wrong. I did it so that I could be closer to you and to prove that you were real and not a dream. My dreams have become an endless nightmare now. My heart aches so badly, and all I wanted was revenge against those who took you away from me. I nearly attacked Yugito because I blamed her for it. Even now I still hold some hatred for her, but I also hold some hatred for you as well. You knew that this was a trap, or at least suspected it, and yet you walked into it. I was being selfish. You were so selfless. You were willing to risk your life to save others. It took losing you before I realized the true meaning of being a Power Ranger. I won't let anyone else who I love be taken from me. I am a Power Ranger, not because I have to be, but because I choose to be. Rest my love. I will carry the legacy on for you now. Down in the arena, Lee looked at Gaara and Hyatt looked at both and said, Lee versus Gaara, begin. As he jumped back. Lee looked at Gaara and asked, is it true? Making everyone look at him. Gaara asked, what? With a confused face. Lee asked, is it true that you're the Jinchuriki of the Aikibi? Gaara grabbed his head as the sand around his body began to change and turned into a 6'5" version of Shukaku and said, what do you think, Ranger? Lee smirked and said, that was all I wanted to know. It's morphing time. As he slammed his hand into his morpher and pulled out a pair of nunchucks made out of lightning, pulling them to the side, and when both his arms were apart he said, Lightning Ranger power now. And yellow armor flew onto Lee's body with a two-tailed mouse on his chest. Yellow Ranger said, give it up Aikibi, we already got the Nibi, Sanbi and Kyuubi, and you're next. After we take care of you and the other Biju, we're taking out Raven and then Omega. Aikibi said, never Ranger. Yellow Ranger said, I was hoping you said that. As he pulled out his blaster and said, Lightning Blaster, fire. As 3 shots of lightning flew out of the blaster and hit the Aikibi, making him fall back. He quickly stood up and said, try this then, Ranger. As he formed shurikens out of sand and threw them at the Yellow Ranger. Yellow jumped over them and grabbed his nunchucks, and as he came down near Aikibi he began to spin them both and had them slam against Aikibi chest from left shoulder to right hip and right shoulder to left hip. Aikibi fell backwards screaming in pain, but his tail swung around and hit Yellow in the chest, sending him flying. Yellow turned, placing his feet against the wall, and launched off like a slingshot screaming, lightning quick attack. As he flew off the wall past Ikibi, striking him with one nunchuck, turning and doing it again and again off of each of the walls before he drop-kicked Ikibi into the wall. Ikibi got up holding its chest and said, "I'll get you for this, Ranger." As he crossed his arms across his chest and mouths formed across his body and they all opened and sucked in huge amounts of air before they blew them out, sending sand into the air, blinding everyone, and Ikibi appeared behind Yellow and slashed him across the back before his tail came out of the ground and tried to stab Yellow. Yellow grabbed his tail and said, "Lightning storm." As lightning jumped across his body and down across Ikibi's tail and Ikibi screamed in pain. Ikibi said, "That's it, no more playing around, Rangers." As the sand began to gather on him and Lee said, "Oh no you don't. Lightning blaster, fire." As he shot his blaster at the sprinkler system soaking Ikibi's sand. Ikibi screamed, "No, you can't do this to me." Yellow said, "Trust me, I can." As he began to spin his nunchucks in circles on his side and they had lightning cover them, forming two yellow-looking discs, and Yellow screamed, "Crescent lightning strikes." As he threw, snapped both his wrist and the two discs flew at Ikibi, hitting him in the chest, and he screamed as he fell to the floor. As he lay there, Yellow walked forward pulling out an SPD capture device and said, "For crimes against this planet and countless others, you're hereby under arrest, SPD capture now." As a red light shot out of the device in Yellow hand and flew at Ikibi, and Ikibi was captured in a 3x5-inch card in the form of Gaara could be seen laying on the ground passed out. Yellow grabbed the card and said, "Power down." As his armor disappeared. Lee turned to the Sandame and then to Guy and said, "I'm sorry." As he removed his Hayate and dropped it on the ground before disappearing in a yellow beam. Hayate looked at where Lee was and then at Gaara and looked at the Sandame, who shook his head and said, "Double elimination." Hayate said, "Right, Tenten and Neji both walked out of the room and Guy looked at the Sandame, who shook his head no and he nodded sadly. Chapter 18. The Sandame walked into his office and saw Yugito, Haku, Neji, Lee, and Tenten all standing there, and he said, "Can you tell me what that was going on back there in the arena and what happened to Naruto?" Lee said, "Naruto dead, Raven killed him and all of Kumo. That back there in the arena was our plan to eliminate some of our enemies in 1 month. We killed the sound team before they entered the tower, and then Yugito's student wanted to die an honorable death and be reunited with his friends and family. He already informed Yugito that he was going to kill whoever it was he faced and kill himself. Yugito pleaded with him not to, but he refused, so she made a compromise. He would wait until she said it was okay to kill himself as long as it was during the exams. When the chance to take out the Suna Genin, she agreed. Tenten said, "I took out the other one, and with the defeat of Gaara at Lee hands, then Suna has no reason to be near Konoha, just like Odo doesn't now, so that frees us up some so you can better defend the village while we take out Raven and the Biju." The Sandame looked out the window and asked, "Were you able to recover Naruto's body?" Everyone remained silent and he said, "Very well. I will inform all my people not to use jutsu against the Biju so they won't get more powerful, so that will help you. That also means that you will have to deal with them all on your own. If any of those talons appear or Raven, my men will try to aid as best as we can." Lee said, "Naruto planned ahead before he died, fearing that something like this might happen. He has given access to our command center to Guy and Kakashi. They can come and do some battles in our combat training room against Raven and the Talons, so they can brief the rest of your ninjas, so if you can summon them we will take them for the next 3 days to let them train. After that we will return him and prepare ourselves. Neji is now one of us, so if you could inform the Hyuga clan he is away training privately for the exams or something, that would be appreciated." The Sandame said, "I understand. I am sorry for your losses. When you have a funeral service for Naruto-kun, would I along with Kakashi and Guy be allowed to join?" Lee said, "We won't have one for him until this battle is over. We are going to finish what him and Sensei started once and for all if we can." The Sandame closed his eyes and said, "I see. Good luck, Rangers." Lee nods and all but Neji left in beams of color. The Sandame said, "I take it you're to wait on Guy and Kakashi." Neji nods and the Sandame summoned both men. When the Rangers got back to the command center they found Dustin and Alpha working at a computer terminal, and Tenten said, "Dad, what are you doing here?" Dustin turned back to her and said, "Naruto left a request for me as well. He asked me to use my blacksmithing skills to help you prepare for the coming battles on your Zords. Tenten, your mother would be proud of you and so am I." With a small smile. Tenten smiled and ran over and hugged her dad and burst into tears. Dustin hugged her and said, "Shish. Naruto wouldn't want you to cry for him, dear. Please don't cry, you were his only love, so don't make it harder for his memory. You will see him someday. I promise." Tenten nods and said, "I miss him though." Dustin said, "Distant makes the heart grow fonder. Just remember the good times you had with him and fight to protect them. That's all he or anyone could ask of you." Tenten wiped her eyes and said, "Thank you, Dad. It hurts. I miss him but." Dustin wiped the last tear away and said, "I know, dear. Now you and the others have training to do and I have a lot of work to do, so go do what you need to do. We can talk after you all win." Tenten smiles and said, "Yeah, and we will win." Dustin said, "I know." Tenten turned and saw the others had gone ahead and she said, "Bye, Dad. I love you," as she kissed his cheek and left. After she was gone he looked at the hologram of Naruto and said, "Boy, if you were still here I would kill you for hurting my daughter. I just hope it was worth it, wherever you are." The hologram said, "It will be. I have faith in them and Tenten is stronger than you think." Dustin shook his head and said, "Now where were we, Alpha?" Time skipped 2 weeks later, 2 weeks till Chunin exams. Tenten was panting for breaths as she looked at the enemy she just destroyed and said, "Okay Lee, that was level 60. Is there any level enemies higher we can fight against?" Lee, who was also panting, also said, "I am afraid there is only 2 left and we can't beat that level." Yugito, who was on her knees, asked, "Why is that, Lee?" Lee sat down and said, "The next level is only 2 enemies. They're the 2 strongest enemies that we can ever face." Neji scoffed and said, "Why do you act scared, Lee? That shark monster and the 10,000 Tango warriors we just defeated were tough, so why do you say these 2 were more of a challenge than them?" Lee closed his eyes and Alpha said, "In the past there have been times where rangers fell under the control of their enemies and those who betrayed the other rangers as well out of greed, jealousy and other things. The reason it stops at level 60 is because after level 60 is where we train to defeat another ranger in the event they are an enemy. Every morpher downloads information from their ranger into the central computer in a secure location that even I do not know about. We do have access to it but." Haku said, "But what, Alpha?" Lee said, "To gain access to the information of other rangers on their skills and enemies we would have to fight 2 leaders of the Power Rangers that are from our world." Alpha said, "So that means the 2 you would have to defeat is the Gold Ranger Tommy and the Wind Ranger Naruto, and the computer won't hold back. They will attack you with everything the computer knows about them." Everyone was stunned and Tenten whispered, "Naruto-kun." Haku said, "I know how much everyone here cares for Naruto-kun, but if we are going to stand a chance we need to know our strengths and weaknesses." Lee looked down and Tenten said, "She's right. Tommy and Naruto-kun are the only pair of us who has been in action against Raven. If we are to stand a chance against him then we need to know what he can do." Alpha said, I. Yes, Rangers," as he tapped in the commands. The Rangers looked at the scene change to look like Konoha, and Tommy and Naruto both appeared and both looked at the Rangers and morphed into their Ranger forms before both disappeared, and the Rangers were sent flying by the attacks as they were blown by the strike of the Golden Wind Ranger. 30 seconds later Neji, Lee, Tenten, Haku, and Yugito were all demorphed and on the ground holding their chest or shoulders, and Yugito asked, "What the fuck just happened?" Lee said, "That is Naruto and Sensei true skill levels. That was why I said we couldn't defeat them. Naruto and Sensei were rangers for life. Naruto-kun was at level 60 when he was 9 years old. He's only got better after that." Tenten growled, "Please stop talking about him." Neji said, "This isn't helping us get stronger. We need to do it again." Haku and Yugito said, "Right," as they got up and morphed in Tenten and Lee moments later. Time skipped the day of the finals. In the command center Alpha was looking at the viewing orb scanning for dangers while the Rangers sat on chairs waiting. Yugito closed her eyes and said, "This is the part one always hated on a mission. The wait. Always wondering if they are going to come or are they not coming. Are we ready or will we fall?" The hologram of Naruto appeared and said, "If a warrior does not have their heart ready for victory, defeat is guaranteed. Think about how you got to this point and remember what you're fighting for. If you do that then you will find the strength to win. Remember though, help can come in the most unlikely of forms sometimes also." Before it dissolved. Lee shook his head and said, "I hate when he gets all philosophical." Haku asked, "What do you think he meant?" Yugito said, "Isn't it obvious? When he made this he thought sand and sound would still be here attacking Konoha. He meant that when our enemies arrive that they might join us." Tenten said, "Possible." Just then alarms went off in the command center and Lee said, "I guess it's starting. What do you got, Alpha?" Alpha said, I, Rangers, sound and sand both are attacking the village as we speak, but it appears that Konoha is prepared." Tenten said, "We should go help." As she prepared to morph. Lee grabbed her arm and shook his head and said, "No, we wait. If we tire ourselves out fighting them then when the real enemy appears we will be too tired to fight. This isn't our fight. Not yet." Tenten frowned and said, "Fine." As she sat back down. Lee looked at the viewing orb showing an aerial view of the attack. Summoned snakes appeared outside the walls of the village standing 30 feet tall. As they watched they saw a frog appear and Tenten said, Gambunta, the summon of Jiraiya-sama and Yondaime-sama. As they watched the summoned snakes get defeated by having their head cuts off, Tenten was fidgeting and said, we should help them. Neji said, not yet Tenten, I agree with Lee on this. Tenten took a deep breath and sighed and said, well, where are they? Alarms went off again and Alpha said, Rangers, we got the Yonbi on scanners heading toward the village from the, it can't be. The Rangers were on their feet and Haku asked, what's wrong Alpha? Alpha said, it's Galdar but he was destroyed by Zordon. How can this be and why is he fighting the Yonbi? At the battle between Galdar and Yonbi, both creatures were over 30 feet tall and Yonbi said, who are you and what do you think you're doing Fleabag? Galdar took a swing with his sword at Yonbi who jumped back and grabbed a couple of trees and threw them at Galdar who sliced them in half and flew into the air slashing at Yonbi who grabbed Galdar and flipped him on the ground jumping on his chest before being shoved off. Galdar got back on his feet and said, I am Galdar, and my empress has commanded me to come here to defeat you fulfilling a favor. Galdar was hit with a blast of water in the back and Yonbi jumped on him pinning him down and said, no matter, you will soon be dead. As he raised both his fists together above his head and began to bring them down on Galdar's head when he was dropped kicked by a bony foot. In the command center Lee said, am I the only one freaked out by this? Who is those two? Alpha said, the one who sent the water attack is the Gobi and the other one made out of bone is Rita's sister. He was also destroyed by Zordon. I don't know what's going on. As he rubbed his dome head. Back at the battlefield Rito said, you okay Galdar? As he pulled up Galdar. Galdar shoved him and said, what kept you? Rito said, sorry I'm late, I got lost on the road of life. In the command center all of the Rangers face faulted. In Konoha Kakashi sneezed as he threw a kunai and instead of hitting a sound nin in the heart it hit him in the nuts. Galdar slapped his head and said, no matter, let's show these two what evil can really do. As he charged at the Yonbi slicing his across the chest twice while Rito said, come on boy, come on, want a bone. Gobi's sweat dropped and said, I'm a whale horse idiot. Rito turned his head to the side and asked, are you sure, you look like a dog to me. Gobi spat out some more water at Rito who put his sword in front of him and charged at Gobi and kicked Gobi in the head with a high knee before grabbing his tails and began to swing him in a circle before throwing him up into the air and scratched his head and said, what was I supposed to do again? Just then Gobi fell on top of him and Rito said, now I remember. As he jabbed the bone sticking out of his elbow into the side of the head of Gobi killing him. Rito tried to get his bone back out of Gobi and said, hey Goldie, a little help here. Galdar who drove his sword into the heart of the Yonbi said, yeah, let's get out of here. Our job is done. As he pulled his sword out of the Yonbi and grabbed Rito and both left in a swirl. In the command center each of the Rangers were confused and Neji said, well there is some good news. I think, the Yonbi and Gobi are dead, Ikibi, Nibi, Sanbi, and Kyubi are locked up here so that means all we have left is Hachibi and Rokubi since Alpha said the Shichibi is off-world already. Alarms went off again and they looked at the monitor and Tenten said, or not. All three are at the gates of the village attacking people. I think it's time we entered the fight. It's morphing time. As the 5 Rangers morphed they then left and appeared at the main gates in several beams of colors. Hachibi said, well, look what the cat drug up. Where's the Wind Ranger at? Huh. Blue screamed and charged at the Hachibi only to receive a slash from the tail of the Hachibi across her chest. Blue got up slowly holding her chest and said, that was nearly as strong as Naruto hits. Yellow said, let's do this as he pulled out his nunchucks and charged at Hachibi along with Black Ranger only to both be attacked by Hachibi and Rokubi. Shichibi yawned and said, this is boring. Let's cause some destruction, as it spat acid at a few buildings causing them to dissolve. Crystal said, this isn't going to work. We need to use teamwork. Tenten, cover me, Lee, Neji, Yugito, attack the Hachibi and Rokubi while we deal with the Shichibi. Ready, break. As she charged the Shichibi who dodged the strikes used as tails to be slashed by the crystal sword she was using but the tails grew back. Blue seeing this charged also with her bow and began to block the tails giving Crystal a chance to completely cut off 3 of its tails before they were knocked away. As they did the sound of explosion drew their attention as the 3 other Rangers came rolling across the ground. Yugito got up weakly and said, damn, that hurt. A voice said, of course it does Rangers, pain is the way of life before death. Making all 5 look over and Tenten started to move when Haku grabbed her and said, stop, we can get him later, we have to stop those 3 first. Tenten said, I don't care, he killed Naruto-kun. Haku said, and Zabuza-sama. We both want revenge on him and we will but not yet. Raven yawned and said, Please Rangers, without the Wind Ranger you're nothing and to prove it, try and stop them. As he shot a beam of energy from his hands at the 3 Biju and they began to grow. As the 3 finished growing 10 beams of energy hit them in the chest and they fell back on the ground and a beam of red light came out of the sky and formed a pyramid on the ground around them and the 3 Biju began to float into the air and turned into 3 SPD capture cards. Raven screamed, "What is the meaning of this?" The Rangers were confused and Raven said, "I don't care, Talons, Akatsuki, destroy them." Just then they were surrounded by 200 Talons and 9 figures wearing black cloaks with red clouds. Kakashi and Guy landed near the Rangers and Kakashi said, "Need some help." Raven said, "Get them." Before anyone could move an explosion was heard in the woods and a blur shot out of the woods and kicked Raven in the back causing him to skid across the ground. Raven stood up and went wide-eyed and said, "How, I killed you." There stood the White Wind Ranger who said, "You fell for my trap Raven, recognize this." As he held up a small statue and Raven asked, "But how?" Wind Ranger said, "You were a fool Raven. I knew it was a trap the whole time so I used cloning technology to make a copy of myself and sent him with Yugito to Kumo. I knew you would report to Omega once you thought you killed me to report your success so I made sure the clone that I sent had a special radiation in its blood that could be seen from space so once you had his blood on your hands you lead me to Omega here." As he tossed the statue in his hand. Blue said, "You bastard. I thought you were dead." Wind Ranger said, "Holograms are good but ever see one good enough that would react to whatever your current mood was. I was using a remote relay to interact with you all so if Raven here watched you all he would think he really did kill me while I went to another planet to have someone who owed the Power Rangers an old debt to send us some help for the Biju." Lee said, "So that is where Rito and Galdar came in." Naruto said, "Yeah, Alpha, take the statue here and the 3 Biju to the command center while we finish this once and for all." All 3 cards disappeared along with the statue and Naruto said, "Now, shall we dance?" As he disappeared and the Akatsuki members exploded into blood and body parts. When he reappeared Raven said, "Attack, now." As he charged at Naruto while the Talons attacked the other Rangers. Naruto sent a sword strike at Raven who dodged and kicked Naruto who flipped and drop-kicked Raven. As both hit the ground they flipped up and Raven said, "Let's fight this in the air." As he took flight. Naruto said, "Gladly." As the wind around him picked up and he was launched into the air with little cyclones under his feet. Down on the ground the other Rangers were fighting the Talons in groups of 5 and out of every 5 one would get destroyed. Lee jumped into the air and pulled his blaster and said, "Lightning Blaster, fire." As he shot several balls of lightning at the Talons destroying 7. Seeing these results the Tenten, Haku, and Yugito also shot balls of fire, ice, and water at the Talons destroying 20. Black Ranger raised his fist into the air and slammed them down on the ground saying, "Seismic spikes." As spikes shot out of the ground impaling 30 Talons making them burst into feathers. Up in the air Raven tried to hit Naruto with his claws but Naruto was using his wind sword to block each strike. Raven flew up higher where the sun would be in Naruto's eyes and he flew down to strike Naruto who went up in smoke and Raven was kicked in the back by the real Naruto who said, "Kujibunshin no jutsu. A real cool jutsu if I do say so myself. Now give it up Raven." Raven said, "Never Ranger, I know your weakness." As he turned and pulled his wings together and made a dive toward the Rangers below. Naruto seeing this thought, "No." As he also dived after him as fast as he could. When they got about 12 feet off the ground Raven flew his wings out stopping his dive but Naruto couldn't stop that fast and Raven slammed his claw into the side of Naruto armor and Naruto screamed out in pain as he hit the ground. Raven said, "And now I will destroy you all." As he began to grow. When he did he was immediately attacked by Gambunta who had been resummoned. Tenten ran over to Naruto who had demorphed and said, "Sorry Tenten. I got careless." Tenten said, "Just hang in there Naruto, you did good, let us handle it from here." Naruto winced as he held his side and said, "We got to stop him here and now." Tenten said, "We will, Alpha, bring him to the command center now." Alpha said, "Yes Ranger." Naruto warped out of there in a beam of white light. Tenten glared at Raven and looked at the other Rangers who ran over to her and she said, "We need to finish this once and for all." Lee said, "What about Naruto?" Tenten said, "Naruto at the command center. Raven injured him but it won't kill him." Neji said, "How can you be sure Tenten?" Tenten said, "Because that's my job. Now let's do this." As she raised her hand into the air and the others realized what she was going to do and they all copied her and said, "We need Megazord power now." An ape, mouse, bear, frog, and the Crystal Titan Zord all came running toward the group. Gambunta who was knocked away by Raven saw the Zords coming and he glared at the frog and thought, "I am not amused." Lee said, let's bring them together team. As the bear formed into a pair of boots and legs guards that molded onto the Titan Zord, the frog went onto the right wrist like a glove, the mouse went on the left wrist with its tails forming claws, the ape became chest armor. Inside the new Megazord the Rangers said, Elemental Titan Zord, go. Raven took flight into the air and the tongue from the frog Zord grabbed his foot stopping him and began to bring him closer to the Titan Zord. Raven took that moment to use the pulling motion as a speed boost and tackled the Titan Zord to the ground. As he stood up he jumped and landed on the chest of the Zord causing sparks to fly. He was then kicked in the back by Gambunta who said, don't forget me bird. Raven went to slash Gambunta when his wing was slashed by the mouse Zord's claws. Raven screamed in pain holding his wing and the Titan Zord stood up and Haku said, let's finish this. As the Titan Zord picked up the sword on the side of its left hip and raised it into the air and the Rangers said, Elemental Titan Zord Elemental Strike. As the sword was covered in a layer of ice, earth, water, fire, and lightning and then it swung down across the chest of Raven and he exploded into feathers. After that the Rangers cheered and Gambunta asked, who are you? The Titan Zord turned and said, we are the Power Rangers. As they divided apart and left in beams of energy. When they got back to the command center they found Alpha in the medical wing with Naruto who had his side bandaged up and was sitting in a bed. The Rangers walked in and powered down and each of them looked at him with different looks. Lee glared at him for several moments slowly turned into a small smile and said, damn it Naruto, do you have any idea what kind of hell we went through when we thought you were dead? Naruto said, Lee, I'm only one person, I can't be there every time you're and the others are going to need me. Sometimes you have to learn to save yourself before someone else can save you. Lee said, I know, but saving us and leaving us are two different things. I'm just glad you're alive. Naruto said, thanks Lee. Tenten said, would you mind giving us a few minutes? Each of the other Rangers looked at her and quickly left and Tenten turned and locked the door and said, do you have any idea how much you hurt me? Naruto looked confused and said, but I didn't touch you. Tenten slammed her fist into his face and said, I'm talking about my heart asshole. I thought you were dead. I went on a rampage and blew people apart to get revenge. Do you have any idea what that did to me? Screaming most of it. Naruto got confused and said, but you said you saw what I put in the computer before I knocked you out. Don't you remember? Tenten blinked and said, yeah, what about it? Naruto said, didn't you read the part in my plans where I was leaving the planet to get some extra help and sending a clone to Kumo? I left a message in the main computer for you so you wouldn't get too upset. Didn't you read it? Tenten bit her lip and Naruto said, you didn't read it, did you? How much of what I put in the computer did you actually read? Tenten said, Naruto slapped his head and said, Tenten, I guess the only thing I can do since the warranty on you is out is deal with you. Tenten said, hey, as she playfully slapped his arm. Naruto said, I wonder why your dad never told you I was alive though. Tenten's eyes got wide and asked, what? Naruto said, your dad. He knew I was alive since we talked over what I needed him to work on for today. Tenten screamed, Daddy, as she huffed for breath afterwards. After she calmed down Naruto was smiling and Tenten asked, what? Naruto said, there's the girl I love. Tenten smiled and leaned in and Naruto closed his eyes only to open them after he received a lump on his head and Tenten said, I'm still mad at you. Naruto said, well, how about giving me the rest of our lives to make it up to you? As he pulled out a small ring. Tenten's eyes got wide as she squealed before she tackled Naruto and he screamed, watch the side. Tenten kissed him and said, yes. Naruto smiled and said, I love you my love. Now that we've destroyed Raven and recovered the statue for Omega and the Biju have been dealt with it's finally over. Tenten asked, what's going to happen now? Naruto said, now, we train, live, prepare, live, wait, and live. Sooner or later some new evil will rise to take over the universe and it will be our job to stop them. I talked to your dad and he said that he would like to become our full-time mechanic. He's tired of making kunais and shurikens for ungrateful ninja. He wanted a chance to learn new skills and I agreed so he can come with us wherever we have to go so you don't have to worry about leaving him. Tenten said, so how long do you think we will have for peace? Just then alarms went off and Tenten groaned into Naruto's shoulder who laughed and said, that's not the emergency alarm. That was the alarm that said Neji and Yugito just got caught in the storage room making out again. Tenten's eyes got wide and said, you're kidding. Naruto said, nope. Your dad got mad the last time they did it because they knocked over things he was needing so right now your dad is most likely screaming his head off at them. Tenten said, I feel sorry for them, so what are we going to do with Omega and the Biju? Naruto sighed and said, Omega Prison has been launched into the sun where it was destroyed already. The Biju will all be sealed in SPD capture cards and sent to the prison world Isolon where they will live the rest of their lives. Tenten's eyes got wide and asked, won't they escape? Naruto said, no, nobody can escape Isolon. Tenten said, good. I'm looking forward to a long rest. Naruto said, me too, and thought, but for how long? Whenever evil arises again the Power Rangers shall be waiting.